Chapter 34-36. You dare to kill me? Therefore, I will make you kneel in front of my granddaughter's grave for 10,000 years. Every day, you will receive thousands of arrows piercing your heart. Elder Huanyuan's vicious voice rang out. Everyone who heard it felt numb. They knew that Elder Huanyuan was really angry. Moreover, he had an extremely strong killing intent. It was an extremely unwise choice to offend such a late-stage second heaven elder. This Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You are wrong. The culprit is not me, but you. It is your greed that caused your granddaughter's death. Moreover, I will tell you that if you do not hand over the Great Destruction Spear, I will make your subordinates, your clan members, and even you all perish. I, Lin Xian, am a man of my words. Someone like you dares to threaten me? Kid, I will kill you first. Elder Huanyuan rushed over, bringing with him a monstrous blood aura. The nomological laws on his body were dyed red. It was abnormally terrifying. Elder Mubai rushed over, wanting to stop him. However, Elder Huanyuan shouted coldly. Damn it, if you dare to stop me, I will not let you off. You killed my granddaughter. Today, no matter what, I will not let you off. However, Elder Mubai did not back down. Instead, he said, Hall Master Lin, leave first. I will help you stop him. We will talk about this when we return. Speaking of this, he sighed. You are too reckless. Although I know you are anxious, there are other ways to solve this matter. However, Lin Xian said in a low voice, there are other ways to solve this matter? I can't wait. To be honest, Elder Mubai, I am very disappointed. I joined the Langya Star because I felt that the Langya Star could provide me with support. However, I am really disappointed now. I did not expect that there would be people in the Langya Star who are plotting against me. Moreover, they are still unrepentant. They still want to kill me? This is intolerable. If this matter is not handled well, I will leave the Langya Star. What? Elder Mubai was taken aback by Lin Xian's words. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so angry. Moreover, he even said such words. If Lin Xian really left the Langya Star, they would undoubtedly suffer a huge loss. They might even offend a young great emperor. Therefore, he said, Hall Master Lin, don't worry. Our Langya Star will not sit idly by and do nothing about this matter. I'll report this to the princess and have the people from the Law Enforcement Hall come and investigate. The Law Enforcement Hall? Elder Mubai, it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust the second hall. I believe that with the second hall's strength, they will frame me instead. Therefore, this matter had to be resolved today. Elder Mubai, you don't have to worry about me. A mere second heaven sage is nothing to me. Elder Mubai sneered coldly. Looking down on me? How reckless. Do you really think you're the reincarnation of a great emperor? I will let you know how powerful I am. Lin Xian also let out a long howl. Old dog Huanyuan? Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? If he lost, he would kneel, kowtow, apologize, or commit suicide. Also, tell us the whereabouts of the left protector. Brat, you're courting death. Elder Huanyuan was furious. He was called an old dog left and right by the other party. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But soon he smiled sinisterly. Lin Xian actually dared to fight him one-on-one. He really didn't know what was good for him. Mubai, did you hear that? It's not that I want to fight, but this brat doesn't know what's good for him and provoked me. As an elder, if I don't respond, how can I stand in the second hall in the future? Hall Master Lin? Elder Mubai was also worried. Although Lin Xian was powerful and could defeat the black-armored man and the others, Elder Huanyuan was obviously different. That was an expert in the late stage of the second heaven. His strength was extremely terrifying. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand. Don't worry, since I dared to accept the challenge, I have 100% confidence. Today, I will make this old dog kneel in front of me and kowtow to me. Alright, I got it. Then, let's activate the ancient arena. Elder Mubai took a deep breath. Now that things had developed to this point, there was bound to be a battle between the two. If he stopped him, there would be an even more unexpected accident. Therefore, he could only watch. If Lin Xian were to encounter any danger at that time, he would step in and save him. Are you serious, brat? Are you serious? The dark red divine dragon and the others also exclaimed. Elder Hunyuan sneered. Let's see how you die later. How will I die? You old dog, it seems that you've lived for too long. Do you really think that a late second heaven saint can suppress me? I can only tell you that you don't know my true strength. Later, I will make you kneel in front of me and kowtow to me. You are just stubborn. When I catch you later, I will torture you 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times. No one can save you. Elder Primordial Chaos descended. The ground below rumbled as a huge ancient battle platform appeared. This was used by the sages in ancient times to battle. The arena was covered with the marks of time. It was also stained with the blood of countless sages. It carried a monstrous and solemn aura. Come on, Ant. I will let you know the consequences of provoking me. Elder Hunyuan descended from the sky with a frightening aura. On the other side, Lin Xian was like a god of war. He descended quickly and completely shattered the surrounding area. His eyes were filled with an unparalleled battle intent. Today, he wanted to let everyone know that he, Lin Xian, was not to be bullied. Even a second heaven sage could not provoke him casually. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air and watched carefully. The people of the second hall were still in a daze. They did not expect that a young man would dare to fight with their elder. Where did he get his courage from? The dark red divine dragon and the north demon were also worried. Brat, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. If you can't win, run. Elder Mubai's expression was solemn. He was ready to save Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat. After seeing Lin Xian descend, Elder Hunyuan could not wait any longer. He struck out with his palm. Elder Primordial Chaos cultivated the limitless chaos art. His law was called the limitless law. It was a little like clouds and mist. It was incomparably ethereal. It was also a little like a gust of wind. It was extremely strange. At this moment, when he struck out with his palm, the law on it carried an extremely terrifying sharpness and was faintly discernible. Soon, it swept towards Lin Xian. What kind of law was this? It was so strange. The dark red divine dragon and the north demon also exclaimed. They could feel an extremely terrifying aura enveloping them. However, they realized that the aura was not real. It was as if they were dreaming. In fact, he had been killed in a split second. This old dog was indeed powerful. They wondered if the brat could block it. The two of them were worried. Lin Xian sneered. His body swayed and he directly used the Kuanping technique to rush out. Chapter 34-37. Lin Xian's movement technique was exquisite, creating countless afterimages in an instant. Every step he took was at the weak point of the other party's laws, so he narrowly dodged the illusory palm. What? He dodged it? The people of the second hall screamed, and even Elder Hunyuan was taken aback. His face turned gloomy. The other party's speed had become faster than before. He kept sending out the infinite palms, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian displayed the 5 elemental laws. The 5 elemental laws were the laws of the 5 elements. It was very terrifying. It could be used together, and it could also display the characteristics and power of the 5 elemental laws. After Lin Xian attacked, he displayed the characteristics of the earth law. Suddenly, a huge mountain appeared in the void. It was incomparably heavy, and it pressed forward, wanting to crush everything. This power was simply too terrifying. Cracks began to appear on the Wuji giant hand of void around him. He roared, and the 5 elemental laws transformed into a sword of laws. He held it in his hand, and the great dragon sword soul also came out and merged with the sword of laws. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying sword light swept across the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the surrounding infinity palm imprints. Infinite demonic cloud slash. Elder Hunyuan made his move. His palms were like rivers of blood, coming down from the sky. The infinite law carried an extremely strong killing intent, and it swept through the 9 heavens. It was terrifying. The crimson divine dragon and the others exclaimed. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel a heart-wrenching power. One could imagine what kind of situation Lin Xian was facing. Buzz. The infinite demonic cloud slash shattered countless afterimages, but it did not hit Lin Xian's real body. However, this terrifying demonic light had already forced Lin Xian into a space. Therefore, Elder Hunyuan sneered and attacked again. It was the infinite demonic cloud / again. This was an attack formed by the fusion of the infinite law and the monstrous blood aura. This ability was too terrifying. Streaks of blood-red light were illusory, but they were filled with a murderous aura. Lin Xian used the Kuanping technique and dodged the light blades of the limitless demonic cloud before rushing over. The sword of laws in his hand opened and closed, instantly sending out dozens of dragon-shaped sword chi. Each of them looked like a true dragon as they charged forward. Boom! Boom! The loud dragon roar and the terrifying 5 elemental laws caused the people of the second palace to tremble in fear. Even Elder Huanyuan's expression changed. He let out a roar and spat out the limitless demonic cloud once again. It swept out like a waterfall. Those boundless demonic clouds did not turn into light blades. Instead, they seemed to have formed a large net with the intention of enveloping the several tens of dragon-shaped sword chis. However, he had underestimated the power of the sword chi. Each of the sword chi was extremely terrifying. In an instant, his boundless demonic cloud net was torn to shreds. Kiln Lin Xian roared as he became one with his sword. A terrifying power swept through the 9 heavens as he charged towards Elder Primordius. The sword slashed at Elder Primordius. Elder Primordius used the limitless demonic cloud to wrap his body and form a battle armor. However, he was still sent flying. Boom! He even spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Damn Junior, go to hell. Elder Primordius was completely enraged. He had been careless. The strength of his opponent was beyond his imagination. In the next moment, the terrifying killing intent in his body swept through the 9 heavens. At this moment, he had gone crazy. He was like a demon king. I won't hold back against you anymore. Die for me. Limitless universe. A very strange mark flew out from all directions, as if it could destroy the world. It was too terrifying. The black-armored man and the black-dressed woman both prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. They knew that Elder Primordius was using an extremely terrifying great superpower. Even Saint Mubai's face was pale. He mobilized the power of the laws in his body, ready to help at any time. Because he knew that Lin Xian would not be able to block this move. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Stellar transposition. His hand drew a strange arc, and the 2 limitless seal that were close to him were sent flying and blasted into the surroundings. Boom! Boom! This power exploded next to Elder Primordial Chaos, causing him to cough up blood as he was sent flying. He was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did this force explode beside him? Didn't he attack the other party? What? The surrounding people were even more shocked. Elder Mubai also gasped. He did not even know what had happened just now. What kind of technique was that? He had never seen it before. No wonder Lin Xian dared to challenge Elder Primordius. His technique was too amazing. Damn kid, what kind of despicable technique did you use? The cracks on Elder Primordius' body quickly healed. His expression was extremely ugly. Despicable technique? Why don't you say that you are ignorant and can't even see what kind of superpower I used? An old dog like you dares to be arrogant in front of me? What a joke. This world no longer belongs to you. So hurry up and kneel down and kill yourself to atone for your sins. You want me to admit defeat? You are too weak. Buzz. Elder Primordius roared and took out a transparent jade seal. That was the limitless seal. It was a sacred artifact. Once the limitless seal was taken out, a terrifying power swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Elder Primordius's nomological laws became even more terrifying. Not good. That was a sacred artifact. Damn it, this old fart actually had a sacred artifact. The dark red divine dragon screamed. The North demon also gasped. He naturally knew how great a boost a sacred artifact had on a sage. It could definitely instantly surpass the same level and reach an incredible combat strength. Not good, Lin Xian no longer had the great spear of destruction. This way, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Sure enough, Elder Mubai's expression also changed. He originally thought that Lin Xian should have a chance of winning. But now, his heart had once again sunk to the bottom of the valley. Lin Xian's technique was strange. However, Elder Primordius's strength was even more terrifying. Originally, Elder Primordius was a veteran second heaven expert with rich experience and many superpowers. At this moment, he took out a sacred artifact. His combat strength had definitely reached an incredible level. It was estimated that Lin Xian's chances of winning were very slim. It could almost be said that there was no chance. It was a sacred artifact. That was great. Elder Primordius was serious. Let's see how that kid will die. The powerhouses of the second hall also regained their hope. Kid, do you know what the weapon in my hand is? Let me tell you, this is a sacred artifact. Do you know the power of a sacred artifact? Now, even if you kneel down and kowtow to me, I will not spare you. I will make you wish you were dead. I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Chapter 34-38. A Sacred Artifact? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. A cold light burst out from his eyes. The great dragon sword soul rushed out from his body and was held in his hand, forming an azure dragon sword. Let me have a taste of your saint artifact's power. Lin Xian's aura became incomparably terrifying. The feeling was not inferior to a sacred artifact. The faces of the second hall's experts changed, and they looked at Lin Xian with a chill down their spines. Damn it, this aura. They stared at the dragon-shaped sword. What a terrifying sword shadow. As expected of a saint spell of the world. The great dragon sword soul. Elder Huanyuan's face also darkened. He knew that he could not wait any longer, and he immediately attacked. The Wii Seal blasted out, and a terrifying force suppressed the surroundings, and it blasted toward Lin Xian. Even a second heaven sage would be blasted into a bloody mist by this attack. Damn it, this old dog's strength is much stronger than before. The dark red divine dragon was anxious. The northern demon's expression was also solemn. Yes, it was indeed a sacred artifact. Lin Xian took a step forward and waved the great dragon sword soul. He was not afraid in the face of the opponent's sacred artifact. Even if he did not have the great spear of destruction, he would let the opponent know that even if the opponent had a sacred artifact, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. The great dragon sword soul in his hand roared. The golden runes were extremely strange, and between the runes, there was a green light emerging. Emerald Tide. Chapter 34-39. At this moment, Lin Xian finally used this terrifying eye technique. Buzz. Elder Huanyuan screamed in pain and his nerves became distorted. Not only him, but the other experts of the second hall were also screaming on the ground. Oh no. When the others saw this scene, their faces changed. It was an eye technique, and it was a group attack. Damn, this kid actually knew such a terrifying eye technique. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. However, at this moment, Elder Mubai had already come to their side and used his law to envelop them. Although the blue tide technique was an area of effect technique, Lin Xian had basically used the majority of its power on Elder Primordial Chaos. Although some of it leaked out, it was not impossible to resist. Elder Huanyuan was still the first to be hit. After being hit by the eye technique, Elder Huanyuan's soul seemed to have exploded. He hugged his head and fell from the sky. Lin Xian turned into a ray of sword light and came in front of Elder Huanyuan. The five elements law formed the five elements mountain and suppressed Elder Huanyuan. At the same time, he threw out a few rays of sword chi that pierced through Elder Huanyuan's body. Then he stepped on Elder Huanyuan's head with one foot. I said that you are no match for me. Do you think that I can't do anything to you without the great dragon sword soul? What a joke. He lifted his large foot and stomped down. Boom. This stomp caused the entire ground to shake. Countless large cracks spread out in all directions. A cold voice was heard. Hall Master Lin, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. For you. How dare you meddle in my affairs? I am the left guardian of the second hall. The voice was heard again. What? It's you. The dark red divine dragon screamed. Lin Xian also snorted. You are finally willing to come out. I thought that you wanted to be a coward. How dare you? A cold voice was heard and a large hand slapped towards Lin Xian. This power was much more terrifying than Elder Huanyuan's. However, Lin Xian was already prepared. His body swayed and he dodged instantly like a Kuan Peng, appearing on the other side. Was he angry out of humiliation? Or do you want to kill me to silence me? Hand over the great destruction spear at once, or I'll tear your second palace apart. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually dare to speak such arrogant words in front of me? A middle-aged man appeared in the sky. He had a powerful aura around him. He wore a Taoist robe and had a mysterious power. He was the left protector of the second palace. Leave and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I will suppress you here for 500 years. Lin Xian coldly snorted, his eyes bursting with intense light. With a wave of his hand, the great dragon sword soul morphed into a powerful sword ray and charged forward. This sword strike was too fast and too sudden. It directly split Elder Primordial Chaos's soul into two. Then, the great dragon sword soul swung its tail and smashed the two halves of the soul into pieces. Primordial Chaos's soul only let out a scream before disappearing between heaven and earth. The surrounding experts from the second hall, including the black-armored man, were all stunned. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Elder Huanyuan was dead. Chapter 3440. The left guardian was also stunned. Then his face darkened. You dare to kill him? His voice was filled with merciless killing intent. Lin Xian laughed coldly when he heard that. Why wouldn't he? He wants my life, so it's only right for me to kill him. But do you think you can protect his life with your presence? What a joke. Who do you think you are? God? Or a ruler who can cover the sky with one hand? I killed him because he deserved to die. Secondly, I slapped your face. You don't have the right to act all high and mighty in front of me. Hurry up and hand over the great destruction spear. Otherwise, I'll bury the entire second hall with you. Facing the left guardian, Lin Xian was even more domineering. The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. That's the left guardian. He's even more powerful than Elder Huanyuan. The left guardian was already a third heaven sage. Now, his strength was unfathomable and extremely terrifying. Isn't Lin Xian courting death by going against such a person? You're too arrogant. Do you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Huanyuan? You're too weak. The left guardian's aura was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it was unbelievable. Lin Xian frowned and sneered. You're much more powerful than Elder Huanyuan. But so what? Lin Xian hadn't reached the small saint realm yet. Previously, he could escape from the Vermilion Bird Palace. He even dared to negotiate with the great sage in the Demon Cultivation Valley. He didn't care about the left guardian. Left guardian, hurry up and hand over the great destruction spear. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Elder Mubai also walked up and stood in front of Lin Xian. Why, Mubai? Are you going to protect him? The left guardian frowned. Elder Mubai snorted. I think you've become muddle-headed from your seclusion. This is Hall Master Lin, the future hope of our Langya star. I hope you won't make a mistake again. Hurry up and hand over the spear. Elder Mubai didn't hold back at this time. This was because he realized that Lin Xian was much stronger and more talented than he had imagined. They definitely had to rope in such a person. Therefore, Mubai might have had some misgivings before and was prepared to let the people from the law enforcement hall intervene. But now, Elder Mubai could not control anything. He had to stand on Lin Xian's side. What great spear of destruction! I don't know. The left protector snorted coldly. Elder Mubai shouted angrily. Seems like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin? He directly made his move, and a terrifying light rushed up like a vast ocean. Courting death. You dare to attack me? The left protector roared as the two of them clashed. Violent power swept out in all directions. He was even stronger than when Lin Xian fought against Elder Primordial Chaos. Lin Xian's figure flashed and retreated far away, sword chi circling around his body. The dark red divine dragon and the others also came to his side. At the same time, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, this Mubai is so powerful. Previously, when he saw the other party and Elder Hunyuan, he thought that the other party was only at level 2. But now, it seemed like he was not. The left protector was at least a level 3 sage. Doesn't this mean that Elder Mubai is also a level 3 sage? That should be it. Lin Xian felt the violent laws in front of him and nodded slightly. The people from the second hall were also horrified. They did not expect things to turn out this way. Everyone retreated far away. In the center, the two peerless experts were fighting. Both of them had exchanged close to 300 moves. Suddenly, Elder Mubai roared and a terrifying aura rushed out from his body. In an instant, the left protector was sent flying. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and directly pierced through the left protector's body. He forcefully pulled out a black weapon from the left protector's body. Great Spear of Destruction. The dark red divine dragon screamed. Lin Xian's eyes widened. He did not expect it to be in the hands of the other party. What made his face turn gloomy was that the other party seemed to be refining the Great Spear of Destruction. There were countless blood-red lines on it. However, it seemed like the lines were not completely refined. In the sky, Elder Mubai looked at this scene and frowned. How dare you refine it? You must be tired of living. As he said that, an extremely terrifying law appeared on his palm and forcibly obliterated all the blood-red runes. The left protector screamed in pain. He felt that his soul connection had been severed. Damn it! How dare you destroy my soul mark? He roared furiously. However, Elder Mubai ignored him. With a wave of his hand, he threw the Great Spear of Destruction to Lin Xian. Hall Master Lin, you go first. I will hold him back. Elder Mubai's voice sounded. At this moment, he no longer looked like a peacemaker. Instead, he looked like a supreme god of war. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He also hesitated. Holding the Great Spear of Destruction, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Stop him. Don't let him go. The left protector regained his body and roared furiously. Countless experts from the second hall rushed forward and sealed the area. They could not leave. They stared at Lin Xian. You must be tired of living. The Great Spear of Destruction swept out and smashed all the people in front of him into pieces. Those who block me shall die. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous like the god of death. The surrounding experts from the second hall subconsciously took 3 steps back and trembled all over. He was too powerful. He could kill Elder Hunyuan even without the Great Spear of Destruction. Now that he had the Great Spear of Destruction, his power would definitely increase again. He might even be able to fight against a sage of the third heaven. How could they be a match for him? Everyone, stop. At this moment, another voice was heard. At this moment, a few figures flew out from the palace in the mountain range in the distance. Seeing these figures, the people from the second hall screamed and cheered. It was the 8th elder, the 6th elder, and the right protector. That was great. They all cheered. Although the 8th elder and the 6th elder were not as powerful as Elder Hunyuan, they were not much weaker. More importantly, the right protector was here too. The right protector was not weaker than the left protector. He was at least a sage of the third heaven. Such a person could definitely take down Lin Xian. Not good. The dark red divine dragon and the north demon's faces changed. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. Another third celestial layer expert had arrived. He took a deep breath and was ready to fight. In the distance, the left protector also laughed. Mubai, let's see how you are going to stop me this time. Elder Mubai also stopped attacking. He turned around and stared at the right custodian as he asked coldly, "Are you really going to fight? Think carefully. The consequences are not something that you two protectors can bear." Mubai's voice was filled with endless authority. Mubai, don't you understand? At this stage, it is no longer something that we can control. We have our own difficulties too. Is it that old man who wants the spear? What? Elder Mubai's eyes narrowed. Lin Xian also frowned. Although he did not know who this old man was, he did not know. Judging from the tone of both parties, he should be an extremely powerful person. Coupled with the words of the dark red divine dragon and the others, could it be that some old living fossil under the dragon vein wanted the Great Spear of Destruction? Chapter 3441. If that was the case, things were going to get troublesome. Such a living fossil, regardless of status or strength, was a terrifying existence. Even the palace master of Langya Palace might not be able to suppress it. The dark red divine dragon and the north demon thought of the same thing and their faces darkened. Kid, why don't we leave Langya Star quickly? I don't think this place is suitable for us to stay. Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he seemed to be deep in thought. At that moment, a cold snort could be heard. Was that so? Just which Grand Elder's idea was it? I want to see who dares to be so bold at this time. The voice was filled with dominance. Lin Xian and the rest were stunned. Mu Bai, on the other hand, smiled. Greetings, senior brother. Senior brother. Lin Xian and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. Mu Bai was already extremely terrifying. His senior brother would definitely be even more terrifying. Judging from the other party's tone, it seemed like he did not care about the Supreme Elder at all. The right guardian and the left guardian's faces darkened. The experts from the second hall also began to tremble. Many of them had never seen that person before. However, the two great protectors took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Supreme Elder. The people from the second hall were dumbfounded. Supreme Elder? Is the person who came out the Supreme Elder? They hurriedly bowed and prostrated. Tell me, which old bastard is it that's secretly playing tricks on me? The Supreme Elder on the stage said coldly in the sky. The left and right guardians felt their scalps go numb and their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. This scene was simply too inconceivable. Previously, when the two guardians came out, they were like peerless gods of war. Countless people were excited and shocked as if they were saviors who could save the second hall. But now, these two unparalleled powerful beings were just like ants, shivering in fear. Is this the power of the Supreme Elder? It's too terrifying. No wonder the people from the second hall dared to snatch the Great Destruction Spear. They must have the support of a Supreme Elder. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would also have the support of the Grand Elder. Even Lin Xian and the others were surprised by this. It seemed that there was no need for them to leave. They should be very safe here. This matter ends here. Tell the person behind you to stop. If he has any complaints, tell him to come to me. The left and right custodians bowed and said, not daring to raise their heads. The Grand Supreme Elder snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, Mu Bai, Lin Xian, and the others turned into a ray of light, piercing through the sky and disappearing. After the other party left, the protector let out a sigh of relief. As for the people from the second hall, it was as if they had returned from the gates of hell. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others appeared in a palace. The Grand Elder stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, curiously sizing up Lin Xian. Xian Er quickly said, thanking the Supreme Elder for his help. You don't have to thank me. Little fellow, I heard that you brought back the great sage Dharma idol from the void ocean and suppressed the demonic aura of the Langya Star. Logically speaking, you are the benefactor of the Langya Star. Moreover, now that you have joined the Langya Star, you are naturally one of us. The previous situation was just a small part of the people's thoughts. It has nothing to do with the will of the Langya Star. I hope you can understand this. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. The Grand Supreme Elder said this to dispel his worries. After such a thing happened, it was inevitable that Lin Xian would not be on guard or prepare to leave the Langya Star. However, the Grand Supreme Elder's words should make Lin Xian feel more at ease. Recently, due to the situation outside, the few old farts under the dragon vein have awakened. Someone must be thinking of something. Don't worry, I will go back and negotiate with them. They probably won't do anything again. Senior brother, what happened outside? At this moment, Elder Mu Bai was also a little anxious. The current situation was very bad for the Langya Star. I am here this time to talk about what happened outside. We will talk about this later. As he spoke, the Grand Supreme Elder looked at Lin Xian again. Little fellow, I think very highly of you. This is my token. In the future, if there is anything on the Langya Star, just use my token. I will see who dares to do anything to you. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian took the token and held it in his hand. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then, the Grand Supreme Elder left with Elder Mubai, leaving only Lin Xian and the rest. Damn, we are finally safe this time. The dark red divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief. With such a powerful Grand Supreme Elder supporting them, the people from the second hall would probably not dare to do anything to them. This Grand Supreme Elder is very powerful. I wonder who he is? The northern demon's eyes also flickered. Lin Xian held the token in his hand. It was a jade pendant. The front was engraved with a blue sky, and the back was engraved with a word, Fong. It was probably the Grand Supreme Elder's surname. Elder Fong? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He put away the jade pendant and said, "Let's go back." They tore through the void and returned to the 8th hall. Then Lin Xian and the rest went into seclusion. Lin Xian needed to consolidate his cultivation. As for the dark red divine dragon and the northern demon, they also went into seclusion. Because they had returned from the Void Palace Ocean, they were worried about Lin Xian's safety, so they did not go into seclusion to cultivate. Now Lin Xian was already a sage. Naturally, they had to seize the time and try their best to break through. Previously in the Void Palace Ocean, they had obtained many treasures. In addition to the resources from the 8th hall, Lin Xian also had an even more important treasure, which was the Great Sage Pagoda. He had asked Black Mountain to use a secret technique to take some treasures from the Great Sage Pagoda and give them to the Dark Red Divine Dragon and the Northern Demon. Lin Xian had never been stingy with his friends. At this moment, on a huge mountain peak, there was a celestial palace. There were a few figures standing there. One of them was the Grand Supreme Elder from before. Beside him was Mubai. The other people's auras were also very powerful. Obviously, they were all experts with strength and status on the Langya Star. At this moment, they were gathered here to discuss something. Seeing that Elder Fong and Elder Mubai had returned, the rest of them asked. Elder Fong said coldly, "The people from the second hall were behind this. It was probably that guy who wanted to make a move. However, he probably did not dare to make a move openly, so he was suppressed by me. The things have been returned. The little guys have all gone back. I just don't know what happened next. As long as Lin Xian is fine, it's good." The others also nodded. The Grand Supreme Elder snorted coldly. He guessed that guy would not dare to make a move again. However, he might have some tricks up his sleeve. He had to be careful. Speaking of this, he shouted, "Dreamy, come here." "Greetings, Master." In the distant void, a stream of light flew over. Then, a figure half knelt in the air. He was extremely respectful to the Grand Supreme Elder. Chapter 3442. Meng Meng was a very beautiful woman. She had a delicate face and pointed ears. She was wearing a layer of light gauze. She knelt there with utmost respect. The wings on her back flapped gently, bringing with them a mysterious aura. The Supreme Elder said, "From now on, go to Lin Xian's side and protect him." "I understand." Meng Meng nodded gently, then stood up, tore open the void and disappeared. The 8th Palace. Lin Xian sat in a secret room, his hands forming seals. The invisible laws on his body flickered. In front of him, there was a jade bottle. Inside, there was a blue liquid constantly flying out and being absorbed into Lin Xian's body. This jade screen was naturally a treasure obtained from the Great Sage Pagoda. It had to be said that the treasures in the Great Sage Pagoda were really magical. The liquid in the jade bottle was even better than the best elixir in Lin Xian's possession. Therefore, Lin Xian could not wait to cultivate. After about 3 months, he opened his eyes. The laws on his body were more profound, and their power had increased. He did not continue cultivating because he was not the kind of person who liked to go into seclusion for hundreds of years. He liked to explore and fight. He liked to improve his strength in intense battles. He went out for a walk and found that the dark red divine dragon and the northern demon were still in seclusion. He knew that the two of them would not come out until they became sages. However, he was not worried about this. He had given the two of them enough cultivation resources. He believed that with their talent, it was only a matter of time before they became sages. Therefore, after walking around, Lin Xian came back again. "With my current strength, I should be able to open the void divine furnace again. His eyes flickered with a trace of anticipation. The void divine furnace was also a supreme treasure. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian entered the mysterious world within his body. Then, using the power of the 5 elemental laws, he moved the cauldron of the illusionary divine furnace and lifted it up. Kakaka. As expected, an opening appeared in the void divine furnace. Lin Xian was delighted. He wondered what he could get from the void divine furnace this time. Whoosh! Lin Xian had originally wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see if he could take the initiative to enter the void divine furnace and obtain the treasure. But now, even if he became a saint, he would not be able to do this. He didn't know who had left this furnace behind. It was too scary. He could only wait for the things inside to float out. Not long after, something floated out from inside. This time, it was a rolled-up piece of beast skin. Lin Xian took the beast skin and closed the void divine furnace. He withdrew the law and curiously picked up the animal skin. This piece of beast skin was very light in his hand, as if it didn't have any weight at all. He didn't know what kind of beast skin it was made from. Moreover, this piece of animal skin seemed to be very old. However, since it was something that came out of the void divine furnace, it was definitely something good. Lin Xian couldn't wait to open the animal skin. The beast hide wasn't too big, and upon opening it, Zhang Xian found that it was actually a map of the stars. Lin Xian looked at it and knew that it was a map. However, the background was the universe of stars. A map? Could it be a treasure map? He became interested and carefully studied it. Indeed, he found that one of the stars was circled with a special red mark. However, there was no marking at all. Kid, what are you looking at? Hey Shan also floated out. He was also surprised when he saw that there was a piece of beast skin in Lin Xian's hand. I don't know what kind of map it is, but it seems to be a treasure map. A treasure map? Let me take a look. Hey Shan looked and found that there was indeed a marked place. Kid, where did you get this map? Looking at the appearance of this beast skin, there shouldn't be too many treasures, right? Hey Shan curled his lips. However, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There shouldn't be too many treasures? If that was the case, it shouldn't have been placed in the void divine record. Therefore, this must be a mysterious place. He said, since I have nothing to do recently, why don't we explore it? Hey Shan naturally had no objections to exploring the treasure. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to walk out of the 8th palace. However, as soon as he stepped out of the palace, he saw a figure walking toward him. For you? Lin Xian was stunned. He had seen all the elders of the 8th palace, but he had never seen the person in front of him. It was a woman. She was tall and had a beautiful face. Her 2 pointed ears made her look like an elf. The pair of wings on his back were translucent and looked extremely beautiful. She came to Lin Xian's side and bowed slightly. Greetings, Palace Master. For you? Lin Xian was surprised. My name is Meng Meng. The Grand Supreme Elder sent me to follow you. Oh. Lin Xian frowned. It was the Grand Supreme Elder with the surname Fong. He had sent someone to follow him. He guessed that the person was protecting him. After all, even if the 2nd palace didn't make a move, they would still do something in the dark. Lin Xian said, then you can follow me. However, I might have to leave the Langya Star for a while. Why don't you stay in the 8th palace? Palace Master wants to leave? Meng Meng was stunned. She had heard about this new Palace Master. She knew that he was a top genius and had caused a huge commotion in the Void Ocean. At this moment, countless experts outside the Langya Star were here for him. Therefore, it was too dangerous for him to go out at this time. She said, Palace Master, do you really want to go? It's not safe outside recently. Is there a teleportation formation that can send me out? Avoid those people outside. Lin Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that those people from the 8th palace had not left yet. They were really unwilling to give up. I can't make this decision. I have to ask Elder Mubai. Palace Master Lin, please wait for a while. Meng Meng quickly sent a voice transmission to Elder Mubai. Not long after, Elder Mubai came and said anxiously, Palace Master Lin, do you really want to go out? If there's anything, you can ask the others on the Langya Star to help you. It's really too dangerous for you to go out now. No one can help you with this matter. Lin Xian shook his head. He had to go treasure hunting. No one could help him. He said, "Don't worry. Don't you believe in my strength? Even if those people are strong, I won't fight them head-on. Also, it shouldn't be a problem to send me out secretly." "All right." Elder Mubai took a deep breath. He knew that a genius like Lin Xian would not be willing to be lonely. Only the most hot-blooded battles could allow him to grow. He said, "Then I'll send you to a nearby world. You must be careful. Also, you must let Meng Meng follow you to protect your safety." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. As long as he left, it didn't matter if someone followed him. However, he still asked, "Elder Mubai, is the situation outside very serious? Is there anything I can help you with?" After all, this matter started because of him. Chapter 3443. Mubai said, "Don't worry, Hall Master Lin. Although it's serious, we can still handle it. Moreover, we've already thought of ways to drive a wedge between them. Perhaps their attention will be diverted then." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and said, "After I leave, you can also release some information, and I can also set up some illusions. Tell them not to cover the Langya star for the time being and search the universe to find me. They will probably fly around like headless flies." He didn't care about those big sects outside. He didn't intend to fight them head-on now. Therefore, there shouldn't be any danger this time. Elder Mubai took Lin Xian and left the Langya star through a world-level teleportation formation. They arrived at a nearby star world. Dream came along with them. Buzz. The formation flashed and teleported them to another star world. This star world was also relatively close to the Langya star. It was considered a subsidiary world. Lin Xian and Dream's figures appeared. This time, there were only the two of them. The dark red divine dragon of the north was still in seclusion and didn't follow. After the dizziness caused by the formation disappeared, Lin Xian looked around. "Let's go." The two of them rose into the sky and flew toward the outer realm. Not long after they arrived in the outer realm, Lin Xian frowned. There were people searching nearby. Lin Xian even used his heavenly secret god eyes and saw that there were even more people in the distance, which was the area near the Langya star. There were also many sages wandering around. It seemed like those people from the Dragon Valley and the 8 swaying mountains were still unwilling to give up. However, he didn't expect the other party to search such a wide area. He had already used the world-level teleportation formation to teleport to another star world, but the other party had set up a defense line. "Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and brought Dream along. The two of them prepared to leave quickly. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from afar. "Stop!" Countless laws flew and formed 7 lines of defense, blocking them. Then a team rushed over from afar. "Who are you? Who allowed you to wander around?" Dreamy frowned and turned around. When Lin Xian turned around, he also changed his face. Although these people were saints, he was confident that they wouldn't be able to detect him. "We are from this star world and are preparing to go out to search for some treasures." Lin Xian said indifferently. "Looking for treasures? What treasures?" "Don't go. Recently, this star field has been completely sealed off by us. You can only enter but not leave, so you guys should just stay here obediently." "Can't go out?" Lin Xian frowned. At this moment, a burly man at the side laughed coldly. What was the point of talking to him? He was just an ant. Just kill him. Because Lin Xian and the others were hiding their auras, they didn't know how strong Lin Xian was. As far as they were concerned, such a young man was at most a half-saint. They had 2 sages on their side. Killing such an ant was as easy as blowing off dust. In front, the middle-aged man waved his hand. He stared at Lin Xian and Dreamy. "Kid, you're going to die. How about this? I'll give you a chance to live. Get lost and leave your female companion behind, and I'll spare your life." "Hee, little beauty, looking at you, could it be that you're from the elf clan? Let this saint take good care of you later." The middle-aged man revealed a look of greed. The elf clan was known for their beauty in the universe. Moreover, the elf clan's bloodline was not bad. They were close to nature. If he could get a woman from the elf clan as his partner, it would be very beneficial to his cultivation. Therefore, even this saint was a little tempted. Behind him, the burly man also laughed. Was he from the elf clan? Then you can't eat all of it alone. I want to share. He also walked over. The two sages' eyes shone brightly as the laws surrounded them. The warriors following them sneered. They felt sad for Lin Xian and Dreamy's fate. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. However, before he could say anything, Dreamy, who was next to him, was furious. Go to hell! The wings on her back drew a dreamy ray of light. Like a heavenly blade, it instantly cut the two of them in half. Slash! Two heads flew up, and the sage's blood splattered. It directly pierced through the warriors behind them. Countless screams sounded, and at the same time, their eyes were filled with infinite fear. Who was this person? With a raise of her hand, she cut off the heads of two sages. Damn it, this is bad. The two sages also screamed crazily, and their heads flew back in an instant. They're not ordinary people. There's something wrong with them. Hurry up and catch him. The two of them roared angrily, but they were slapped into a bloody mist by Dreamy. Not only that, the translucent wings on Dreamy's back kept flapping, instantly forming a sacred domain. The bloody mist of the two sages and the warriors in the distance were all enveloped. In the next moment, countless screams sounded, and then the sacred domain disappeared. Everything turned into ashes. Temple Master, let's go. Dreamy turned around and said. Lin Xian nodded and rushed over in a flash. At the same time, he was shocked. This woman is a little violent. But that's good. It saves me the trouble of taking action. The two of them turned into two streams of light, instantly cut through the dark universe, and flew into the distance. When she found that no one was chasing after them for the time being, Dreamy said, Temple Master, I was a little impulsive. I shouldn't have attacked like this. Lin Xian waved his hand. No, you did very well. Because even if you didn't attack, I was prepared to attack. Let's go. As he said that, he took out the spirit boat, and the two of them quickly streaked through the void. Behind them, more than 10 figures came out from the place where the battle had been. They were a few sages. They looked at the scene around them and frowned. Oh no, someone attacked. And a sage has fallen. Damn it, who is it? Is it someone from the Langyus star? Or someone else? I don't know, but it must be related to Lin Xian. Hurry up and investigate. They roared crazily. They quickly set off to search the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Unfortunately, Lin Xian and Dreamy had already left. Next, Lin Xian and the others sat on the spirit boat, cultivating as they flew towards their destination. Although he didn't know the specific location on the star map, he could still identify the general direction. Therefore, he decided to fly to the star field first and then ask about the specific world marked by the red circle. Which world was it? Just like that, a month passed. The cold void of the universe was emotionless and gloomy all year round. Only a few stars were shining brightly. Generally, those who traveled in the universe were powerhouses. However, they only cultivated in seclusion and flew on the spirit boat. After all, such a boring life would drive one crazy after a long time. On this day, there was a change. When Lin Xian and the others passed by a star world, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Then the spirit boat stopped. What's wrong? Temple Master? Dreamy also stood up. Chapter 3444. Lin Xian did not say anything. Instead, he pointed to the outside. Meng Huan's soul stretched out to control the array. She was stunned. It turned out that there was an intense battle in the world closest to them. It seemed like the battle was about to reach the outer realm. Meng Huan frowned. In the distance, the battle was extremely terrifying. The murderous aura shot into the sky. The surrounding sea of blood was still surging. It made people feel like they were in hell. Large cracks appeared in the sky. But right at this moment, a huge palm grabbed out from below. It covered the entire sky and covered the entire sky. A few martial artists who wanted to escape were caught in an instant. Blood gushed out of their wounds as they screamed in agony. Palace Master, should we help? Meng Huan asked doubtfully. This kind of thing was very common. Therefore, she did not understand why Lin Xian stayed here. Was he going to stand up for them? Lin Xian frowned. His eyes flashed with a golden light as he looked into the distance. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stood up abruptly and rushed outside. Meng Huan was stunned when she saw this. She also rushed out. Outside, a few figures escaped from the large palm. One of them was covered in blood and his face was extremely pale. At the same time, a cold voice was heard. Catch Gu Santong. You can't let him escape. The item is in his hands. This voice was filled with endless power of the laws and terrifying murderous intent. It shook the 9 heavens. Then, a flying sword with terrifying murderous intent flew towards the injured youth like a meteor. Not good, Centimran. Young master, I'll block it for you. The 2 elders beside him roared crazily. The injured youth roared, damn it, let's go together. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, he was sent flying. The thunder on the flying sword was too terrifying. Then a cold laugh was heard. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Another 3 flying swords flew towards the young man. Each of them was filled with lightning as they flew towards him. From the looks of it, he wanted to kill the young man on the spot without holding back at all. No, young master, leave quickly. The surrounding experts roared madly, but there was nothing they could do. The 3 flying swords were getting closer and closer to the injured youth. As for the injured youth, he raised his head and roared. I can't accept this. He couldn't accept it. But so what if he was unwilling? This time, there was only 1 saint in their group, and the strongest of the others were only half-saints. But the other party, however, had sent 3 sages. It was already a miracle that they were able to drag it out until now. Was he going to die? I'm the one who harmed you. I'm sorry. The young man gave up on resisting and let out a miserable smile. He was also a peak-level genius, but that was in the past. After coming to the ancient path of stars, he didn't seem so dazzling anymore. This time, for the sake of the opportunity, he gave it his all. But was he still going to fail? Thinking of this, he closed his eyes. The 3 flying swords were extremely fast and arrived in front of him in an instant. He was already able to sense the berserk power that was brought about by them, let alone 3. Just 1 strike was enough to destroy his soul. He had already prepared himself for death. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, because he felt that the 3 extremely terrifying forces of destruction had disappeared in an instant. What was going on? He suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he was stunned, because he found that a figure was standing in front of him. That figure, with his back facing him, stretched out a large golden hand and directly grabbed the 3 flying swords of thunder. The 3 flying swords were like thunder dragons. They kept twisting and turning, trying to break free, but they couldn't do it at all. He was saved. The injured youth's face was full of shock. The surrounding warriors were also stunned. They instantly rushed over. Thank you for saving him, senior. They looked at the figure who made the move and were very excited. The other party had caught such a terrifying attack in an instant. He must be a powerful senior, a powerhouse. The figure in front turned his head and glanced at the injured youth. Brother Gu, long time no see. What? The surrounding people were all stunned. The injured youth's body also trembled, and his eyes widened. You are? Brother Lin, it's you. He was too shocked, because he found that he knew the person in front of him. And before that, they were good friends. However, back then, they were all top geniuses in that world. After they left and went to the ancient Star Road, he didn't see him again. He didn't expect that he would appear here again. That's right, it's me. The person who came was Lin Xian. He looked at the injured youth. This injured youth was none other than one of the Gu family's geniuses, Gu Santong. He was one of Lin Xian's friends in the true spirit world. Back then, Gu Santong should have walked the path of the family, so he didn't stay with Lin Xian. But he didn't expect to see this scene today. In the surroundings, the Gu clan's martial artists were also stunned. It seemed that he was a friend of their young master. That's great. They were saved. However, Gu Santong's face changed instantly. He said, "Brother Lin, leave quickly. There are 3 saints in front. We can't fight them head-on. Leave quickly." "Yes, let's go first." The surrounding people also said, "You want to leave? Do you think you can?" Below, cold laughter sounded. Then, countless figures rushed over. At the front were the 3 saints. These 3 saints stood in 3 different directions, sealing off the space. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the others were all sealed. To think that there would be more helpers. But so what? They were just 2 young juniors, existences that were akin to ants. They could easily kill them. "Brother Gu, what's going on? Why are you being hunted?" Lin Xian was also shocked. That shouldn't be. Gu Santong was a genius of the Gu family, and the Gu family was a family that had produced a great emperor. They were definitely from the emperor family. How could such a clan be hunted down? Could it be that something unexpected had happened? Gu Santong sighed. His face was incomparably lonely. This matter was hard to explain in a few words. Moreover, this wasn't the time to talk about this. Gu Santong looked around. His face was ugly. "Brother Lin, I'm afraid I've implicated you this time." "No worries." Lin Xian shook his head. Then he took out some spiritual wine and spiritual medicine from his storage ring, as well as treasures of heaven and earth for Gu Santong to consume. "Recover first." Then he turned to look at Meng Meng. "Meng Meng, I'll leave the rest to you." "Yes." Meng Meng nodded and walked out. Gu Santong was stunned. The warriors around him were also stunned. What's going on? Shouldn't the most important thing now be to find a way to escape? Why didn't this person do it? Instead, he sent a beautiful girl? Could it be that he thought a thin and weak girl could handle such a situation? What a joke. There are 3 saints on the other side. Chapter 34-45. Sure enough, the 3 sages on the other side also sneered. She really didn't know what was good for her. "Looks like she's an idiot. She doesn't even know who we are. Well, let's kill her in one move." One of the sages raised his hand and sneered at Dreamy. "She's not bad-looking, but she's an idiot. So, there's no need for her to live." His finger was filled with endless nomological laws as it pointed forward. That was the attack of a sage. Under that attack, no one below the level of a sage would be able to survive. Therefore, the people on the other side all sneered. They wanted to see what kind of tragic scene it would be when such a beautiful woman was killed. The people of the Gu family all had their hearts in their throats. Many of them closed their eyes. They felt hopeless. Gu Santong was also so anxious that his face was red. He wanted to say something, but Lin Xian waved his hand. He was very calm. In front, Dreamy was even calmer. Looking at the finger, she revealed a disdainful smile. In the next moment, she raised her jade-like hand and slashed forward with her finger like a knife. The force slashed down and tore the sky. Terrifying energy instantly spread over. The finger nomological law of the sage was torn to pieces. Otherwise, that saint would have been sliced into 2 by a single slash. A miserable scream was heard. It made one's scalp tingle. The scene became extremely strange. The people on the other side were stunned. Heavens, what's going on? One of their sages was cut in half. Although it was only a first heaven sage, it was still an existence that transcended heaven and earth. Everyone below the level of a sage was an ant. How could this woman in front of them be so powerful? Could it be that she was also a sage? At that moment, they were all confused. The people of the Gu family also opened their mouths wide. Their eyeballs almost fell out. Originally, they thought that such a beautiful woman would definitely disappear into thin air, so they all closed their eyes. However, when they opened their eyes and saw the scene, they were also stunned. What a powerful technique. This woman must be a sage. They had all misjudged her. Damn it, who are you people? At that moment, another sage spoke. Since the other party was a saint, then he must be from a big family or a big sect. They had to get to the bottom of this. Firstly, they had to avoid kicking an iron plate. Secondly, they might be implicated. You don't deserve to know. Dreamy said coldly. She could already tell that the people being hunted down were Lin Xian's friends. If they hadn't come, these people would have been killed. Since that was the case, she would definitely not go easy on him. You're courting death. Little doll, you're too arrogant. Tack together. The three saints shouted coldly. They didn't want any undue delay. As far as they were concerned, Lin Xian was nothing to be afraid of. He should be the young master of a large family. This little girl should be a Dao protector. That was probably why his strength was so terrifying. As long as he took down this woman, the rest of the people would be nothing more than ants. The first to make a move was the injured saint. His expression was ice cold, and the laws revolved around him, forming a large furnace. This caused the entire sky to burn as furnace after furnace containing boundless flames descended from the sky, destroying Mengqiu. The other person opened his mouth and spat out countless sound waves. The sound waves turned into blades of the laws, slashing down. The last person slapped out with his palm. The stars, sun, and moon revolved around it. It was extremely mysterious. The third great sage had used his ultimate technique, wanting to kill Dreamy instantly. Not good. Seeing this scene, Gu Santong and the others became nervous again. Although they now knew that Dreamy was also a saint and was very powerful, this was not a one-on-one battle. The other party had three saints attacking together. No matter how powerful Dreamy was, she wouldn't be able to block it. The only one who was calm was Lin Xian. Lin Xian knew that Dreamy was sent to protect him, which meant that she must be very powerful. The three saints of the first heaven couldn't do anything to her. Dreamy didn't say anything. The translucent wings on her back flickered with mysterious power, and the laws revolved around them. She gently danced and turned into two blades of light, slashing forward. These two blades of light carried with them destruction and killing intent. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as they appeared, everyone felt that their souls were about to be split open. Between heaven and earth, two rays of light lit up. Then, everyone couldn't see anything. When they regained their vision, they found that the three sages had been killed. Their bodies and souls had been destroyed. They couldn't be more dead. What? They were all dead? Gu Santong and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Those were three sages. How terrifying. But now, the three saints were lying there like dead dogs, without any signs of life. Who was that woman in front of them? The people of the Gu family were extremely shocked. Could it be that she was really the protector of the young man next to them? The remaining powerhouses on the other side were all stunned. The half-sages started to tremble. The three saints of the first heaven had died in an instant. Run away quickly. In the next moment, they fled like crazy. The woman in front of them was too terrifying. There was no way to stop her. How could Dreamy let these people escape? She shouted and activated her saint domain, enveloping heaven and earth. Countless blades of light flashed. Each of them brought about countless flowers of blood. Almost in the blink of an eye, everyone was killed. In the sky, only the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood were still surging. As for Dreamscape, she withdrew her saint domain. Not a speck of dust could be seen on her body, not even a drop of blood. The people of the Gu family looked at this scene and were extremely shocked. At the same time, they were extremely envious. If their young master Santong had such a Dao protector expert by his side, that would be great. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened again. They couldn't believe what they saw. In front of them, the beautiful woman came to Lin Xian's side and said respectfully, "Temple Master, are you satisfied with what I've done?" "Not bad." Lin Xian nodded, and then Dreamy stood respectfully behind Lin Xian. This scene stunned the people of the Gu family. What was going on? Was she not a protector? To be honest, they couldn't believe it either. That was because guardians were usually very arrogant. Basically, they wouldn't make a move unless it was a matter of life and death. But this woman in front of them was so respectful to this young man. This was not the style of a protector at all. Instead, she looked like a follower. Who was this person? What was the background of this young man? They all looked at Gu Santong. Gu Santong was still in shock at this moment, but after being pushed by his elder, he immediately came back to his senses. Chapter 3446. He took a deep breath and was just about to say something. Lin Xian said, "Brother Gu, let's not talk about it. Let's leave this place first." "All right." Gu Santong nodded. Next, they followed Lin Xian into the spirit ship. Then, it quickly flew across the universe and disappeared into the darkness. After entering the spirit ship and completely leaving, Gu Santong and the elders of the Gu family finally heaved a sigh of relief. They began to swallow elixirs to recover from their injuries. However, most of them were fixated on Lin Xian. Among them, a few elders said, "Sir Santong, you haven't introduced this sir yet?" "Yes, this is the great benefactor of our Gu family." "You don't have to say that. Brother Gu and I are good friends, and we both came from the same stellar realm. Naturally, we have to help each other." Good friends with Sir Santong, and we both came from the quintessential world. The elders of the Gu family were all stunned. Gu Santong swallowed 2 elixirs and nodded. "That's right. Don't you recognize him? Brother Lin was the Central Emperor." "Central Emperor? Lin Xian. It's him." The surrounding elders of the Gu family were stunned at first, then they all sucked in a breath of cold air. How could they not know? He was one of the top 5 peerless geniuses of the quintessential world. Eastern Sage, Southern Emperor, Northern Demon, Western Buddha, and Central Emperor. The Central Wilderness was Lin Xian. They did not expect to meet an old friend here and be saved by him. Lin Xian frowned and asked, "Brother Gu, what happened? Did something happen to the Gu family? Why are you being hunted down?" To be honest, he was very confused. A genius of the Emperor family being hunted down was really too unbelievable. Hearing this, Gu Santong smiled bitterly. "It's not that something happened to the family, it's me." "You, what happened to you?" "When I was in the quintessential world, I was considered a top genius. After leaving the ancient path of stars, my talent was not the best. More importantly, before leaving the ancient path of stars, I challenged the divine body of the Gu family. In the end, he was injured by him. Moreover, because of my challenge, the godly body was extremely angry and started to suppress me. This caused me to gradually break away from the core circle of the Gu clan. Later, after leaving the ancient starry sky path, the support I received from my family gradually decreased. Some time ago, I happened to get some news about the void demonic beasts, so I decided to take a gamble and brought some people to explore. In the end, I really did find a void beast skin. However, I was chased by other experts and thought that I was dead for sure. I didn't expect you to come and save me at the last moment." Gu Santong's explanation was concise, but Lin Xian already understood. It seemed that Gu Santong had offended someone, and the person he had offended was the godly physique of his own family. The Gu clan was an imperial clan, and the godhood of the Gu clan was similar to Leaf Doudinier's status in the Yi clan. Therefore, if Gu Santong offended such a person, he would end up badly. Fortunately, Gu Santong was already qualified to leave the ancient path of the stars. Otherwise, it would be even worse. Not only that, the godly physique secretly tried to kill us, but we were lucky and escaped. The elders beside them could not bear to watch any longer. It was obvious that things were not as simple as they seemed. Lin Xian only had to think about it to know that such a battle between big clans would be extremely dangerous. Gu Santong was lucky to be able to survive until now. "So what are your plans now?" Lin Xian asked. Gu Santong sighed. What plans could he have? As long as the godly physique was in the Gu clan, he had no chance and no right to go back. Moreover, he wanted to say something, but he suddenly sighed and shook his head. Forget it, he would not say it. "Oh right, Brother Lin, why are you here?" Gu Santong asked. Lin Xian said that he had recently obtained a treasure map, so he wanted to come and explore it. He took out the map and pointed to the star circled in red. "It should be nearby, but I am not sure." "This is the Great Yen planet," Gu Santong exclaimed. After Lin Xian heard this, he was also stunned. Then he asked, "You know this star world?" Gu Santong nodded. "That's right, this is the Great Yen planet, because I am in this star world." "You are there?" Lin Xian was surprised, but he soon smiled. "It seems that I am really lucky." Then I will disturb you for a few days. Brother Lin, you are still so polite with me. You are my savior. I originally wanted to invite you to my place. I must treat you well. Since he already knew that this was the star world, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He immediately changed directions and flew towards the Great Yen planet. Soon, they arrived at the Great Yen planet. The Great Yen planet was also a famous star world. There were many powerhouses and many sages. It could be said that martial arts were very good. Gu Santong had a certain amount of power on the Great Yen planet, so he quickly arrived at a spirit vein. In the next few days, Gu Santong really treated Lin Xian well. The two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about. Furthermore, they had also discussed some matters regarding the martial path. Gu Santong was only a half-sage, while Lin Xian was already a sage. After a few conversations, Gu Santong benefited a lot, which made him very happy. Next, Gu Santong tried to go into seclusion, while Lin Xian and Lin Xian prepared to walk around the Great Yen planet. This was because the beast's skin only showed a star world. As for what was in this world, he did not know. However, Lin Xian did not care too much. Treasure hunting was all about excitement. Although he did not know what the final treasure was, he did not know. However, to be able to come here and meet Gu Santong was already a huge stroke of luck for him. Even if he could not find the treasure, Lin Xian felt that it was worth it. After all, in the true spirit world he did not have many friends. Besides Gu Santong, there was also No Flower and Yi Wudao, who were on good terms with him. However, these old friends were scattered all over the universe. It was not easy to meet them. Moreover, Lin Xian felt that if this map allowed him to meet Gu Santong, he might be able to find some other opportunities. Lin Xian brought Lin Xian and wandered around the Great Yen planet. After nearly a month, he understood the local customs of the Great Yen planet. He also had a new understanding of the heavenly Tao. Unknowingly, his strength had also increased steadily. After more than a month, Lin Xian once again returned to Gu Santong's place. After he returned, he felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. It seemed to be a little heavy. What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that something had happened again? At this time, an elder walked over and said respectfully, "Young Master Lin has returned." "Seventh Elder, what's going on? Why do I feel that the atmosphere is a little strange?" Chapter 3447. These days, Lin Xian had gotten to know them better. These were Gu Santong's most loyal clansmen. Therefore, Lin Xian did not treat them as strangers. Seventh Elder said in a low voice. Young Master Lin had sharp eyes. Today was indeed a little different, because there were guests. Guests? Lin Xian paused. Were they here to look for Santong? That's right, they were here to look for the young master. You don't look too happy. Could it be that you're hiding something from me? Seventh Elder sighed and did not say anything. Instead, he brought Lin Xian and Lin Xian to a courtyard. The scenery was beautiful, but there were not many people. Lin Xian understood Seventh Elder's intentions when he arrived. There was no one in this courtyard, but there was someone in the courtyard opposite. From here, Lin Xian could clearly see what was going on in the courtyard opposite. At this moment he saw Gu Santong sitting there with a dark expression. Gu Santong's aura was stronger than it had been a month ago. Obviously, the martial arts exchange had been of great help to Gu Santong. This should have been something to be happy about, but Gu Santong did not seem happy at all. Instead, there was an extremely solemn expression on his face. This made Lin Xian realize that things were not so simple. Who was it? Who could give Gu Santong so much pressure? Not far from Gu Santong sat a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man was tall and slender, with a hooked nose and a cold expression on his face. They seemed to be discussing something. Lin Xian's soul was very strong, so he could instantly hear what they were talking about. However, from the looks of it, the conversation between the two of them was basically coming to an end, so Lin Xian only heard a few sentences. Young Master Gu, this is not something you can resist. Therefore, I advise you not to resist. Gu Santong sat there without a word. At this moment, the middle-aged man spoke again. I have conveyed your message. I hope young Master Gu will not be late. Having said that, he stood up and strode away. It seemed that he did not care about Gu Santong at all. Lin Xian watched the entire process. However, that middle-aged man was completely unaware that someone was inspecting him. After the middle-aged man left, Gu Santong's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura, and the void around him fluctuated rapidly. It was clear that he was furious. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he took a deep breath and said to Fantasy, "Fantasy, you go back first. I'll go talk to him myself." As he spoke, he walked toward the courtyard. "Brother Lin, you're back." Originally, Gu Santong's aura was very frightening. It was as if his entire body had merged into the void, becoming extremely frightening. He was originally a genius disciple of the Gu clan and cultivated the Great Void technique created by the Void Emperor. This was a spatial technique. It was extremely terrifying. When he sensed the figure before him, he walked out of the void, and the power of the void around him disappeared quickly. "Who was that person just now? Was there any conflict between you two?" Lin Xian asked. Gu Santong was stunned. "You heard everything?" Lin Xian said, "I heard a little, but I don't know the details. If you trust me, you can tell me. I might have a way to help you." Gu Santong smiled bitterly. "Brother Lin, how can I not trust you? You saved my life. However, this matter was too difficult to talk about. Forget it. You'll know soon enough. I'll tell you." Next, Gu Santong gave a simple explanation. Lin Xian understood everything after hearing it and then frowned. It turned out that Gu Santong had come to the Great Yen planet from the ancient Star Road. In order to gain a foothold on the Great Yen planet, their bloodline decided to form a marriage alliance with a very powerful clan. Gu Santong did not agree at first. However, because of him, the divine body not only suppressed him, but also their bloodline. Not to mention the ancient void scripture, even if it was any of our country's techniques, I would not reveal it to them. Then what was the agreement you made before? Lin Xian asked again. Chapter 3448. Gu Santong thought, "It's that woman, the woman who wants to marry me. She probably can't wait any longer and is rushing me to complete the marriage." "Oh, someone from the Shadowless clan? That's good. I want to see who dares to be so bold as to covet the Void Emperor's secret technique inheritance." A cold glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. To be honest, he was furious. Gu Santong was his friend, and the other party dared to scheme against his friend. He couldn't accept it. Moreover, he also came from the true spirit world, and the Void Emperor was the emperor of the true spirit world. Lin Xian was naturally displeased that the other worlds were trying to take advantage of their world. Therefore, he wanted to see what the Shadowless clan was capable of to be so arrogant. "Brother Lin, what do you mean?" Gu Santong looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian smiled. "Didn't he want to see you? Let's meet." "Don't worry, with me here, I won't let the Gu clan's inheritance leak out." Good. Gu Santong was also excited, and hope returned to his eyes. He knew that Lin Xian was very strong now, and he seemed to have a powerful force behind him. If Lin Xian could help, it would be best. He said, "Hero, I know we are friends, but if we fight, the implications will be too great. However, if you can really help me get out of this marriage, I can give you a scroll of the Gu clan's ancient scripture as a reward." Hearing this, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. That was the Emperor clan's ancient scripture. However, he quickly said, "I thought the Gu clan's inheritance couldn't be leaked. You're going against the rules." Gu Santong said, "Don't worry, I won't break the rules. The core of the Gu clan is the Void Emperor's ancient void scripture. I only touched the surface and I don't even have the right to touch the core. Therefore, I can't leak it." Of course, other than the Emperor, the Gu clan also gave birth to countless saints. They also created countless secret techniques and mystiques based on the ancient void scripture. Of course, these were also very precious divine abilities and secret techniques. Normally, the Gu family would not leak this information to outsiders. However, there were exceptions. For example, if the Gu clan is indebted to someone, we will give them a divine ability as a form of gratitude. This had happened 3 times in the history of the clan. Therefore, I'm not breaking the family's rules by giving you an ancient scripture divine ability. So that was the case. Lin Xian understood. Although it was not the void scripture, it was the most crucial secret technique. However, it was also a divine ability created by a saint expert of the Gu clan. Its power was also extremely terrifying. Moreover, what the Gu family gave him must have something to do with spatial magic. Space mystiques were extremely powerful mystiques, so how could Lin Xian not be excited? One had to know that the Shadowless clan was aiming for these secret arts. Lin Xian rejoiced inwardly. This kind of ancient scripture was not passed down to outsiders. In history, the Gu family had only passed it down to their benefactors 3 times. Perhaps, this would be the 4th time for Lin Xian. This was an extremely rare opportunity, so Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, with me here, I won't let the Shadowless clan succeed." The Celestial Linxian Pavilion was a very famous holy land on the Great Yen planet. The Celestial Linxian Pavilion was a building built by intersecting 3 top-grade spirit veins. The spiritual energy was very rich. There were even heaven and earth anomalies. It could be said that it was a place that all powerhouses on the Great Yen planet dreamed of. However, those who were able to come here were all extraordinary. Other than the peerless experts, only the top clans and sects were able to come here. Outside the Celestial Linxian Pavilion stood 2 young figures. They were Lin Xian and Gu Santong. The 2 of them discussed for a while and decided to go. The newcomers stopped. A cold voice came from inside the Celestial Linxian Pavilion. The surrounding sword chi formed illusions of an azure dragon and a white tiger. These were all extremely terrifying techniques and arrays. If there were any strange movements, they would instantly kill the person. Even a saint would not dare to act wildly here. Lin Xian and the young man stopped, and the face of an old man appeared from within, looking down at the 2 of them condescendingly. This was the Celestial Linxian Pavilion. Not just anyone could enter. Do you 2 have an identity jade token? Ordinary people could not come to such a place. Even some saints could not come. Unless you had a reputation that resounded throughout the entire star realm, or you were recommended by a top family and had an identity jade token, you could enter. I'm here to see Hua Feiyu of the Shadowless clan. As he spoke, Gu Santong took out a token. It was the token that the middle-aged man had given him. The old face in front of them carefully looked at the token, then nodded. "Please." As he spoke, the array in front of them split open. Countless rays of light flashed, forming a colorful passage. The 2 of them strode in. After entering, even Lin Xian exclaimed. He had to admit that the layout of the Celestial Linxian Pavilion was exquisite. The array around it was of the world level. Even a saint would not dare to act wildly here. More importantly, there were 3 supreme-grade spiritual veins gathered together. The pure energy they emitted shocked him greatly. They really knew how to enjoy life. He did not expect the Great Yen planet to have such a supreme-grade place. If he could cultivate here all year round, the efficiency would be really high. In addition, the guards and deacons inside were all half-sages. There were even saints. The standard was so high that it was shocking. After Lin Xian entered, he was led in by a half-sage deacon. After walking for about half an hour, they came to the front. In front of them was a very majestic palace. The buildings were engraved with Tao patterns. They were densely packed and carried with them the mysterious power of heaven and earth. This was the work of a saint. At this moment, there was a jade platform in front of the palace. Similarly, it was formed with patterns of Tao patterns. On one side of the jade platform sat a woman in a pink dress. She sat there with her hair hanging down to her waist. At this moment, she stretched out her slender hands and was cutting flowers. She was not cutting ordinary flowers, but spirit flowers that were around 7,000 years old. Lin Xian recognized it at a glance. It was called the peace bloom flower. It had a strong effect on the growth of one's soul. Smelling this flower for years could unknowingly increase one's soul power. It was very precious. On the vase that was engraved with Tao patterns, there were several bouquets of peace bloom flowers. They were all around 7,000 years old. At this moment, The woman in pink was holding a palm-sized dragon scissors and carefully cutting the flowers. She looked very leisurely. But Lin Xian could see that she was cultivating. Every movement seemed casual, but it carried with it the Tao of heaven and earth. Chapter 3449. She was cultivating, which meant that she was a saint. She was comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. This woman should be Gu Santong's fiancée, the little princess of the Shadowless clan, Hua Feiyu. After Lin Xian and Gu Santong arrived, the deacon who had led them left. In the hall, other than the two of them, there was only Hua Feiyu, who was still cutting flowers. A middle-aged man stood in the distance. It was the man who had met Gu Santong before. At this moment, he had a long sword hanging from his waist. His aura was faint, but it was obvious that he was watching the situation in the hall. If there was the slightest movement, he would intervene. Gu Santong frowned slightly. He was already here, but the other party did not seem to have any intention of paying attention to him. This made him a little angry. He was about to open his mouth to say something, but Lin Xian gently pulled him back, stopping him. At the same time, Lin Xian transmitted a message to him, telling him not to rush. Let's see what she is up to. After Gu Santong heard the message, he calmed down. With Lin Xian by his side, he was not as uneasy as before. The two of them waited like this for 7 days and 7 nights. During this time, no one moved. Only Hua Feiyu, who was in front, continued to cut flowers. Finally, on the 8th day, when the sun rose, Hua Feiyu let go of the dragon sword in her hand. She raised her head, a strange light in her eyes. Santong, you're here. This time, you're not the same as before. I didn't expect you to be able to wait for so long. Gu Santong snorted coldly and did not say anything. However, he was very unhappy. He had been here for a long time and had waited for 7 days and 7 nights. This damned woman, she was obviously trying to show him who was the boss. Hua Feiyu was very calm. She glanced at Gu Santong, then looked at the peace bloom in front of her. From the beginning to the end, she had not looked at Lin Xian. In her opinion, he was not even worth mentioning. She didn't even care much about Gu Santong. If it weren't for his identity and the fact that he had inherited the martial technique, she probably wouldn't even have bothered to look at an ant like him. There is still a month before our wedding. Go back and prepare for it. My Shadowless clan is a peak family of the Grand Spill planet. Your Gu clan cannot lose face for our Shadowless clan. Wedding? Gu Santong sneered. Hua Feiyu, you think too highly of yourself. Don't think that I don't know what your family is planning. Today, I can tell you clearly that I will not marry you. After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in the distance was stunned. Then, his face instantly darkened. As for Hua Feiyu, she also stopped what she was doing. She once again raised her hand as her voice became ice-cold. I can take that as a joke and I didn't hear it. Now, go back and prepare for the wedding. Are you deaf? I said I won't marry you. Gu Santong roared again. His voice was like a clap of thunder. Give me a reason. I won't let your Shadowless clan scheme succeed. You're too young and hot-headed. You're too reckless. What do you think my Shadowless clan is? You think you can refuse just because you want to? I won't marry you today. What can you do about it? Gu Santong steeled his heart. Hua Feiyu wasn't angry. Instead, she waved her hand and said to the middle-aged man without looking back, letting him out. When the middle-aged man heard this, he sneered and took out a pagoda. Then, he formed a seal with his palms and the pagoda continued to grow. Inside the pagoda, there was a figure floating up and down, suspended in mid-air by the chains of law. It was a youth with delicate features who was suspended in the air. His face was full of fear. Damn it. Gu Santong stood up immediately. You dare kidnap my brother? He was instantly enraged. That's right, this child was Gu Santong's brother. He had followed Gu Santong and his family to the Grand Spill planet. But he didn't expect that they would kidnap his brother and treat him like this. Gu Santong was instantly enraged. His body emitted a terrifying aura, as if he was about to attack. When the middle-aged man saw this, he sneered and took a step forward. A terrifying wave of law surged out. This caused Gu Santong's expression to change. A mere half-sage didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of him. That middle-aged man was a sage. Damn it. Hua Feiyu. What is the meaning of this? Gu Santong stared at the woman in front of him. The black-clothed woman said indifferently, "Very simple. Now, go back obediently and stay in your family. We'll hold the wedding in a month. If everything goes well, I'll let your brother go. If you and your family do anything out of the ordinary, I can guarantee that your brother's soul will be destroyed." "How dare you?" Gu Santong roared like a madman. Hua Feiyu's expression was indifferent. "There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll only say this once. If you don't want your brother's life, you can do it." This time, Gu Santong didn't say anything else. He immediately made his move. He instantly used the secret space technique to arrive at the bottom of the tower. His speed was extremely fast. It was as if he had opened a space portal. Once he appeared, he was in front of his brother. The great void handprint grabbed at the chain of law, intending to shatter it. Boom! The sound of an intense collision was heard. A terrifying wave of energy swept out in all directions. Suddenly, the power of the law exploded. Gu Santong was sent flying. His chi and blood churned, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Throughout the entire process, the middle-aged man and Hua Feiyu didn't move. Seeing this, Hua Feiyu chuckled. "I have to say, you're really a piece of trash. If it weren't for your status, do you think I'd marry a piece of trash like you? All right, I'll forgive you this time. Go back obediently. Damn it. You really deserve to die." Gu Santong was furious. His eyes were red and his body was trembling. He hated himself for being so weak. If he was a saint, then he would have been able to save her brother just now. But now, not only did he fail to save her brother, he was injured by that wave of energy. He was a joke to others. Go back? Why should I go back? At this moment, a voice rang out. At the same time, a hand was placed on Gu Santong's shoulder. Gu Santong was stunned. He felt a warm energy coming from his body. He turned to look at Lin Xian. A glimmer of hope returned to his eyes. In front, Hua Feiyu also frowned. She looked at Lin Xian. "I'm talking to your master. What right do you have to speak as a servant? Open your mouth." Hua Feiyu was furious. To be honest, she didn't even think highly of Gu Santong, let alone the person Gu Santong brought. In her opinion, the person Gu Santong brought was nothing special. At most, he was a servant of the Gu family. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, she didn't feel any powerful aura from him. Now, even Gu Santong didn't dare to refute her. A servant dared to refute her will. This was an act of suicide. Chapter 3450. Hearing Hua Feiyu's words, the middle-aged man waved his hand. In the sky, countless laws formed a hand of laws and slapped towards Lin Xian. This was the power of the laws of heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Not to mention a slap, this attack could turn someone into a bloody mist. Feeling the power of this palm, Gu Santong's face changed. It was too terrifying. He could not even breathe. Oh no, brother Linduj. He wanted to explain Lin Xian's identity, but it was too late. At the same time, he was extremely worried. Although he knew that Lin Xian was powerful, he had never seen Lin Xian's true strength. The last time they met, it was the woman beside Lin Xian who attacked. This time, they did not bring the woman with them. Therefore, he was not sure if Lin Xian could withstand the attack of a saint. In fact, he subconsciously felt that he could not withstand it. That was why she shouted so loudly. "Humph, what an idiot." Seeing this, Hua Feiyu shook her head and laughed coldly. Even Gu Santong could not withstand this attack, let alone a servant of the Gu family. The middle-aged saint who attacked also smiled coldly. "Fine, let's kill this ant. Let's see if Gu Santong still dares to behave atrociously in front of us in the future." The only one who was calm was Lin Xian. He looked at the sword of laws descending from the sky with a calm expression. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed upwards. Previously, Lin Xian did not make a move, because he felt that the time was not right. But later, not only did the other party threaten Gu Santong, he even captured Gu Santong's younger brother. He even wanted to kill him. At this moment, Lin Xian moved. Boom! On Lin Xian's palm, balls of golden Dao patterns appeared. Like burning golden flames, they reached out to grab the space in front of them. This power caused Gu Santong to be stunned once again. He kept retreating, because the power of this palm was too terrifying. The entire void instantly sank. This scene was very strange. It was as if the entire space had stopped. Only the two palms kept moving. Boom! When the two palms collided, there was the sound of thousands of lightning bolts. Countless cracks spread between heaven and earth. The terrifying power formed black holes. What was even more frightening was that the palm of laws in the sky was broken into pieces. Not only that, but the middle-aged saint who attacked also kept retreating. His palm was bleeding and his entire arm was trembling. Then he exploded into a mist of blood. In fact, when Gu Santong attacked, the guards of the Celestial Lin Pavilion had already gathered here. But they saw Hua. He did not make a move and did not move too far away. Later on, they saw that Lin Xian had a look of disdain on his face when he made his move. But the scene before their eyes, they were really shocked Lin. A saint was injured. Moreover, he had been lightly struck by the other party's palm. This was unbelievable. Gu Santong also widened his eyes in disbelief. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but he did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Lin Xian's attack was broken so easily. This meant that Lin Xian was at least a saint, or at least had the combat strength of a saint. There was another person who was shocked. That person was Hua Feiyu. At this moment, the Jiao dragon scissors in her hand fell onto the white jade bracelet again. But she did not notice it at all. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. How could this be? Shadowless upper spirit was injured. This was simply too inconceivable. One should know that the middle-aged man she was with was a first heaven sage. Moreover, he was a middle-stage first heaven sage. His strength was terrifying. In her opinion, no one in Gu Santong's faction could withstand this attack. But now, a young man beside Gu Santong had managed to withstand it. Not only did he withstand it, but he also injured Shadowless upper spirit. This scene was like a dream to her. It did not feel real. Lin Xian retracted his hand and a smile appeared on his face as he walked forward. In a few steps, he arrived in front of the white jade platform. Then he picked up a peace bloom flower and sniffed it. Then, he said calmly, "You dare to be arrogant in front of me with such strength? You must be tired of living." Since Brother Gu said that he does not want to get married, no one can force him. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but it was unquestionable. "For you." Hua Feiyu finally regained her senses. She looked at the young man who was very close to her and was extremely shocked. Until now, she had not figured out his strength. It was too strange. He was unfathomable. "You don't deserve to know who I am. You only need to know that from now on, this brother of mine will not be threatened by your family. Moreover, no one can threaten him. Damn kid, you're courting death." Behind him, the middle-aged man, Shadowless upper spirit, roared. He was actually injured by a brat. This was something he could not accept. Moreover, Lin Xian was being so arrogant. No one can threaten the Shadowless tribe. In the next moment, he roared and threw his palm at Lin Xian again. This time, his palm became extremely strange. There were simply no traces of it at all. Thus, no one knew where it would appear from. This was the specialty of the Shadowless tribe. It was similar to the void technique. However, Lin Xian did not care. A golden light appeared in his eyes. Then, with a slight tap of his foot, his body moved away in an instant. At the place where he was originally standing, a terrifying giant palm appeared and tore the void apart. What? He dodged it? That's impossible! Shadowless upper spirit screamed. How could Lin Xian dodge my shadowless palm? One had to know that the shadowless palm was completely traceless. Could it be that the other party had noticed it in advance? He could not believe it. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. He said coldly, "I don't know who you are, nor do I know your relationship with Gu Santong. But let me tell you, the Shadowless tribe is not to be trifled with. The Shadowless tribe is the royal tribe of the 10,000 Archean tribes. Even in the Great Yen planet, we are one of the top families. Are you sure you want to start a war with the Shadowless tribe? Let's not talk about the entire tribe. Just the top prodigies of the Shadowless tribe are not people you can fight against. Speaking of this, Hua Feiyu's eyes were full of arrogance. Lin Xian smiled. Oh, who is the prodigy of the Shadowless tribe? I've never heard of him. Then I can only say that you're ignorant. Hua Feiyu snorted. His eyes were full of arrogance. The top prodigy of the Shadowless tribe is called Shadowless Chin. Thank you, Golden Peach Blossom, for your tip. I have wine, will you come with me? Tip. Asterisk working hard, looking to the future asterisk, tip. Once the user returns the item, it's not a reward. The user had only tipped once. Gift from user Chen Xiaoyang. Tip from user Loan 1 Yang1. Users have been wanting to tip for a long time. Tip. Stupid bear. Tip. Tip. User Gao Feng outside the city tipped. Chapter 3452. Hua Feiyu trembled in fear and did not dare to resist. Her heart was filled with fear. She was afraid that the other party would attack. Although she was also a sage, she was only at the beginner first heaven. Even a sage at the middle first heaven was instantly killed by the other party. How could she be a match for him? If the other party attacked at this time, she would not be able to escape death. She opened her small mouth and wanted to say something, but she could not make a sound. It was as if the Grim Reaper had grabbed her neck. At this time, a sage from the Celestial Advent Pavilion spoke. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Lin Xian did not pay attention to the sage at all. Instead, he looked at Hua Feiyu with a faint smile on his face. Now, you should know who I am, right? Hua Feiyu swallowed her saliva with difficulty. Although Lin Xian did not emit any terrifying aura now, she could not breathe. However, she couldn't breathe anymore. She would be an idiot if she still didn't know who the other party was. Lin Wudi, you are Lin Wudi. Her voice was filled with endless fear and trembling. What, Lin Wudi? The surrounding experts and sages from the Spirit Immortal Pavilion were also stunned. They were not unfamiliar with this name at all because Lin Wudi had long been famous on the ancient road of the stars. First, he defeated Yen Nantian and then stirred up a storm in the void ocean. Now, countless experts were looking for him. But they did not expect that he would be here. He had appeared in the Great Yen planet. And the moment he appeared, he had killed a sage. These people felt their scalps go numb. Fortunately, they did not rush forward rashly. Otherwise, they would be dead now. These people were filled with shock and fear. They did not dare to go forward at all. Many of them even took a few steps back. Su Chen stretched out a finger and gently flicked it. A ray of sword chi shattered the chains of law on the tower in front of him. Then he said, "Santong, take your brother away. Leave this to me." Gu Santong nodded. He already knew that Lin Xian was very powerful. These people would definitely not dare to attack, so he did not hesitate and went forward to save his brother. Then he brought her out. When he left the spiritual celestial pavilion, Gu Santong's heart was filled with shock. He had never thought that Lin Xian would have such a reputation. Just his name alone was enough to make the people around him not dare to make a move. It was easy to imagine what Lin Xian had gone through before. The two of them were friends, and even though there was a difference in their strength, he didn't think that it would be too much of a difference. But now, he could only laugh bitterly. He was still a half-sage, while Lin Xian had become a sage. Moreover, his name shook the 10,000 realms. Those older generation experts all acknowledged allegiance to him. The gap between them was simply too huge. However, he was not jealous. All he had was determination. He had to move forward on the path of martial arts. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and flew into the distance. In the distance, the elders of the Gu clan were already waiting. They were very worried about Gu Santong's safety. When they saw Gu Santong come out, they heaved a sigh of relief. They had asked, "Did he not come out?" As expected, Gu Santong recounted what had happened. When the elders of the Gu clan heard this, they all gasped. "Heavens, young Master Lin is Lin Wudi. It's really him. I should have guessed it." Many elders were shocked. However, Gu Santong said that although Brother Lin was Lin Wudi, he was very powerful and could intimidate these people. But the Shadowless clan is definitely one of the top clans. If there was a conflict, even Brother Lin would not be able to handle it. "Young Master, don't worry about this. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to handle it. But Lin Wudi can definitely do it. Even the Vermilion Bird Palace could not kill him. Let alone the Shadowless clan." Moreover, many big clans and factions wanted to kill Lin Wudi. But Lin Wudi was still alive and well. Moreover, those who dared to provoke Lin Wudi all had terrible endings. If the Shadowless clan really dared to go against Lin Wudi, they would probably suffer heavy losses. Those elders were all very excited. They had heard all kinds of legends about Lin Wudi. Now that they knew that it was Lin Wudi, they were very excited. Seeing that their clan elders were so excited, Gu Santong was even more shocked. It seemed that he had underestimated Lin Xian's reputation. Previously, their elders were very afraid of the Shadowless clan. But now, it seemed that no one was optimistic about the Shadowless clan. Instead, they were optimistic about Lin Wudi. What kind of strength did he have to make these elders think like this? Gu Santong was extremely shocked. He could not help but turn his head to look at the Ling Xian pavilion in the distance. The Ling Xian pavilion was still silent. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes were on Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu's face was extremely pale. It was as if she was being stared at by a peerless beast. The blood in her body was about to condense. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead and streaked across her beautiful face. "What do you want? If you touch me, the Shadowless clan will not let you off." Hua Feiyu could only threaten him. "Did you know? Those who have threatened me are all dead. For example, the Great Demon, and some of the geniuses that you have heard of." Hearing this, Hua Feiyu's heart thumped. She knew that he was right. Lin Wudi's battle achievements were like thunder to her ears. If she dared to provoke him, he would definitely kill her with one slap. Although the Shadowless clan was strong, so what? Which top sect did not want to kill him? But he was still alive and well. So she knew that threatening him was useless. Hua Feiyu took a deep breath. "Young Master Lin, I was wrong this time. I apologize to you. And I promise that from now on, I will not have any ideas about Gu Santong. Please spare my life." When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all stunned. They were dumbfounded. What did they just see? The princess of the Shadowless clan, the high and mighty queen, was lowering her head to someone at this moment. And she was begging for mercy. This scene was simply like a dream. Su Chen's lips curled up. He knew that Gu Santong's matter had been resolved. He was about to say something, but at this moment, Black Mountain spoke. "Kid, there's something wrong. The girl in front of you is not ordinary. She seems to be hiding something in her body." Hearing Black Mountain's voice transmission, Lin Xian frowned and revealed a trace of surprise. Black Mountain was the great sage. He was knowledgeable, so he could naturally see many key problems. Lin Xian said, "What was it? Could it be the soul mark of a sage? Something to protect one's life?" he asked. Usually, he knew that top geniuses like this would have a life-saving talisman of their clan's ancestor. However, he was not too concerned about this. It was just a life-saving talisman. It could not do anything to him. However, He Shan told him through voice transmission that he wasn't. Chapter 3453. It wasn't? Lin Xian was stunned. If it wasn't a life-saving talisman, then what was it? It was a soul, a very weak soul. He Shan said telepathically. "A remnant soul? Just like you." Lin Xian was surprised. He Shan said, "It's not the same. It has an extremely strong death aura. It shouldn't exist in this world. It's just that for some reason, it survived in this woman's body. He Shan sneered. Perhaps even this woman herself didn't know that there was such a soul in her body. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There's such a thing? He asked. What does that have to do with us? Just kill this woman. No, I'm very curious. Who is it that came up with such a method? Kid, although I promised you to be by your side to assist you, I also want to be resurrected one day. So I'm very interested in this method. Although I may not do it, maybe I can get some inspiration from it. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. A cold light appeared in his eyes. You can take action and grab that soul. Okay, but help me cover it up. He Shan said telepathically. Hearing this, Lin Xian stretched out his palm. A black aura appeared on it, like a ghost aura. It was very scary. He grabbed at Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu screamed like crazy, her face full of horror. Is he going to kill me? Is he really going to do it? Spare my life, she screamed. The surrounding people were also stunned. If they killed Hua Feiyu, they would definitely start a war with the Shadowless clan. This time, Lin Wudi was really strong. But soon they were stunned. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. She saw that the black palm passed through her body, but she was not injured. What's going on? She widened her beautiful eyes. The next moment, her whole body trembled because she found that the black palm was pulling out of her body. At the same time, a black shadow came out. It was a very strange black shadow. It seemed that the latter wanted to return to her body. What's going on? Hua Feiyu was stunned. Why is there such a shadow in my body? This was too unbelievable. While she was in a daze, the black shadow suddenly let out a miserable shriek. After that, the entire space darkened as if it had turned into hell. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard all around. The terrifying aura made the surrounding sages feel numb. What did he give birth to? Everyone in the celestial Lin Pavilion was stunned. Many of them were trembling in fear. Hua Feiyu was even more stunned. Lin Xian sneered as he activated his great dragon sword soul. Sharp sword chi pierced out in all directions. Immediately, the miserable cries became even more terrifying. Hua Feiyu also revealed a pained expression. Half of the black shadow's body had left, and there was still a pair of legs inside her body. However, at this moment, a few Dao patterns suddenly lit up on her body and formed an array formation. She firmly locked onto the black shadow and seemed to want to stop it from escaping. Not only that, but Hua Feiyu's bloodline power was also stimulated out of nowhere. Hua Feiyu was stunned. He did not move at all. This was all controlled by someone else. What was going on? The black shadow in her body was actually able to control the power of her blood. Soul locking array? He Shan sneered, not caring at all. He did not care about a mere soul locking array. The black claw slapped a few times and all of them were aimed at the vital points of the soul locking array. When Lin Xian saw this, he immediately unleashed his dragon-shaped sword chi and shattered those vital points. With a crack, the entire soul locking array was smashed into pieces. Hua Feiyu's body trembled. The black shadow was completely pulled out. Between heaven and earth, an extremely terrifying roar rang out. Then, the black shadow rushed out of the celestial Lin Pavilion, wanting to escape. However, how could Lin Xian let it escape? Countless dragon-shaped sword chi intertwined to form a dragon sword sacred realm, completely sealing off all the space. The black shadow crashed into the sword chi and let out a miserable cry. It quickly retreated, its face full of fear. These sword chis were capable of annihilating everything. There was no way this soul could escape. At this moment, He Shan also moved. Soul sealing seal. Between heaven and earth, countless Dao inscriptions formed a seal, shrouding towards the black soul. The soul wanted to resist, but after being slashed a few times by the sword chi, it became extremely weak and was finally sealed. Did you succeed? Lin Xian asked telepathically. He Shan nodded, revealing a smile. But soon she frowned. Wait a moment, kid, chase all the people around out. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. Then he snorted coldly, "Get lost if you don't want to die." The sword chi circled around, and all the people around him retreated. Even the sages were pushed out. Lin Xian took out an array and directly shrouded the entire space. The next moment he asked, "What's wrong?" "It's not over yet. It's more complicated than I thought." As she spoke, He Shan looked at Hua Feiyu. Xian also looked over. At this moment, Hua Feiyu was already sitting on the ground, paralyzed. Her face became extremely pale. She was stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. Now, when she felt Lin Xian's gaze, her body suddenly trembled. She didn't know what he was going to do. At this moment, He Shan telepathically said, "Kid, do as I say." Then, Lin Xian heard He Shan's telepathic message. He was stunned, but soon, a cold look appeared in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he directly shot out the 9 suns' divine fire and enveloped Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu was burned by the flames and immediately screamed, but she couldn't escape at all. Lin Xian's palm firmly enveloped her. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Don't fight. There are some things on you that I have to figure out." "Figure out? What do you want to figure out?" Hua Feiyu found that the clothes and armor on her body had all melted under the strange flames. She appeared in front of him like a newborn baby, which made her ears turn red. She had never faced a man like that. Lin Xian didn't feel anything strange. He continued to activate the 9 suns' divine fire. Gradually, he found that Hua Feiyu's body was changing again. Mysterious veined patterns appeared one after another. They were all Dao veins that were densely packed and crawled all over his body. Not only that, the shadow under Hua Feiyu's feet seemed to be twisting in pain. This scene made Lin Xian's hair stand. Hua Feiyu was terrified, but she didn't know what had happened. Lin Xian saw that the Dao patterns on her body were like a ghost's head when combined, using the soul to raise the corpse. It was such a method. He Shan exclaimed, as if he didn't expect this to happen. Chapter 3454. What was going on? Lin Xian asked. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. She had never thought that there was such a thing hidden in her body. He Shan said that this girl was just a sacrifice, using her body to raise another person. Moreover, the Dao patterns on her body and this method made me think of an ancient legend. Ancient legend? What was that? Reincarnation. Reincarnation? Lin Xian was shocked. There was such a saying that after one died in battle, one would enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Then one would live in this world as a new life. And martial artists cultivated to escape this kind of reincarnation. There were 5 swords in the world. Other than the Great Dragon Sword and the Heavenly Punishment Sword, there was another one called the Reincarnation Sword. It was said that it was related to the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Reincarnation Sword. Lin Xian was shocked. Suddenly, he felt that his heavenly secret divine eyes suddenly released a light. It was as if his eyes were like his heart, beating rapidly. What was going on? Lin Xian was shocked. The heavenly secret divine eyes had a reaction? Could it be related to the thing on Hua Feiyu's body? He did not know, but he was even more interested. It seemed that even if he did not help He Shan, he would have to study it himself. Then, who was this person that wanted to be revived? Lin Xian said again. He glanced at Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu was still in great shock. He Shan said that he was not sure, but it seemed that even the power of the bloodline was stimulated. It was very likely that it was the ancestor of the Shadowless clan. Or, it was related to the Shadowless clan. Ancestor? This time, Hua Feiyu came back to her senses and screamed. Her face became extremely pale, as if she had thought of something. What did you think of? Tell me and I will spare your life. Lin Xian said coldly. I remember that when I was 5 years old, I was taught by the Grand Elder of the clan to go to the ancestral land of the Shadowless clan every month to pay respects. Every time I went there, I would fall asleep, and when I came back, I would wake up 3 days later. How long did this go on for? Hua Feiyu thought for a moment and then said, Until now, it was not every month, but every year. He Shan snorted coldly. It seemed like his guess was right. It was an old ancestor of the Shadowless clan who wanted to reincarnate. Was the patriarch resurrected? Hua Feiyu was also surprised. Then, a fiery light appeared in his eyes. When He Shan saw this, he sneered. It was foolish of you to think it was a good thing. After your ancestor revives, you will die and never fall into the cycle of reincarnation. You won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Do you think this is still a good opportunity? What? Hua Feiyu's body trembled, his heart falling into a 10,000-year ice cave. Would she die? Moreover, his body and soul had been destroyed, and he could not even reincarnate. This wasn't what she wanted. She wanted the Shadowless clan to become stronger. She wanted the Shadowless clan's ancestor to come back to life. But the premise of all this was that she had to be the beneficiary. Now, if she died, then no matter how prosperous and powerful their family was, it would have nothing to do with her. This caused Hua Feiyu to feel a deep sense of fear. Impossible. Why would the family do this to me? Sacrificing you to revive an ancestor and let the Shadowless clan prosper again. I think anyone would make such a choice. Lin Xian said coldly. No, I don't want to die. Hua Feiyu shook her head. She was only a few hundred years old. With her strength as a sage, she could still live for a few thousand years. Moreover, why should she be sacrificed? Kid, we are your saviors now. If we don't do anything, your yang qi and soul will be sucked dry within 10 years. Moreover, it seems that the one living in your body is only a split soul. The ancestor's corpse is still lying in your ancestral land. I guess your fate has already been chosen. It's impossible to resist. There's only death. Do you want us to help you end your life? He Shan's cold voice sounded. Hua Feiyu shook his head. I can't die. I don't want to die. I can escape from the great Yen planet. Su Chen sneered. Can you escape the Shadowless clan's pursuit? The Shadowless clan's pursuit. Hua Feiyu's strength was instantly sucked dry. She knew how powerful her clan was. With her strength, it was impossible for her to escape. She would be caught before she could even escape from the great Yen planet. However, she really didn't want to die. In the next moment, she saw Lin Xian. Plop. She knelt in front of Lin Xian. Save me. As long as you save me, I will be yours from now on. Although this method would make him lose his freedom, it would allow her to live. She completely gave up resisting. From now on, you are my master. You can plant a slave seal in my soul. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. The insufferably arrogant princess of the Shadowless clan, Hua Feiyu, was now at his feet. It was different from before. Previously, she had lowered her head and admitted her mistake. But now, she was kneeling at his feet and had become his slave. However, Lin Xian didn't plant a slave seal on her. He said coldly, I won't plant a slave seal on you. However, since you have submitted to me, you can never betray me. If you dare to betray me, even if you escape to the ends of the earth or the edge of the universe, I will catch you and tear you to pieces. I, Lin Xian, am a man of my words. There was a hint of confidence in his eyes. Yes, I definitely wouldn't dare. Hua Feiyu lowered her head deeply. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, Get up. He released a force. Light appeared on Hua Feiyu's body. A ball of armor appeared and wrapped around her delicate body. Then she asked, Young master, what are your plans next? I am very interested in your ancestor, so I plan to go to the Shadowless clan to take a look. The Shadowless clan's ancestral land? Hua Feiyu's body trembled. Deep fear appeared in her eyes. To be honest, she didn't want to go back in her life because she knew how terrifying that place was. She even hoped that Lin Xian would take her away from the great Yen planet and go to any world. However, she didn't expect that Lin Xian would want to go to the Shadowless clan. She wanted to say something, but when she saw Lin Xian's cold and determined eyes, she knew that she couldn't persuade the man in front of her. So, she could only say, I understand. Young master, please come with me. Then, Lin Xian removed the array and followed Hua Feiyu. The two left the Spirit Immortal Pavilion and soared into the sky. They flew into the distance. After they left, the people of the Spirit Immortal Pavilion heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were very puzzled. What did Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu do in the array? They guessed that they couldn't figure it out. Chapter 3455. The Ancestral Land of the Shadowless Clan. This was the forbidden land of the Shadowless Clan. Only a small number of people could enter. Those who trespassed would be killed without mercy. Therefore, there was usually no one here. At this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from the ancestral land. It was as if a huge monster had come back to life. At this moment, the people of the Shadowless Clan all trembled. It was as if there was something in their souls that terrified them. The patriarch of the Shadowless Clan and the Supreme Elder's expressions changed instantly. What was going on? It seemed that something had happened to the ancestral land. The people in charge of guarding the ancestral land also returned. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Patriarch, something bad has happened. The patriarch of the Shadowless Clan had a grim expression. Follow me to the secret room. They entered the secret room and asked, "What's going on?" "I don't know, but it seems that the old patriarch is angry." "The old patriarch is angry? What's going on?" The patriarch and the supreme elders were stunned. That shouldn't be. The old patriarch has always been asleep. Why would he be angry? Could it be that something had happened? One of the supreme elders had a grave expression. This matter is too important. We should go there personally. Alright, they hurried over. Then, the patriarch of the Shadowless Clan personally walked in. Although he was the supreme ruler of the clan, he was as respectful as a child in the ancestral land. Trembling, he bowed and asked, "Greetings, old patriarch. May I know what has disturbed you?" There was a huge altar in front of him. Inside the altar, there was a black coffin. The black coffin was covered with runes, and there were countless formations around it. At this moment, a mysterious shadow appeared in the black coffin. The shadow said in a hoarse voice, "Damn it. The soul I planted, the seed I used to revive, was destroyed by someone. Who was it? Find him and cut him into pieces. At the same time, bring back the sacrifice. There can be no accidents." What? The seed was destroyed? The patriarch of the Shadowless Clan was shocked. No wonder the old patriarch was so angry. He said, "Don't worry, old patriarch. I'll do it right away." He turned into a ghost and rushed out in an instant. The senior elders outside were all waiting. When they saw that the family head had arrived, they all surrounded him. What exactly happened? Why was the old ancestor so angry? The Shadowless family head frowned. A seed planted by the old ancestor had been destroyed. How could this be? Could it be the seed inside Hua Feiyu's body? But that shouldn't be the case. In our Grand Yen planet, who can threaten Hua Feiyu? He didn't know. Could it be the Gu family? Someone frowned. However, there were also people who sneered. Gu clan? If it was the real Gu family, perhaps they would be very powerful and be able to discover the secret. However, the current Gu family is merely a branch. They are even inferior to us. How could they discover the secret of our ancestor? Then, there is only one other possibility. That is that some peerless powerhouse of the universe has arrived at our Grand Spill planet. Perhaps he had met Hua Feiyu. No, we have to find him quickly and bring Hua Feiyu back safely. After discussing, the Shadowless family asked coldly, "Where is Hua Feiyu?" Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside him and knelt on one knee. At the Celestial Linsien Pavilion. Send someone to the Celestial Lin Pavilion to find out what happened. Also, summon Hua Feiyu back. The Shadowless family moved out. After all, this matter was related to their old ancestor. They couldn't help but be nervous. At the same time, the Supreme Elder's eyes flashed. Who was it that could discover the secret of their old ancestor? No matter who this person was, they had to get rid of him. Otherwise, their Shadowless family would be in big trouble. On the other side, Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu left the Celestial Spirit Pavilion and quickly flew towards the Shadowless family. Along the way, Hua Feiyu led the way in front while Lin Xian followed behind without saying a word. In fact, he was communicating with Black Mountain through their souls. "Brat, be careful. We've killed a strand of his soul. Maybe that existence already knows about it." Lin Xian said, I'm not worried about other things. I can handle it. However, if that old guy really revives, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. At that time, it will depend on you. Don't worry. As long as he is not a great emperor, I don't care about anything else. Black Mountain sneered. Indeed, he was already a great sage when he was alive, an existence second only to a great emperor. Therefore, even if there was an old immortal in the Shadowless family, he would not be afraid. Moreover, according to Black Mountain's analysis, that person should have died long ago. It was just that he had used some method to come back to life. Therefore, He Shan and Lin Xian wanted to test him this time. They wanted to see what method he had used to escape from the cycle of reincarnation. Although the Shadowless family was a family, it was an overlord in the Great Yen planet. Therefore, the entire Shadowless family was like a vast country. After flying for a while, they finally arrived at the edge of the Shadowless family. Hua Feiyu turned around and said, "Young master, we have arrived at the edge of the family. However, our family's sphere of influence is bigger. It will take a long time to reach the core area. Should I use the family's array to teleport us over?" "No need," Lin Xian said indifferently. Hua Feiyu was stunned. He thought that Lin Xian was going to fly over, but Lin Xian said that someone had found them. Well, Hua Feiyu probed with his soul power. Indeed, in the next moment, he frowned. This was because he realized that there were a few figures flying over from afar. He was actually familiar with that person. "Oh, isn't this Sister Feiyu? Aren't you at the Celestial Lin Pavilion? Why are you here? Great, the family is looking for you. Come back with me." It was a woman's voice. Before the voice had completely disappeared, the figure had already appeared. It was also a beautiful woman. Her appearance was similar to Hua Feiyu, but she was more enchanting. She didn't come alone. Behind her, there were 9 other figures. The 9 figures were very powerful. At this moment, their expressions were incomparably dignified. However, the enchanting woman in front had a cold smile on her face. "Is that so? I'm going back too. Men, bring me my sacred beast and chariot." Hua Feiyu said. Her status in the Shadowless family was not ordinary. Therefore, when she went out or returned home, it was very ostentatious. Her spirit boat and chariot were of very high grade. They might even surpass the existence of a half-step sacred tool. Moreover, every time, there would be some powerful half-step sacred beast pulling her chariot. This would show how powerful the Shadowless clan was, and at the same time, it would show her supreme status. Hearing Hua Feiyu's words, the enchanting woman laughed. Chapter 3456. Sister Feiyu, you're really extravagant as usual. Unfortunately, there's nothing today. You'd better follow me back. Speaking of this, he took out the spirit boat, which was decorated very luxuriously. Follow her back? Hua Feiyu frowned when she saw her reaction. Seems like you've become so reckless after not being taught a lesson for a few days? Hua Feiyu, you're too full of yourself. Do you really think that you can still be so arrogant now? The enchanting woman sneered as a vicious look appeared in her eyes. To be honest, the battle between the big families was very cruel. Although they were all from the same family, Hua Feiyu's treatment since she was young was much better than theirs. It was rumored that Hua Feiyu was the next successor of the Shadowless family. This made the others extremely jealous. Therefore, the enchanting woman was very happy to see Hua Feiyu's miserable end. Don't think about the treatment of the successor. It's still a matter of whether you can survive or not. The family has already given the order to find you and take you back. Torture and interrogation. Therefore, you're now a prisoner. On account of my sister, I've given you some face and didn't arrest you directly. If you dare to be arrogant in front of me again, do you believe that I'll get someone to seal you and bring you back? Hearing such sarcastic words, Hua Feiyu's face darkened completely. Her delicate body was trembling. To be honest, she had always been high and mighty in the family like a princess. No one dared to provoke her. The younger generation didn't dare to, but the older generation loved her very much. For something like this, she would have tortured them to death long ago. Previously, she thought that it was because of her talent that she could win the love of the Grand Elders and the family. But now, she knew that it wasn't like that at all. It was because these people wanted to use her body to revive the ancestor. That was why she was praised to the heavens. However, the huge difference in status made Hua Feiyu unable to accept it. What's wrong? Do you feel terrible? Do you want to kill me? Unfortunately, you don't have the right. From now on, you're a prisoner. You'd better kneel down and beg me. Maybe I can torture you less on the way back. Otherwise, I can guarantee that when we return to the clan, I will let you have a taste of a fate worse than death. The enchanting woman lazily leaned on the jade couch as her voice was incomparably cold. He had to torture this little princess. Hua Feiyu trembled in anger. A terrifying aura rose from her body, and she was about to attack. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. That was because a piercingly cold sword chi flew past her. A beam of light streaked across the sky and instantly enveloped the enchanting woman. A miserable cry rang out, and then the entire sky was split open. How noisy! Lin Xian flicked his finger. He was the one who had shot out the sword chi. He had a purpose for coming here. How could he listen to the nonsense of a little ant? Hua Feiyu's eyelids twitched, and that fear appeared again. In the distance, the 9 experts were stunned. One of their sisters had died. How was this possible? Who was this person? How dare he kill a member of the Shadowless clan? These people's minds were a little blank. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian was Hua Feiyu's friend, but they did not pay much attention to it. Now, it seemed that was not the case. A friend dared to touch a member of the Shadowless clan? However, no matter who this kid was, he was dead for daring to touch a member of the Shadowless clan. He was courting death. One of them roared angrily and slammed his palm over. The others also pulled out their weapons one after another. A terrifying attack flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. They did not know what was good for them. These ants were nothing in front of him. A beam of sword chi rose from his finger and flew in all directions. The sword chi was very bright and carried the power of the 5 elemental laws. It instantly enveloped those people. With a poof, the 9 people were cut into pieces by the sword chi, and all kinds of miserable cries rang out. Then, Lin Xian stretched out his golden hand, which carried a terrifying divine fire, and directly burned the bodies of the 9 people clean. In the blink of an eye, these people were annihilated by him. Beside him, Hua Feiyu was shocked. She felt that she was numb, but when she saw Lin Xian attack again, she was still terrified. He was too strong. No wonder he dared to call himself Lin Wudi. Lin Xian glanced at Hua Feiyu and said, "Why? Are you still worried? The safety of the Shadowless clan?" Based on the current situation, the Shadowless clan has already started to capture you. You should worry about your own safety first. Hearing this, Hua Feiyu's face changed instantly. Indeed, her clan must have found out about her. Otherwise, her cousin would not have dared to treat her like this. It seemed that her clan was determined to capture her. Since that was the case, why should she worry about her clan's safety? "Sir, don't worry. I am now your servant and have nothing to do with the Shadowless clan." Hua Feiyu seemed to have made a decision. "Very good. Soon, you will be grateful for your decision," Lin Xian said indifferently. Then he said, "Let's go. Lead the way to the ancestral land of the Shadowless clan." Lin Xian waved his hand and the seductive woman's body was evaporated. Then, he grabbed the spiritual boat forcefully. He and Hua Feiyu sat on it and Hua Feiyu started to control the spiritual boat. They headed towards the Shadowless clan quickly. At the same time, the entire Shadowless clan started to move. Many of them came back to report that they had found Hua Feiyu's whereabouts. Someone had already gone to capture Hua Feiyu. "You must bring her back. You must capture her alive and try not to hurt her. Also, send more people. We still don't know who helped Hua Feiyu remove the seed in her body. However, to be able to discover Hua Feiyu's secret, it must be an expert. If necessary, send more sages." "Yes, we will go and prepare now." A few of the elders also stood up and prepared to head over to seal Yin Feiyu. However, just as they stood up, their bodies swayed and they almost fell. At the same time, a thunderous sound was heard. Boom! The sound was so terrifying that the entire Shadowless clan shook violently. But, is there an earthquake? How is that possible? We are in the spirit vein. Why would there be an earthquake? What is going on? The elders and experts in the main hall were all stunned. Outside, a few guards rushed in madly. They knelt on the ground and reported, "Oh no, someone is attacking us. Our clan's defensive array has been split open." Chapter 3457. What? The people in the hall were all stunned. Their defensive array had been split open. What was going on? The Shadowless clan was an overlord. Who would dare to provoke them? Moreover, their defensive array was so powerful that even a sage could not break it open. Now, someone had actually split it open. Who was it? Had the other top clans joined forces to attack them? If those clans had joined forces, it might have been possible. However, a few guards came over and said in horror, "No, it's Princess Hua Feiyu. She's back." What? Hua Feiyu? She's back. Wait, who's with her? Is someone threatening her? One of the elders shouted coldly. Perhaps it was that mysterious expert who had made a move. The guard hurriedly said, Princess Hua Feiyu was not threatened, but there was indeed a person following beside her. It was a very beautiful young man. A young man. In the main hall, the elders were all stunned. If it was a very powerful elder, they would believe it. But what was going on with a young man? At this moment, an elder said coldly, perhaps it was just a young man who had lived for a few thousand years. Indeed, these subordinates did not have good eyesight and might not be able to recognize that expert. Let's go out and take a look. How dare you come to our Shadowless clan and behave so atrociously? No matter who you are, you won't be able to leave. These people sneered. Among them, the head of the Shadowless clan stood up and walked forward with large strides. Behind him, the elders and experts all followed. They wanted to see who dared to behave atrociously in front of the Shadowless clan. In the core area of the Shadowless clan, there was a huge array. At this moment, the array had been split into two and the spatial crack would not heal for a long time. The large crack made the Shadowless clan's experts inside feel numb. At this moment, two figures were standing outside the formation. They were Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu. Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu had arrived at the core area. Then Lin Xian used his peerless swordsmanship, 9 suns opened the sky, to split open the array. This caused the scene just now. At this moment, countless members of the Shadowless clan rushed out of the defensive formation. They were densely packed like ghosts as they attacked at high speed. There were even some people who completely surrounded Lin Xian and Lin Xian. Seeing this, Hua Feiyu's face turned ugly. Although she was also a saint, in the face of such an earth-shattering attack, as well as those elders and experts, she simply could not withstand it. She looked worriedly at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian just stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were narrowed, and he looked incomparably calm. He was different from Hua Feiyu. He was not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. He had fought his way up step by step. It could be said that he had been through hundreds of battles, and there was nothing that he had not seen before. The people who came out now were not enough to move him. Let's go. I think the people inside already know. Let's go and meet them. Lin Xian walked straight ahead. Hua Feiyu's scalp went numb, but he still followed closely behind. Now, Lin Xian was her life-saving straw. Without Lin Xian, she would not be able to withstand the anger of the Shadowless clan. Therefore, she could only follow Lin Xian in. Kill! Around them, the experts of the Shadowless clan roared crazily. First, the person before them had broken through their defensive formation. Now, he had acted so recklessly and dared to enter their core region. It really made them furious. In an instant, all the members of the Shadowless clan around them moved. In the sky, countless energies surged, densely packed, and rushed toward Lin Xian. Flames appeared one after another on Lin Xian's body, forming patterns that were abnormally terrifying. The god of 9 suns' body bloomed, and at the same time, the divine fire formed an illusion of a giant, enveloping him and Hua Feiyu. The giant followed Lin Xian's footsteps and also walked forward. Around them, all the attacks of the Shadowless clan hit the golden giant, causing an earth-shattering riot. However, they could not shake the golden giant at all. In this way, Lin Xian directly entered the core area of the Shadowless clan. How is that possible? How can he block so many attacks? The surrounding members of the Shadowless clan were all stunned. With so many of them attacking, even a saint would be injured, right? Many people directly moved. They did not attack from afar, but directly closed in. They were like shadows, and in an instant, more than a dozen figures came in front of Lin Xian. The weapons in their hands stabbed at his vital points. The other party's divine ability was powerful, but his body would definitely not be able to block their attacks. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen knives, swords, and daggers, flashing with demonic light, slashed fiercely on Lin Xian's body, causing countless thunderous sounds. Flames splashed, and the void shattered. This force was too powerful, and it could destroy everything. He died. They revealed sinister smiles. Soon, their smiles froze, and they became frightened. He was not injured. They screamed like crazy. Lin Xian did not even turn his head. He pushed his hand, and the huge golden hand with the power of stormy waves directly pushed in all directions. The bodies of more than a dozen Shadowless clan powerhouses around him instantly exploded. At the same time, Lin Xian controlled the golden giant to take a step forward, and at the same time, its hands danced like two huge mountains. The surrounding Shadowless clan powerhouses were either stomped to death or sent flying. In an instant, screams rang out, and the ground and wind shook. It was a scene of destruction. Hua Feiyu followed behind, her face full of shock. This scene was too shocking. This was the Shadowless clan, the core area of the Shadowless clan. Who would dare to behave atrociously here? But now, a young man was killing in all directions. Countless corpses of the Shadowless clan powerhouses fell, and the sea of blood surged, turning into hell. No one dared to move forward. Those who were still alive stood far away, their bodies trembling. They moved with Lin Xian, but no one dared to make a move. Damn it. A group of people walked out of the hall in the distance. Originally, they were aggressive and had cold smiles on their faces. They wanted to see who dared to be impudent. When they arrived, they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of them. Those who had died were all the elites of the Shadowless clan. Immediately, the elders screamed, "Damn it, who is it? Who dares to kill so many of our elites?" In their eyes, piercing cold runes burst out, and a terrifying light pierced through the void, staring at the two figures standing in front of them. Hua Feiyu. "Damn it, you bitch, how dare you attack the clan?" One of the elders rushed over in an instant. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of them in an instant. A black dagger appeared in his hand, and it carried an extremely terrifying poison. This was a poison technique that was refined with the blood of 3 demonic saints. It was extremely terrifying. The cold dagger slashed forward. The morning update was late. I'm very sorry. I hope everyone can support me. Chapter 3458. Everything happened so quickly that the Shadowless clan members could not react in time. When they did, they screamed, "Don't kill her, just capture her." They were still afraid that their experts would hurt Hua Feiyu. However, it was obvious that they were overthinking. Hua Feiyu took 2 steps back and retreated behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian threw out a punch. His fist shone brightly and Dao patterns surrounded it. It was like a god's fist as it blasted toward the Shadowless clan's expert. Boom! There was an intense collision and then the void exploded. A figure flew out. It was the Shadowless clan's expert. Both of his hands were broken, and there was a hole in his body. His internal organs were all shattered. The people behind were stunned and their hearts were filled with shock. That was a sage. But he was easily defeated by the other party. Who was this young man in front of them? Damn it, who are you? Hua Feiyu, how dare you join forces with outsiders to attack the clan? On the other side, There was a series of crazy roars. "Clan, are you also my clansman? What did you do to my body?" Hua Feiyu's voice was hoarse. "You have already planned to sacrifice me. Why should I care about the clan? Every man for himself. Since you forced me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hua Feiyu's eyes were filled with determination. He had to live. He had to live. "Damn it, Hua Feiyu, as a member of the Shadowless clan, you naturally have to sacrifice for the Shadowless clan. It is your good fortune to be chosen by the Patriarch. Hurry up and kneel down and admit your mistake. We will spare your life and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will have to bear the anger of the entire clan. You don't have to threaten me. I have a new master now. I will listen to whatever the master says." Hua Feiyu looked at Lin Xian. On the other side, the Shadowless clan members were all sealed. Master? The genius that they had painstakingly nurtured had become someone else's slave? This made their lungs explode with anger. In an instant, countless eyes looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. "Damn brat, who the hell are you? Get over here and die. I will tear you into pieces." These people were mad with anger. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "I'm here to investigate the ancestral land of your Shadowless clan. If you don't want to die, get out of my way." What? Were they here to plot against their ancestral land? These people were stunned for a moment before they flew into a rage. Could it be that they were here for their patriarch? Damn it, kill him. I must kill him. He could not allow him to threaten the old ancestor. All of a sudden, the members of the Shadowless clan all rushed towards Lin Xian. On Lin Xian's body, the 5 elemental laws emanated and wrapped around his arms. Then he slashed in all directions. The 9-yang sword technique was incomparably terrifying when used by him. Those Shadowless clan members were all sent flying. Even the saints of the first heaven were unable to get close. What about the array formation? Use the killing array to kill him. The family head roared. The people around him were casting formations. Countless formations were stacked on top of each other. However, Lin Xian let out a long roar. He opened the sky with both hands, and the sword chi on his body swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, shattering all the sword techniques. At the same time, he used the aqua tide. A terrifying light appeared in his eyes, and his pupil technique spread out in all directions. The surrounding Shadowless clan members all held their heads and screamed. The weaker ones had their souls directly destroyed. Even the sages' faces were pale and filled with fear. In an instant, the Shadowless clan members were all stunned. A young man was actually suppressing them to the point that they could not even raise their heads? Who was this person? Who dared to cause trouble in the Shadowless clan? A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Then, the void split open, and an old man walked out. When they saw the old man, many people cheered. It was the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, please attack. Kill him, Grand Elder. You must kill him. He actually killed so many of our elites. And that Hua Feiyu, Grand Elder, you must suppress her." Countless people prostrated on the ground. The Grand Elder's gaze darkened as he looked at Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu. He did not say anything. His palm covered the sky and the earth, grabbing towards the two of them. Hua Feiyu's face became incomparably pale. "Young master, this is not good. This is the Grand Elder, a level 2 saint." "A level 2 saint?" Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and the 5 elemental laws revolved, forming the 5 elemental wheel, and rushed forward. This was a weapon formed by the 5 elemental laws. It was extremely terrifying, and it was like a death scythe in the sky, slashing across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Cracks appeared between heaven and earth, and the surrounding space was constantly shattering. The Shadowless clan members also frantically retreated. In front of them, it was a scene of destruction. However, the Shadowless clan members were extremely excited. They knew that the Grand Elder who attacked them was an elder in the late stage of the second heaven. He was extremely powerful. With him attacking, they could definitely destroy the strong enemy. The other party would definitely not survive. Just like that, they waited patiently. The light in front of them gradually dimmed, and the cracks also disappeared. However, soon they were all stunned. The reason for that was because they discovered that two figures had appeared. How could this be? The Shadowless clan members were dumbfounded. They kept slapping their faces, thinking that they had fallen into an illusion. The other party was fine. How could he not be dead? That was the attack of a level 2 elder. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. To be honest, the attack just now had made her feel despair. She thought that Lin Xian would not be able to block the Grand Elder's attack. But now, it seemed that she had thought too much. The young man in front of her dared to come to the Shadowless clan, which meant that he had enough means. What Grand Elder? He was just so. Kneel on the ground obediently and submit to me, and I will not kill you. My target is your ancestral land. Otherwise, if you dare to stop me again, I will send you on your way. Lin Xian looked forward and said indifferently. Once these words came out, the Shadowless clan members in the distance went crazy. Threat? Someone actually dared to threaten their Grand Elder. He was too daring. Kid, you have thoroughly angered me. I will let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. The Grand Elder rushed over and began to attack crazily. His heart was filled with anger. A young kid dared to threaten him. This was intolerable. Shadow Sacred Domain, go to hell. The Grand Elder shouted, and the Sacred Domain rushed out and enveloped Lin Xian. Countless shadows appeared and pounced on Lin Xian. Each attack could easily kill a level 1 saint. Lin Xian's eyes shone with an unparalleled light. His fists swept out in all directions, and the powerful force tore apart all the shadows that came close to him. Even the Sacred Domain was trembling from his attacks. However, at this moment, that utmost exalted elder let out a long shout. The entire Sacred Domain suddenly shrank and disappeared. Lin Xian's face changed. His body stiffened as if he had been fixed in the void. Ah, kid, you have been hit by my Shadowless technique. Let's see how you will die. Chapter 3459. Not good. Hua Feiyu's face became very ugly, and the people of the Shadowless clan in the distance all started laughing. Because they knew that the other party was dead meat. Sure enough, Lin Xian was motionless in the air, as if he had been frozen. Under his feet, his shadow was strangely entangled by the other's shadow. Young master, be careful. This was a shadow technique and he couldn't control it. Hua Feiyu screamed. He also knew this kind of shadow technique. It was the ultimate technique of the Shadowless clan. As long as he could entangle the opponent's shadow, he could force the opponent to do anything. For example, right now, the Grand Elder raised his hand and controlled the shadow to stab at Lin Xian's heart and head. Lin Xian's hand was pulled up by the shadow, and he was about to commit suicide. Hua Feiyu closed his eyes. He felt despair. Was Lin Xian really going to die here? If Lin Xian died, her fate would be very miserable. Lin Xian seemed to have been controlled. The hand was getting closer and closer to his forehead. If it pierced through, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. The Grand Elder revealed a sinister smile. To fight with him, the other party was too weak. Shadow technique? It was indeed strange, but unfortunately, it was useless against me. Just as Lin Xian's hand was about to touch his forehead, he stopped and sneered. What's going on? Why did he stop? The Grand Elder was stunned and hurriedly controlled the shadow. He wanted to speed up, but the other party did not commit suicide at all. Instead, he stopped there. No matter how hard the shadow tried to pull him, he did not move at all. How could this be? Impossible. Could it be that it had failed? The Supreme Elder's expression changed. The people of the Shadowless clan were also shocked. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. Lin Xian's body shook. The 9-yang divine body emitted millions of rays of light as a sword qi tore apart all the shadows on his body. It was useless. Xian walked forward and his aura grew stronger and stronger. Not good. The Grand Elder's face turned completely gloomy. His secret technique was actually ineffective against the other party. He snorted coldly. It seemed that he could only use other secret techniques to deal with this brat. He raised his hand and shot out several streaks of void. Not good. It's the invisible needle. Young master, be careful. Hua Feiyu screamed again from behind. The shadowless needle was a top-notch hidden weapon. Furthermore, it was coated with poison. Even saints would die if they were hit by it. If he was stabbed, he would be in danger. Boom! Lin Xian stomped his foot and the sword qi on his body flickered as he deflected the shadowless needle. At the same time, he used stellar transposition to send the shadowless needles flying with even more terrifying power. He rushed towards the Grand Elder. The Supreme Elder issued a command and hurriedly dodged. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Humph, Supreme Elder? That was all there was to it. Now, this battle was over. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. He felt that there was no need to continue fighting with his opponent. Therefore, he pulled out the Spear of Great Destruction. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was also activated. Like a long dragon, it pierced forward. What? How terrifying! The combination of the two forces caused heaven and earth to continuously shatter. The people of the Shadowless clan were all stunned. Even the Supreme Elder's expression became incomparably ugly. This aura made him feel terrified. Damn it, block it for me. He waved his hands and attacked fiercely in front of him. At this moment, he did not hold back at all. At the same time, his body became void and completely disappeared into the void. The Shadowless clan might not be the strongest in a head-on battle, but in terms of hiding, escaping, and assassination, they were definitely the most confident. You can't escape. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with golden light. He used the Kuan-Ping movement technique and dodged the Supreme Elder's full-powered attack. Then, the Spear of Great Destruction danced and pierced into the void. Then, the void shattered, and a figure was nailed in the void. His body was pierced by the Spear of Great Destruction, and his saint blood dyed the void red. The Supreme Elder's heart was pierced, and he kept screaming in the air. A saint artifact. Damn it, that's a saint artifact. How can you have such a thing in your hands? The Supreme Elder had gone crazy. However, he was strong. Although he was nailed, he could still fight back. Die for me. A dark golden dagger appeared in his hand, and he stabbed at Lin Xian's neck. Although it was not a saint artifact, its power was still very terrifying. Stellar transposition. Lin Xian waved, and the dark golden dagger was directly transferred to the Supreme Elder's body. With a slash, the Supreme Elder's head was cut off. His face was full of horror and disbelief. However, in the next moment, he screamed. Because Lin Xian did not stop. Blue tide rising. The Supreme Elder, who was attacking Ling Hunzi, screamed crazily. Lin Xian used the Spear of Great Destruction and shot out a few dragon-shaped sword qi, completely shattering the Supreme Elder's body. The aura of the Great Dragon Sword Soul made it impossible for the Supreme Elder to heal in a short time. Boom! The 9-yang divine body turned into a giant and stepped on the Supreme Elder's broken body. Lin Xian was like a peerless tyrant, looking down on the world. Everyone around was stunned. Hua Feiyu looked at the scene with her eyes wide open. Was this Lin Wudi? He was too strong. In the distance, the people of the Shadowless clan were terrified. They were trembling. Even the Supreme Elder was suppressed by the other party? The Supreme Elder's body was being stepped on by the golden foot, and he could not resist at all. At the same time, there was a look of horror in his eyes. Such a young person could have such a terrifying sword qi and such a terrifying physique. Also, there was a pitch-black weapon that emitted demonic qi. He finally guessed who the other party was. In all the worlds, there was only one such young person, and that was Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi was in the Shadowless clan. He could not believe it. On the opposite side, the Shadowless clan's patriarch and elders were also terrified. The Supreme Elder was an existence that they looked up to. But now, such an existence was being stepped on by the foot of the other party. It was as if this foot was just stepping on the Supreme Elder, and even their confidence and arrogance had been trampled on. He knew that the person in front of him was a peerless enemy, and he had to activate the foundation of the Shadowless clan. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight back with just their strength. Therefore, he roared, "Hurry up and activate the last line of defense, and release our foundation." Not good. Hua Feiyu's face changed again. The foundation of the Shadowless clan was absolutely terrifying. That was the foundation of the Shadowless clan. She looked at Lin Xian, but saw that Lin Xian did not care. In fact, Lin Xian was currently transmitting a message to ask, "Hey Shan, is there a problem?" Hey Shan laughed. "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. They will not be able to contact me." Chapter 3460. Soon, the people of the Shadowless clan began to scream in agony. "Oh no, we can't awaken the living fossil. We can't seem to contact our foundation." Countless screams were heard. The patriarch of the Shadowless clan trembled and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He seemed to have aged 1,000 years in an instant. There shouldn't be a problem with their family's foundation. They couldn't contact their foundation because the young man in front of them had done something. When did he do it? He didn't know. He knew that he had underestimated the young man. The next moment he sighed. "Young master, please stop. We've surrendered. You can tell us what you want." Ancestral land. The faces of the experts of the Shadowless clan changed. The elders also sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with disbelief. However, the patriarch of the Shadowless clan gave them a look and transmitted his voice. "Doesn't he want to enter the ancestral land? Don't you know how strong our patriarch is? That kid will definitely die." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding elders were stunned, then they all breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, they didn't let the other party enter not because they were worried about their patriarch, but because they felt that they had been humiliated. They were one of the top clans, and their ancestral land was a sacred place. Even their own clansmen didn't have the qualifications to enter. How could they tolerate an outsider suddenly coming over and saying that they would enter alone? But now, they had to. It seemed that this was the only way to trick the other party into entering the ancestral land. Then, let the patriarch personally deal with the other party. Hua Feiyu couldn't believe that his clan had risen and fallen. This scene was like a dream. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. "I'm not interested in you guys. I'm here to find your ancestral land. Lead the way. Don't worry, as long as you don't do anything and lead the way, I won't kill the Shadowless clan." The ancestral land of the Shadowless clan was a forbidden area. Other than the patriarch and a few high-ranking elders, as well as the supreme elder, the others had never entered at all. Therefore, at this moment, their faces were full of curiosity. What does this person want to do in their ancestral land? Everyone followed the patriarch and headed toward the ancestral land. Lin Xian strode forward. He was like a god. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him. After passing through layers upon layers of defensive formations, they finally arrived at the deepest region. This was the forbidden area of the clan. In front of him, there were more than 10 huge mountain ranges. In the middle of the mountain range, there was an ancient cave. 2 simple and unadorned doors were tightly shut. On it were the most exquisite Dao patterns. A mysterious aura pervaded the air. "Young master, I'll bring you there now," the patriarch of the Shadowless clan said respectfully. At the same time, he said to the people around him, "This is the clan's forbidden area. You can only stay outside and no one is allowed to enter. Trespassers will be killed without mercy." The surrounding Shadowless clan members could only agree. Facing that door, they didn't dare to cross it. Lin Xian nodded and then said to Hua Feiyu, "You also wait here. Don't worry, no one will dare to touch you." Hua Feiyu nodded. Although her face was a little pale, she still waited there obediently. She did not dare to resist now. Everyone was waiting. Their gazes were all on the front. Lin Xian followed the patriarch of the Shadowless clan and walked forward. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient doors were slowly pushed open, revealing the darkness inside. Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and walked in directly. Boom. After the two of them entered, the ancient doors slowly closed. Not even a trace of light shone through. After entering, the aura inside was even more strange. Lin Xian frowned. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. It was as if this was a place of the dead. The aura of death was constantly trying to devour his flesh and blood. He snorted coldly. The sword will in his body circulated, isolating the aura of the dead. At the same time, he squinted his eyes. Golden light flashed as he looked around. This place was very old. At first glance, he could tell that it was very old. This kind of building could not be seen anywhere except in some ancient ruins. What attracted him the most was a huge altar in front of him. On the altar, there was a black coffin. The aura of death was the most dignified there. Just as Lin Xian was admiring the tea, the leader of the Shadowless clan knelt on the ground with a plop and said respectfully, "This disciple is unfilial. Please, Patriarch." A black storm seemed to blow around them, bringing with it a gloomy aura. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A layer of sword chi covered his body, isolating him from the black storm. In front of him, the Shadowless Patriarch's body trembled. The next moment he opened his eyes. Black light flowed in his eyes. The black storm around him disappeared. He stood up and turned to look at Lin Xian. Although he still looked the same, his aura and gaze were completely different from before. It was an aura that looked down on the world and looked down on everything. It was as if he did not take anyone seriously at all. Lin Xian frowned. He felt that the Shadowless Patriarch seemed to be a different person. He was indeed arrogant. If he was careful, he was no longer the Patriarch of the Shadowless clan. He was probably being controlled by their Patriarch. Lin Xian was on guard. Black light flashed in the Shadowless Patriarch's eyes. Why have you come to see me? Are you the Patriarch of the Shadowless clan? I'm curious. How can someone who has been dead for who knows how many tens of thousands of years still be alive? The Shadowless Patriarch's pupils shrank. The black light in his eyes became even more terrifying. A black storm rose from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. It was as if countless demons were dancing in the sky. That aura was too terrifying. It seemed to want to tear Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body shone brightly like the sun in the night. At the same time, sword chi surrounded him, shattering the black storm around him. It seems that my guess was right. You shouldn't exist in this world. Tell me your secret and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll destroy your body and soul and make you disappear completely. Destroy my body and soul and make me disappear completely? The Shadowless Patriarch laughed loudly. You're just an ant. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? But I'm curious. How dare you know my secret? Lin Xian had heard a lot about the Shadowless Patriarch from Heishan, so he sneered. Is it that hard to guess your secret? You've been dead for many years, but you've planted a part of your soul in someone else's body. You used your soul to raise a corpse in an attempt to escape the 6 paths of reincarnation. You did it secretly, but you can't fool me. It seems that you know a lot. What else do you know? The Shadowless Patriarch didn't attack immediately. He seemed to be trying to confirm who Lin Xian was. Which force was he? He was trying to figure him out. Chapter 3461. I also know that you're struggling at death's door. You probably can't even leave this cave, so you can only send some of your soul into a junior's body. You seem strong now, but it's just a bluff. Your true strength is only SOSO, so don't try to fight me. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. It seems that you know a lot. Since that's the case, I can't let you leave here alive. Shadowless Ancestor's expression was ferocious. His secret couldn't be leaked, so Lin Fan had to die. A terrifying aura appeared on his body. A black storm circled around him, and countless black laws surged between heaven and earth. The terrifying power could tear everything apart. Humph, you're just a soul. You can't use much power. Do you really think you're still at your peak? Lin Xian sneered. The sword chi on his body became even more terrifying. Buzz. A large black hand reached out from the black storm. It carried countless laws and shrouded forward. It seemed that it wanted to grab Lin Xian and crush him. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian pulled out the spear of destruction and slashed forward with several sword chi. Sword chi spun in the sky one after another, as if it was going to split the sky and earth apart. Boom, 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 boom. The death chi was cut apart. Shadowless Ancestor's body shook. He was shocked. Indeed, he wasn't at his peak anymore, but he still couldn't be blocked by a kid. He'd already checked Lin Fan. He was a level 1 saint, and an early one at that. It seemed that Lin Fan had just become a saint. Such a person was like an ant in front of him. But now, Lin Fan's swordsmanship was beyond his expectations. Interesting. No wonder you can come here. It seems that you're a genius who can fight above your level. Unfortunately, I don't take a genius like you seriously. Young man, I can only say that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My strength isn't something you can guess. As he spoke, the death chi on his body became even more terrifying. The laws danced, forming a door of death. Now your life is mine. Looking at your body, it should be some kind of strong body. Your flesh is a great supplement for me. Shadowless laughed. The gate of death in the sky blossomed with a jet-black light. The eerie ghostly aura pressed down, as if it was really going to swallow Lin Xian whole. The aura on it could instantly turn a sage into a dried corpse. Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear and drew a strange arc in the sky. He used stellar transposition. Immediately, the death energy flew to the side under the stellar transposition. None of it could get close to him. How dare you have designs on me? You're really courting death. I'll also show you my strength. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved the Great Destruction Spear, shooting out an incomparably cold sword chi. Streaks of sword chi blossomed with resplendent light, and a powerful aura slashed forward. Outside the ancestral land, countless members of the Shadowless family were waiting anxiously. Why hadn't the clan chief come out after such a long time? Could it be that something went wrong? How is that possible? Our old ancestor is inside. That kind of existence is enough to suppress everything. No matter how powerful that kid is, he's no match for Rat. Indeed, when they thought of their old ancestor, they all breathed a sigh of relief and then sneered. That kid had probably been killed by now. Many of them looked at Hua Feiyu and sneered. When the clan chief came out later, they would teach Hua Feiyu a lesson. They would let her know the consequences of betraying the family. Hua Feiyu's body was cold and her scalp was numb. To be honest, she was about to lose all hope. Could Lin Xian really withstand it? That was the old ancestor of the Shadowless family. What a terrifying existence. Once Lin Xian was killed, what awaited her would be a fate worse than death. She felt that she could barely stand. However, at this moment, the ancestral land in front of her started to shake. There was a muffled sound like thunder, and the surrounding ground kept shaking. What was going on? Was it an earthquake? No, the shaking was coming from the ancestral land. The surrounding people screamed like crazy. Their eyes were fixed on the cave abode in front of them, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Why would there be such a situation in the ancestral land? It should be known that the ancestral land had not had any energy fluctuations for many years. But now, the fluctuations were getting more and more intense. Could it be that the people inside were fighting? They sucked in a breath of cold air. Hua Feiyu was taken aback, and a glimmer of hope appeared on her pale face. It seemed that Lin Wudi was really fighting with their old ancestor. This meant that Lin Wudi was not dead yet. Thinking of this, she clenched her fists and prayed in her heart that Lin Wudi must win. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was getting louder and louder, and countless cracks appeared all around, and the ancestral land was shaking more and more. Finally, with a loud bang, the two simple and unadorned doors were torn apart, and a figure flew out. Following that, another person rushed over like a bolt of lightning. I've said before, you're just a person who shouldn't exist, and you're not in your peak state. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Lin Xian's sword chi soared to the sky, and the Great Destruction Spear was unparalleled. The person opposite him, on the other hand, had disheveled hair, like a demon, and a black aura was billowing from his body. Outside, the Shadowless clan was all stunned. They recognized that the powerful person was Lin Wudi. The disheveled one was their clan leader. But at this moment, the aura of their clan leader was completely different from before. Not only was he stronger, but his yin chi was deep and cold, and it made their hair stand on end. Some of them exclaimed. It was not their clan leader, but their old ancestor. The soul of their old ancestor was controlling their clan leader's body. Basically, their old ancestor was resurrected. But what frightened them was that their old ancestor was actually beaten out, and he seemed to be at a disadvantage. They could not believe it. Was the young man opposite them already so terrifying? The Shadowless clan was going crazy. Hua Feiyu was also stunned, but then she was overjoyed. Great, she had made the right bet. Is this our old ancestor? Impossible. Why is our old ancestor being suppressed? Many of the Shadowless clan members screamed like crazy. However, several elders roared angrily. Among them, one of them said coldly, "Shut up, all of you. What do you know? This is just a wisp of our old ancestor's soul. Don't worry, even a wisp of soul can kill him. Because our old ancestor was a saint king when he was alive. Thank you, users. Reward. The love that you missed all those years. Reward. User ** tipped. Reward. 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 Thank you for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please support. Chapter 3462. His voice spread clearly in all directions, and the Shadowless family gradually calmed down. At the same time, they were more excited than ever. They knew that there was a terrifying being in their family's ancestral land, and no one was allowed to enter. But they didn't expect it to be their patriarch. And this patriarch was still alive. More importantly, this old ancestor was the pinnacle existence that was still alive back then. He was the Sage King. That was a Sage King. He was definitely a Sage King. Even if he was weakened, he wasn't someone an ordinary sage could compare to. So, hope returned to their eyes. In front of them, Patriarch Shadowless was trembling with anger, and his eyes shone with a terrifying gray light. The death chi on him was even more overwhelming. He didn't expect to be suppressed by a young man. Damn it, your physique, your sword chi. Everything you have is mine. Patriarch Shadowless roared crazily. He realized that his opponent's physique was definitely strong. It was very likely to be one of the strongest physiques in the universe. If he could get his hands on such a physique, he could completely revive within 100 years. At that time, he would be a true Sage King. Moreover, with this physique, he had a high chance of becoming a great sage. Shadowless old ancestor was trying to kill Yi Futian. His body was wrapped in terrifying death Dao patterns. The entire sky was shaking. This time, he was really angry. This power was even more terrifying than before. Kid, don't hold back. Just attack. I'll remind you of his secret techniques and weaknesses. Hey Shan transmitted his voice. This battle was unusual, so he didn't hold back. After all, this wasn't a young genius, nor an ordinary elder. This was a peerless expert who died tens of thousands of years ago. This was a Sage King. So, he had to keep reminding him. Lin Xian nodded. The sword chi on him became even more terrifying. In an instant, he turned into a river of 81 sword chi and slashed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The sword chi and the death chi collided. The two exploded with endless energy. Everyone was frightened by this power. One had to admit that Patriarch Shadowless was very powerful. Although this was his weakened state, he was still much more terrifying than an ordinary level 2 sage. Brat hit him on the head. Black Mountain transmitted his voice. Lin Xian controlled the 81 nomological swords and attacked quickly with the power of the 5 elements. The battle was very intense. Shadowless Ancestor was even more shocked. To be honest, he realized that the other party was simply too terrifying. Especially that sword chi, it was extremely terrifying. Even with his means, he was almost injured. Especially now, his opponent was attacking the top of his head with all his strength. This made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. The top of his head was one of his greatest weaknesses. How did the other party find out? Could it be that the other party wasn't a young man, but an old monster that had lived for countless years? Thinking of this, the patriarch roared madly. The death aura on his body covered the sky, forming 9 gates of death that circled between heaven and earth. That terrifying death chi made the experts of the Shadowless clan tremble. Brat, go to hell. The death's door opened, and 9 death's hands appeared. The poo blotted out the sky and smashed towards Lin Xian. Clang. Lin Xian brandished the Great Destruction Spear and slashed at the hands of death. The terrifying power shook everyone to the core. Many people's bodies were torn apart. What terrifying power! Lin Xian was also shocked. Under normal circumstances, even a level 2 saint would be blown apart by him. But now, the hands of death weren't destroyed. As expected of a saint king. Even if he had been dead for countless years, his power was still shocking. Buzz. Buzz. The Shadowless ancestor and the 9 hands of death merged together. The terrifying death chi exploded once again. He was like a death god. His body was pitch black, and his fierce aura surged. Lin Xian used the Kunpeng movement technique to dodge quickly. At the same time, the Dragon Sword Soul and the Great Destruction Spear exploded, sending out sword chi that slashed at the hands of death. The combination of the two was terrifying. It was like 81 divine dragons that kept attacking. The hands of death exploded. First, one of them shattered. Then, like a chain reaction, 7 of them shattered in an instant. The Shadowless ancestor was shocked. What kind of sword chi was this? It was too terrifying. Even the hands of death he summoned were broken. This young man's combat power was too heaven-defying. If I can get my hands on your body, then all of your combat power will be mine. The Shadowless ancestor was too excited. He had never seen such a terrifying young man before. This was definitely a young great emperor. Thinking of this, he didn't continue to activate the doors of death. Instead, he formed a hand seal. His 2 black eyes turned into 2 balls of hellfire, and then suddenly enlarged and jumped. Not good. It's a soul attack. Hua Feiyu's face turned pale. If Lin Xian was possessed by their ancestral patriarch, it would be over. The Shadowless family members cheered. Their ancestral patriarch was a saint king. His soul was terrifying. Kid, you're here. Seize the opportunity, He Shan said telepathically. Lin Xian also sneered. How dare you try to possess me? You're courting death. He wasn't afraid of being possessed the least. He Shan sent out a wave of demonic chi that surrounded Lin Xian to prevent others from sneaking up on him. Lin Xian stood in the sky and didn't resist at all. He let the 2 balls of black fire jump. The 2 balls of black fire jumped directly into his glabella and disappeared. The next moment, the Shadowless ancestor laughed in his mind. Stupid brat, go to hell. The black fire in the sky grew bigger and bigger, trying to devour Lin Xian's soul. Buzz. The next moment, a dragon roared. Then, a dragon-shaped sword rushed over and cut the black fire into pieces. A miserable cry sounded. Damn it. How is this possible? This is? The Great Dragon Sword. The Shadowless ancestor roared crazily. He knew about the Great Dragon Sword. It was a saint technique that was famous in the world in his time. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have the Great Dragon Sword. No wonder Lin Xian's combat power was so strong. In an instant he escaped. As expected of a saint king. He was so decisive that he could escape from the Great Dragon Sword. However, at this moment, a golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. It was very deep and turned into 2 golden vortexes. They were aimed at the black fire. This is? The Shadowless ancestor screamed crazily as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, he was even more shocked than when he saw the Great Dragon Sword. He was too familiar with this feeling. Why? Why do you have this thing? The Shadowless ancestor fled crazily. Chapter 3463. However, his experience and secret technique allowed him to escape from the dragon-beating sword, but he couldn't escape from the 2 golden vortexes. The black flames were swallowed by the golden vortexes and disappeared. What? Where's their ancestor's soul? I can't sense it. Outside, the experts of the Shadowless family all went crazy. What's going on? Could it be that their patriarch had been killed? This was too shocking. At this moment, they all collapsed. The body of the Shadowless family leader, who was controlled by the Shadowless family leader's soul, fell from the sky and turned into a dried corpse. Did they win? Hua Feiyu heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, her expression changed. The surrounding shadowless family members were all stunned. Even Lin Xian frowned. His expression became extremely solemn. In front of him, a roar came from the ancestral land. It sounded like a ferocious ghost that resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Then, countless amounts of death chi appeared in the ancestral land and formed a world of death. This world of death instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding shadowless family members were all sent flying. They could only watch from afar, trembling. What's going on? Is their ancestor not dead? They were shocked and doubtful. Lin Xian snorted and turned his head. His golden eyes saw through everything and looked at the black coffin on the black altar. At this moment, Dao runes kept flashing on the black coffin. Boom! The lid of the coffin suddenly opened, and a figure sat up. The figure stood up. The aura on his body was so terrifying that the entire sky was collapsing. Kid, this is that guy's body. His corpse is here. Be careful. Black Mountain transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't dare to be careless. It wasn't just a wisp of soul that was here. The other party's body was also there. Damn kid, I'll kill you. A cold voice came from the figure in front of him. Then, dozens of blades of death rushed over. Each of them was condensed by the laws. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian used the Kunpeng technique. He didn't resist it directly. He could feel the terror of these blades of death. However, the blades of death kept increasing in number. In the end, he had no choice but to fight back. With a clang, the great spear of destruction collided with it, causing his arm to go numb. What a strong power! It was much stronger than before. However, Lin Xian was taken aback. Just this bit of strength? That's all there is to it. He let out a cold harumph and charged forward, tearing through the death chi and arriving in front of the figure. At this distance, he could clearly see the figure sitting up. It was a person with disheveled hair. However, his body was not as withered as one would imagine, nor was it made of bones. Instead, it was a person, a very normal person. However, his body was covered with black Dao runes. It was very strange. At this moment, 2 balls of black flames danced in his eyes as he grabbed at Lin Xian with his huge hands. Lin Xian was startled. This was Shengwen King's corpse. It definitely couldn't be resisted. Therefore he quickly dodged. Relying on the Kunpeng technique, he circled around, occasionally releasing terrifying sword chi. An intense battle erupted. Suddenly, old ancestor Shadowless' huge hands appeared in an unbelievable place and grabbed Lin Xian. Not good. Lin Xian's heart raced. He couldn't resist the power of a sage king. He roared and resisted like a madman. Old ancestor Shadowless said, "Go to hell." The death chi on it was extremely thick. It wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword transformed into the shape of a dragon and rushed out. With a whoosh, it shattered the huge hands. Lin Xian was pushed far away, his face pale. In the distance, old ancestor Shadowless was roaring like a madman. What was going on? Black Mountain was also stunned. No, there was something wrong with that thing. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked. He was still in shock. That guy was a sage king when he was alive. The sage king's body was so strong that even if you had the great dragon sword spirit, you wouldn't be able to break it. But your sword just now broke his hand. There was something wrong. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also stunned. Yes, he was only a level 1 sage and the sage king was a level 8 sage. The difference between them was too great. The corpse of a sage king was definitely terrifying. He had seen a living sage king with his own eyes. He couldn't break that kind of body. But just now, he used the great dragon sword spirit to cut off one of the opponent's hands. What was going on? Could it be that the opponent wasn't a sage king? That was impossible. The opponent's soul was at the level of a sage king, and the technique and mystique were very similar. However, it might not be his corpse. Not his corpse? What did that mean? Have you heard of reincarnation in someone else's body? Black Mountain's voice was serious. I thought it was related to reincarnation, But now it seems that it's not just reincarnation. It's also related to that place. That place? Where is that place? Lin Xian was even more surprised. However, Black Mountain didn't explain. Instead, he said, "If I'm not wrong, this isn't the body of a sage king. So, you can attack without hesitation, but be careful of his mystique." On the other side, old ancestor Shadowless's expression was ferocious, and his face was miserable. His broken hand quickly healed again, and it was as good as new. He had completely stepped out of the black coffin. "Kid, I want you dead. Sword of Death." He waved his hand, and suddenly, 36 black sword lights rushed out from his body. Each of them carried an extremely terrifying chi of death. They cut through the void and slashed toward Lin Xian. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Xian stomped his foot and rushed over. He struck out a terrifying sword chi to collide with his opponent. At the same time, he kept approaching his opponent. As long as his opponent wasn't the body of a sage king, he wasn't afraid. As expected, under his powerful physique, his sword chi was like a peerless immortal light. The two of them fought in close combat, causing explosions in all directions. The terrifying chi of death hit him with a loud clang. However, Lin Xian's sword chi also slashed his opponent's body. Old Ancestor Shadowless was sent flying, and a large crack appeared on his body. Not only that, but the entire world of death was split open. The people of the Shadowless clan felt their scalps go numb. They saw the scene inside through the large crack. They saw their patriarch being split open by Lin Xian's sword again. They couldn't believe it at all. Their patriarch was a godlike existence in their hearts. He was their clan's greatest hope. But now, such an existence had been split open multiple times by Lin Xian. Previously, it had been a split soul. Now that their patriarch's main body had come out, how could he not suppress Lin Xian? Chapter 3464. Patriarch Shadowless roared madly. His cracked body healed at an extremely fast speed. This scene shocked Lin Xian greatly. Although this physique was not that of a sage king, it was still very strange. Ordinary sages would find it difficult to heal after being split open by the dragon sword soul. However, his opponent had destroyed the dragon sword soul's aura so easily. It was really strange. The Shadowless clan all cheered when they saw this scene. This was great. The patriarch would definitely not be killed so easily. Our patriarch was a sage king. He would definitely not die. They were too excited. Hua Feiyu's expression was extremely serious. How could a sage king die so easily? He could be reborn with just a drop of blood. He wondered if Lin Xian could completely kill their patriarch. If he could not, there would be endless trouble. Dragon Sword, 9 Yang Divine Body, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have so many treasures. No wonder you could force me to this point. Speaking of this, the 2 balls of black fire in his eyes jumped with incomparable greed. He had to get such a physique and such a divine ability. You are very strong, but it is a pity. You are too young. You have no idea how strong a sage king is. Now I will let you see. Patriarch Shadowless sneered. His palms formed a seal, and his body flickered and instantly disappeared. He disappeared. Lin Xian frowned. He looked around and stood there with a serious expression. In the distance, the Shadowless clan were also stunned. They could no longer sense their patriarch. Suddenly, an elder exclaimed, "The Shadowless Greater Shift." This was a peerless divine ability. Many people cried out in surprise. This divine ability could not be cultivated by ordinary sages. It was an extremely core divine ability of their clan. In the hands of their patriarch, it was a piece of cake. The Shadowless Greater Shift was no different from a spatial divine ability. After merging into the void, one would not be able to find it. This was the strongest assassination technique. Buzz. At this moment, an arm appeared in front of Lin Xian. It held a death scythe and directly slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was sent flying. Spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. With a turn of his hand, he slashed forward with his sword. However, the death scythe in his hand disappeared in an instant, and he only managed to split open a large spatial rift. This is great. In the distance, the Shadowless family's people cheered. Shadowless, great shift. That brat was dead for sure. He can't hurt our ancestor at all. Shadowless, greater teleportation. Lin Xian frowned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He Shan transmitted his voice and asked, "Brat, how was it? Would he be able to hold on?" "Don't worry, it won't affect me." Lin Xian activated his heavenly fortune god eyes. The golden vortex in his eyes grew colder. Suddenly, he thought of something and fiercely threw a punch to the left. With a clang, a death scythe was struck out. A figure also appeared, but it disappeared again in an instant. What? Blocked? How could this be? The powerhouses of the Shadowless family were all stunned. That was Shadowless greater teleportation. Even a sage king might not be able to detect it. What was going on with that brat? How could he detect their ancestors' attack? He must have been lucky to have hit the target with a random punch. Someone explained. The others nodded. They felt that this was the most reasonable situation. However, they were all stunned next. Another attack came from behind, but Lin Xian blocked it. The collision between the spear of great destruction and the death scythe sent countless sparks flying. The world in all directions was shattering. Lin Xian was pushed back, but he was not injured. He blocked it again. What was going on? The Shadowless family's people were going crazy. Even the Shadowless family's ancestor frowned. He saw Lin Xian's eyes, and his face darkened. Damn it, those eyes. It's those eyes. With a roar, his entire body turned into a stream of light, and the death scythe in his hand turned into a world of death. Shadow kill. The terrifying death scythe didn't attack Lin Xian. Instead, it attacked the shadow under Lin Xian's feet. Lin Xian was stunned. The next moment, his body trembled, and he revealed a look of shock. His shadow was slashed, and his body was also injured. Damn it, he quickly dodged. He actually had such a move. As expected of a Sage King's attack. It was unexpected. Brat, you can't escape. Although you have the 9-yang divine body and your physique is shocking, where is your shadow? It's just an ordinary shadow. I can attack it at will. Therefore, you will definitely die. Next, the death scythe kept attacking Lin Xian's shadow. Lin Xian could only use the Kunpeng technique to move in the sky. He frowned. Damn it, he couldn't be so passive. He had to counterattack. Although the attack just now had injured him greatly, he could still withstand it. Therefore, even if he was hit again, he would be fine. He didn't believe that the other party had an immortal body. The other party must have paid a price to revive from a dead person. Therefore, he decided to fight it out with the other party. Buzz. Lin Xian's body changed. Like a true dragon, he swam in the sky. Instead of running away, he attacked directly. His golden eyes locked on to a target. The great destruction spear in his hand danced continuously. What? Are you going to fight it out with me? You're courting death. Old Ancestor Shadowless's body moved strangely, but one of his hands stopped in another direction. He was still attacking Lin Xian's shadow. This scene was extremely strange. Lin Xian's shadow was injured. However, he gritted his teeth and roared. The great destruction spear danced and charged at the escaping figure. With a squelch, it pierced through the other party's shoulder. Old Ancestor Shadowless didn't care at first, but after being pierced, he immediately rolled and screamed. Half of his body had been shattered. Even the head was slightly shattered by the impact. However, the strange thing was that there was no blood dripping. There was only endless black qi. This scene was extremely strange. Lin Xian frowned. This body was too strange. He Shan said, "Kid, look at his broken head, there seems to be something there." Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme and looked carefully. He saw it. It was a pearl. However, he only saw a part of it. The Tao runes on it were too complicated. The aura on it was extremely strange. It made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Suddenly, he felt that the pearl seemed to be related to his heavenly secret divine eyes. His heavenly secret divine eyes jumped and shone with golden light. A black pearl. He sent the image he saw to Heishan. After Heishan saw it, he gasped. Could it be the legendary reincarnation pearl? Chapter 3465. What is the reincarnation pearl? Lin Xian asked. Black Mountain said, I don't have time to explain. Hurry up and attack the reincarnation pearl. If you shatter it, he'll definitely die. Since he had found his target, Lin Xian didn't stop attacking. On the other side, Patriarch Shadowless Body recovered in an instant. He laughed loudly. I'm undying. You can't kill me at all. Even if you have the dragon sword soul, you can't kill me. Indeed, his body was as good as new. Even his aura was at its peak. Really? Are you sure you're undying? What if you don't have the reincarnation pearl? What? Patriarch Shadowless was stunned. He screamed like crazy. His face was filled with fear. Damn it, how did you know? He was crazy. His biggest secret had been discovered by the other party. The reason why he had been able to survive until now was all because of the reincarnation pearl in his body. But it was his biggest secret. Others didn't know at all. Even if they saw it, they definitely wouldn't recognize it because of the broken pearl on his body. But Lin Xian had recognized it at a glance and said it out loud. He was terrified. Damn it, get out of my way. He had gone crazy. He wanted to escape. He paused and rushed toward the black coffin in the distance, wanting to escape. You can't escape. Lin Xian rushed forward. He used the dragon sword soul. A dragon shadow appeared on the great destruction spear. Its terrifying aura surged into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Strike after strike, Patriarch Shadowless only wanted to escape, so he didn't fight back at all. His broken body healed again, but Lin Xian's attacks were too strong. After thousands of times, his recovery speed slowed down. In the end, it took a long time for him to heal. At this moment, he had arrived near the black coffin. This made him heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that he could only escape and find another place to recuperate. But how could Lin Xian let him escape? He formed a seal with his hands. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky with terrifying light. They looked down on the world like the eyes of a god. Patriarch Shadowless was so scared that his scalp went numb. The eyes were too terrifying. No, damn it. His expression was extremely ugly. Under such gazes, he was like an ant, causing him to scream like a madman. Everyone from the Shadowless clan heard it. Kill him for me. In the distance, the people of the Shadowless clan were all stunned. How could they not listen to their ancestors' orders? Immediately, someone rushed over. These were all sages. They merged into the void and brought with them powerful killing techniques as they attacked quickly. These were the elites of the Shadowless clan. They could easily kill saints of the same level. At this moment, they attacked together and surrounded Lin Xian. Acting recklessly, Lin Xian directly opened the dragon sword's sacred domain. A world enveloped these experts. Inside, sword energy weaved unhindered in all directions. Those people cried out miserably one after another, hacked apart by sword energy. Then even their blood was wiped out. The roar shook the entire Shadowless clan. Heishan's expression changed. This old fogey broke the things I set up. Most likely, some supreme elders and living fossils would show up. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared behind Lin Xian. The light in the figure's hand was too terrifying. It was like a heavenly blade that slashed over. Lin Xian threw a punch with the back of his hand. His fist was like a true dragon, completely exploding. With a bang, the two collided. Lin Xian's arm was sent flying, while the figure retreated. However, to Lin Xian's surprise, the other party's body did not split apart. This meant that it was a supreme elder. Fortunately, this old fogey seemed to be afraid of your eye technique, so that roar just now only released a portion of them. There are about 3 or 4 supreme elders. You should be able to deal with them. You can deal with them. You're too unreliable. Hurry up and think of a way. You can't let the others wake up. Lin Xian said with a frown. At the same time, he charged out. Indeed, this time, for Supreme Elders were resurrected. They attacked crazily. Not only that, the other powerhouses of the Shadowless clan also formed formations. One killing formation after another pierced through the 9 heavens. The 4 Supreme Elders also formed the killing formation of the 4 divisions. It was an extremely terrifying formation. In addition to the strength of the 4 Supreme Elders, the combined killing intent pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The terrifying killing intent was unimaginable. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped by the killing formation. He felt great danger. He snorted coldly. On one hand, he activated the heavenly secret divine eye to firmly lock onto the shadowless ancestor. At the same time he roared. The spear of destruction in his hand shot into the sky, turning into a dragon-shaped sword chi. The terrifying power caused the entire world to tremble. The sword chi collided with the killing formation. Boom boom boom. Lin Xian was hit. Many cracks appeared on his body, and golden blood flowed out. However, the other party was more seriously injured. Under the powerful sword chi, the killing formation of the 4 divisions kept trembling. The rebounding force caused the bodies of the 4 Supreme Elders to split into pieces. They roared and reassembled their bodies. However, they were destroyed 7 times in a row. They were seriously injured. Killing formation of the 4 divisions, change. The 4 Supreme Elders roared at the same time. At this moment, they all burned their bloodline. It was obvious that they had to kill the enemy in front of them for the sake of their ancestor. At this moment, everyone's hearts were beating wildly. The aura of the killing formation of the 4 divisions was too terrifying. Everyone in the 9 heavens and 10 lands was trembling. Lin Xian also felt a great sense of crisis. His eyes turned icy cold. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He took out the Great Sage Pagoda, held it, and threw it forward. He had already put away the Great Sage Pagoda. Although he couldn't use the Great Sage Pagoda, its terrifying power was still there. However, using the Great Sage Pagoda as a weapon was no problem for him. The Great Sage Pagoda was like a giant mountain in his hand. He swept it in all directions. That was the Great Sage weapon. That might was truly incomparably frightening. Merely by relying on its pure power, it was not something that any killing formation could contend against. One attack. The killing formation of the 4 divisions was shattered into pieces. The 4 Supreme Elders were turned into meat paste. The second attack. The third attack. Lin Xian swept across all directions. Countless members of the Shadowless clan were affected and turned into a bloody mist. They were completely wiped out. The remaining ones fled into the distance, trembling. It was too terrifying. He almost overturned the entire Shadowless clan with his strength alone. Perhaps Lin Wudi was the only one who could do this. Boom boom boom. Damn it, the weapon in his hand is a sacred weapon. It's too terrifying. The 4 Supreme Elders roared. However, they did not run away. They only let the ordinary disciples escape, and the 4 of them attacked again. They were determined to save their ancestor even at the cost of their lives. Please support us. Chapter 3466. Lin Xian scoffed. He pulled out the Great Sage Tower and threw it at the 4 Grand Elders. Suppress them. The Grand Sage Tower was filled with an incomparably majestic aura. It was so majestic that it directly pressed the 4 Grand Elders to the ground. The 4 Grand Elders' bodies were shattered, healed, and shattered again. Just like that, they were completely suppressed. Lin Xian scoffed. He turned to look at Shadowless Ancestor, but he frowned the next moment. They must be tired of living. He realized that the people who had run away were charging at him again. Their expressions were ferocious. What was going on? Were they not afraid of death? Even the Grand Elders had been suppressed by him. These people from the Shadowless clan were no match for him. Kid, something's wrong. Look, the little girl you subdued is coming too. This is an illusion. Shadowless Ancestor had used an illusion in the market. He had controlled the entire Shadowless clan. Lin Xian glanced at Shadowless Ancestor and saw black flames dancing in his eye sockets. The people around him also seemed to have a black aura around them. They were indeed being controlled. Since he wanted to bury his entire clan, Yi Futian would fulfill his wish. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He waved his hand and sent out a 5-elemental law. It wrapped around Hua Feiyu and pushed her out. Hua Feiyu's body trembled. Her body recovered and she looked terrified. She did not know why she had gone completely crazy and wanted to charge at Yi Futian. Now she knew that it was Lin Xian who had saved her life. She knelt on the ground respectfully and prostrated herself in the distance. The people around her were not so lucky. They charged at Yi Futian like wild beasts. "Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and sent out countless sword chi that swept in all directions. These people were all cut into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. The entire Shadowless clan was filled with corpses and blood. The 4 Grand Elders were suppressed on the ground, but they did not die immediately. When they saw this scene, they went crazy. Their hearts were about to shatter. The elites of their Shadowless clan were about to fall at this moment. These people could not block the sword chi at all. In an instant, more than half of them were killed or injured. In the end, those people all fell, and only the 4 of them were left alive. Of course, there was also Patriarch Shadowless. They had all gone mad. Was it worth it to let so many elites fall for an old ancestor? Foolish fellow, your clansmen, your descendants are all dead because of you. Do you still want to resist? Lin Xian put his hands behind his back and looked at Patriarch Shadowless. Shadowless Ancestor looked extremely ferocious. "Damn brat, who the hell are you? Why are you targeting me? As long as you tell me the secret of Jiang Huansheng's resurrection, I can consider sparing your life." Lin Xian said coldly. "Don't even think about it. I won't tell anyone. At first, I thought you were sent by them. Now it seems that you're not with them. Since that's the case, I don't have any scruples. I will kill you completely, no matter the cost." Patriarch Shadowless roared crazily, and the entire ancestral land shook violently. The ground cracked open, and a black formation spread out. The altar and the black coffin shone with a strange light. "What's going on? What happened?" Hua Feiyu turned pale with fright. The 4 Grand Elders were also terrified. "What's this?" "It's the 8 Demon God formation. This was the most terrifying formation of the Shadowless clan. It was built with the entire Shadowless clan as its foundation. It would not be used until the last moment. Once it was used, the ancestral land would be reduced to ashes." One could imagine how terrifying this formation was. The 4 Supreme Elders' eyes were filled with fear. They had never thought that their patriarch would actually go crazy. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 elders were pale. They knew that even if Lin Xian didn't kill them, they would still die. They wouldn't be able to survive. Patriarch Shadowless floated in the air, laughing wildly like the Grim Reaper. "Kid, this is a competition between you and me. Once the 8 Demon God formation is activated, nothing can stop it. You will die without a doubt. Now, go to hell for me." A terrifying voice rang out as 8 figures appeared around the spell formation. It was as if they had been summoned from the depths of hell. The 8 figures were terrifying. They were the essence of the 8 Demon God formation. The 8 Demon Gods could destroy the world. Moreover, the 8 Demon God formation had been nurtured by the clan for countless years. It could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. The 4 Prime Elders screamed miserably, and one of them exploded into a bloody mist. The others exploded one after another. They wanted to scream and run, but in the end, they were destroyed by the killing formation. Once the Demon God formation was activated, it would kill everyone, regardless of friend or foe. Lin Xian's expression became serious. How ruthless this old madman was. "Black Mountain, do you have a solution?" Lin Xian asked. "Motherfucker, how dare he activate the 8 demonic gods formation? But so what? He was only a sage king when he was alive. I was the great sage when I was alive. This time, I will definitely kill him." Black Mountain was also angry. He said, "I have heard of the 8 demon god formation, and I have never set it up before. So, I definitely know the flaw of the 8 demon god formation. Do as I say, and you can definitely break the formation. Lin Xian nodded. His eyes were shining. Black Mountain said, the 8 demon god formation mainly relied on the 8 demon god phantoms. To kill the demon god phantoms, the order could not be wrong. Otherwise, the 8 demon gods would resurrect infinitely. They could not be killed at all. In the end, the trapped person would be refined alive. So, the order could not be wrong. Kill the 4th demon god first. I know. Lin Xian found the 4th demon god phantoms in an instant. The great destruction spear in his hand was like a black mountain slashing down from the sky. Kill. The 4th demon god phantoms roared crazily. Murderous aura soared into the sky like a real demon god. At the same time, the other 7 demon phantoms also moved. This was a fatal blow. Lin Xian used the Kunpeng movement technique and dodged quickly. His target was only the 4th demon god phantoms. Boom, boom, boom. He passed through everything and arrived in front of the 4th demon god phantoms. His attack directly caused the sky to collapse. The 4th demon god phantoms was forced back. He opened his mouth and spat out a demonic sound wave. Countless demonic chi in the sky turned into a pitch-black rain of swords, piercing through the void and piercing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and split the rain of swords with his sword. Not only that, the 4th demon god phantoms was split in half. Lin Xian roared to the sky like a peerless god of war. Who was next? The 7th demon god phantoms. Black Mountain transmitted his voice. Lin Xian chased after the 7th demon god phantoms like a dragon. Soon, the 7th demon god phantoms was also killed by him. Next, it was the 3rd demon god phantoms. Old Ancestor Shadowless was very calm at first, thinking that the other party would definitely die. But gradually, his expression changed. Chapter 3467. In the end, he screamed like crazy. How was this possible? Previously, when the other party killed the 4th demonic shadow, he thought it was just a coincidence. But then, the other party killed the 7th and 3rd demonic shadows. He felt that something was wrong. This was the correct order to break the formation. How could the other party break it? How was this possible? This was an extremely ancient formation. He dared to guarantee that no one else knew about it except for him. Who was the other party? How did he know about such an ancient formation? Could it be that he was also an extremely ancient monster? Had he been revived in some way? He didn't dare to imagine. Just as he was stunned, the last demonic shadow also screamed miserably. Lin Xian directly pierced through it and nailed it to death in the void. Light bloomed. Kid, are your eyes okay? Heishan's voice was urgent. Lin Xian felt for a while and found nothing unusual. Other than a bit of swelling pain and heat, there was nothing else. He could still use his eye technique to see very far away. Lin Xian felt for a while. Indeed, his eyes did hurt a little, but it didn't matter. It was like a normal fire. This kind of pain was negligible to him. Your eyes are too strange. Brat, where did you get those eyes from? I got them by chance. They're called the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes. I got them from someone from the Heavenly Secret race. What? Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes. Heavenly Secret Race. Heishan sucked in a breath of cold air. I understand. No wonder you can absorb the Yama fire. What was going on? Could it be that the Heavenly Secret Race had something to do with the Yama fire? Lin Xian frowned even more. These should be ancient or even ancient secrets that had long been lost. The other sages didn't know. It was even more impossible for him to know. Heishan said, Kid, I've heard of this matter. The Heavenly Secret Race was an extremely terrifying race. Their origins were mysterious, and they were not inferior to the dragons, Qilin race, and other top races of the 10,000 ancient races. In fact, they were even more terrifying. The people of the Heavenly Secret Race all had a bloodline, and that was eye technique. However, their eyes were very special. They could only be activated and stimulated under certain circumstances. Once activated, the power of the eye technique was unparalleled. Not only that, their eye technique would be more powerful the more they used it. In the end, it could even evolve. It was rumored that the heavenly secret ancestor had a pair of reincarnation eyes. As far as the eye could see, the 6 paths of reincarnation could allow one to live or die. It was truly incomparably terrifying. Chapter 3468. What? The Rinnegan? Lin Xian was shocked. So powerful. Could it be that the Tianji ancestor was also a great emperor? I don't know if the Tianji tribe has a great emperor. However, the first Tianji ancestor was said to be an immortal. What? Immortal? Lin Xian was even more shocked. Immortal, wasn't that something that countless people dreamed of? Even great emperors desired it. However, whether there were immortals in this world was still a mystery, because no one had seen it before. In the end, even great emperors could feel despair. Now, the first Tianji tribe ancestor was actually an immortal. Then wouldn't his Rinnegan be the immortal eye? These were all legends. No one knew whether there were immortals or not. However, this was enough to show that the Tianji tribe was extraordinary. Even if the Tianji ancestor wasn't an immortal, he wouldn't be any weaker than a great emperor. As for the reincarnation sword, it was said that one of the first Tianji ancestors' eyes turned into a divine sword. It was very terrifying. This reincarnation pearl is related to reincarnation. Perhaps it is related to the reincarnation sword or the Rinnegan. And you have the Tianji divine eyes. That's why there is such a connection. So that's how it is. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He didn't expect his Tianji divine eyes to have such a background. He already had the great dragon sword soul of the 5 swords of the world, and the reincarnation sword was also related to him. There was also the heavenly punishment sword, which was related to the Sikong family. He had the great sage Sikong's great sage pagoda in his hands. He had to admit that it was really strange. If you put it that way, those Yama flames should have been absorbed by the Tianji divine eyes. He didn't know if he could use it. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He tried to communicate with it. The golden runes in his eyes slowly rotated. Suddenly, a trace of black flame flowed out. The moment the black flame appeared, it instantly burned the void in front of it into nothingness. So powerful. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't dare to use it too much. Although he had the Tianji divine eyes, the Yama flames were too terrifying. After using it for a while, he felt a slight pain in his eyes. It seemed that he could only use it as a sure-kill skill. Lin Xian felt that this Yama fire could burn a 3rd heaven sage to death. This gave him another powerful trump card. He Shan also said, "Kid, make good use of your heavenly secret divine eyes. If you can use more Yama flame, you can even burn a true Saint King to death, let alone a 3rd heaven saint." Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. However, he knew that the current him did not have the strength to do so. This was because if he did not control the Yama's fire properly, he would end up burning himself. But no matter what, he finally had another trump card. It seemed that coming to the Grand Spill Planet this time had been the right choice. Not only did he meet Gu Santong, but he also learned about the secrets of the heavenly secret god eyes and the reincarnation sword. Now, he even obtained the Yama's fire. However, Lin Xian still narrowed his eyes. Who was it that had given Shadowless the reincarnation orb and brought him back to life? This was still unclear at the moment. He Shan shook his head. Although he had an idea, it was too shocking and he was not sure, so he did not tell Lin Xian. "Young master, are you all right?" At this moment, Hua Feiyu flew over quickly from afar. Her face was still incomparably pale. Lin Xian shook his head and said, "I'm fine." His gaze swept past Hua Feiyu and looked at the surroundings. There were still people from the Shadowless clan around. They had all rushed over from outside the clan. Basically, the elites in the core area had all been killed by him. Although the Shadowless clan had not been completely destroyed, they had suffered a great loss. When Lin Xian's gaze swept past them, the people of the Shadowless clan trembled and their faces were filled with fear. You killed our experts." They saw the mountains of corpses and seas of blood around them and went crazy. Young master, what should we do with these people? Hua Feiyu asked respectfully. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He said, I don't have too much energy to care about the Shadowless clan. However, it's a pity to just throw it away. How about this, I'll leave it to you. From now on, you'll be the new leader of the Shadowless clan. It was the young master. Hua Feiyu knelt respectfully on the ground. Don't worry, young master. I'll run the Shadowless clan well. As long as the young master says the word, I'll do anything. All right, get up. Next, you'll take over the clan's affairs. Lin Xian was ready to leave. It was a good choice to leave the Shadowless clan to Hua Feiyu. If Hua Feiyu dared to betray him, he could guarantee that Hua Feiyu's fate would be worse than those who had died. Moreover, he believed that with Hua Feiyu's intelligence and what had happened today, Hua Feiyu would never betray him. This way, he would be in control of a clan. Although he might not be able to make the clan do anything, the Shadowless clan's strength alone was enough. Although they had suffered a great loss, they still had a lot of resources in their hands. They could send cultivation resources to Lin Xian regularly. When one reached the Sage Realm, the resources needed would be even more and more precious. Therefore, there would only be benefits and no disadvantages for him to take over a clan. He gave Hua Feiyu a transmission array that could be used to transmit resources. If there was danger, Hua Feiyu could also use this transmission array to call for help. After that, Lin Xian left. He returned to the Gu family. Gu Santong and the others had been waiting anxiously for a long time. To be honest, Lin Xian had been gone for so long that they were very worried. However, when they saw that Lin Xian had returned, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Santong rushed over. Brother Lin, are you all right? Don't worry, the matter has been resolved. Don't worry, the Shadowless clan will not dare to trouble you anymore. Although Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, it was like a sudden clap of thunder in everyone's ears. The matter had been resolved? They could not believe it. One had to know that the Shadowless clan was like a mountain in front of them. They could not breathe under the pressure. But now Lin Xian had resolved it so easily? Just what level had the other party's strength reached? Was he really unfathomable? After that, Lin Xian did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked for a secret room from Gu Santong and began to cultivate in seclusion. He had just obtained a new flame, Yama's flame. He wanted to study it and master it as soon as possible. Just like that, Lin Xian went into seclusion. However, the storm did not stop. Such a huge matter had happened to the Shadowless clan. The entire core area was basically shattered. Such a huge commotion could not be hidden. Therefore, the news quickly spread. In an instant, the entire Great Yen planet was shocked. The Shadowless clan had suffered a great loss. The core area and elite powerhouses had been killed. Such a huge matter was like a gust of wind that swept through every corner in an instant. Everyone was going crazy. They could not believe it. The Shadowless clan was one of the top clans. In this world, they were an overlord-level existence. How could such a clan be injured? Could it be that the other top clans had joined forces? Chapter 3469. For a time, countless large families and forces went to investigate. They had to figure out what had happened to the Shadowless family. Who knew what was going on? What was the situation now? The Gu family naturally sent out martial artists. When they learned of this news, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this matter was related to Lin Xian? Their first thought was that this was impossible. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was only one person. The Shadowless family was a huge family with countless experts. There were many saints. How could they be beaten to such a state by a young man? But besides Lin Xian, who else had contact with the Shadowless family, and in such a short period of time? They didn't know. Although the Shadowless family tried their best to conceal it, too many saints and experts had died. They couldn't hide it from the investigation of so many large families and forces. So soon, the situation of the Shadowless family was figured out by those people. For a time, the wind and clouds surged. Tianhe family. It was also one of the large families of the Great Spill Planet. At this moment, in a great hall of the Tianhe family, the patriarch, elders, and many powerhouses were gathered together. Their eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. You should already know about the Shadowless family, Patriarch Tianhe said in a deep voice. Inside the hall, everyone was grinning from ear to ear. They knew, of course they knew. For some unknown reason, the Shadowless family had suffered heavy losses and their vitality had been greatly damaged. Patriarch, this is a good opportunity for us to make a move. That's right, Patriarch. We have always been suppressed by the Shadowless family. Now we finally have a chance to make a move. We can directly trample the Shadowless family to the ground. This way we can become the top family. From then on, our Tianhe family will become one of the overlords of the Great Spill Planet. The more everyone spoke, the more excited they became. Their eyes turned red. Patriarch Tianhe was calm. He said, although this is a good opportunity, we can't be too careless. After all, it wasn't just our family that was eyeing the Shadowless family. In the entire Great Spill Planet, there were 3 top overlords. Besides the Shadowless family, there was also the Flowing Fire Palace and Devouring Sky Hall. In addition, there were 5 first-rate forces like our Tianhe family. As for the clans below them, there was nothing to be afraid of. They couldn't benefit from this storm at all, and even if they did, it would be very little. Most importantly, the other 4 great clans and 2 other overlords. The other 4 families must be like us, wanting to take over the Shadowless clan and become the new overlord. But don't forget, the other 2 overlords are also eyeing the Shadowless clan. They also want to strengthen themselves. Therefore, don't act rashly. While the Tianhe clan was discussing their next course of action, the other 4 first-rate clans were also having an intense discussion. At the same time, the 2 overlord forces were also moving in the dark. The people of the Shadowless family were extremely nervous. Before they could recover from the shock of losing their clan's vitality, many other people appeared around them. There were even conflicts erupting. For a moment, their situation became more and more dangerous. Patriarch, what should we do? The people of the Shadowless clan all looked at Hua Feiyu. At this moment, Hua Feiyu was their new patriarch, and she had the highest cultivation among them. This was because the other saints and elders had all been killed, either by Lin Xian or by the Shadowless ancestors' 8 demon god formation. It could be said that they were indeed much weaker now, even weaker than the Gu family. Of course, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Shadowless clan still had some resources. Other than some dormant living fossils, they still had some formations and forbidden weapons that they hadn't used yet. At this moment, Hua Feiyu sat in the highest position, her expression extremely cold. She didn't expect this. She had just become the patriarch, and now she was facing such a situation. Now, she had 3 choices in front of her. The first was to give up resistance and let the other clans take over the Shadowless clan. She would never agree to this even if she were to die. In that case, there was only one other option left, and that was to resist. However, with their current strength, they couldn't resist at all. The other experts, the other 2 overlords, were not any weaker than them. If they were at their peak, they could still resist. Now that their vitality was greatly damaged, they couldn't resist at all. Don't forget, there were still some first-rate clans eyeing them covetously. If they wanted to resist, there were 2 options. The first was to fully recover their resources and awaken all the dormant living fossils. This way, their current strength would be greatly improved. However, after they were awakened, she wouldn't be able to explain what had happened before. She, Hua Feiyu, might be captured by these living fossils and tortured. Therefore, she only had one choice left, and that was to ask for help. She asked for help from Lin Xian. Lin Xian had just supported her to become the patriarch of Hua Feiyu, so he wouldn't sit by and do nothing. However, she wasn't 100% sure. After all, this time, they weren't facing just one clan. They were probably the top forces in the entire Great Yen planet. Compared to these clans and sects, the Shadowless clan was much stronger. Would Lin Xian care? It was really an unknown. The atmosphere on the Great Yen planet was extremely strange. Basically, Everyone knew that a great change had happened to the Shadowless clan. Their strength had been greatly damaged, and there would probably be a fight next. Those weaker clans and sects, although they couldn't make a move, they weren't idle either. First, they all moved to investigate the news. Moreover, many people were ready to watch a big show. Maybe if they were lucky, they could even reap the benefits. Heavens, what happened to the Shadowless clan? They actually suffered such heavy losses. Could it be that someone made a move against them? Impossible. If it was a battle between top overlords, it would definitely alarm everyone. We didn't receive any news before, so it should be a sudden blow. Could it be that some peerless powerhouse made a move and swept away the Shadowless clan? It couldn't be. The Shadowless clan was an overlord existence. What kind of person could sweep them away? Could it be one of those legendary existences? Everyone was discussing, guessing what the reason was. At the same time, the Tianhe clan and other first-rate clans couldn't help but begin to probe. A great war broke out in the Shadowless clan. Even the first-rate clans began to fight for territory. The flames of war were burning. Everyone's blood was boiling. They knew that this battle wouldn't end so easily. However, to their surprise, after only a few days, the battle stopped. Because the other two overlords had made a move. There were a total of 3 overlords on the Great Yen planet. The Shadowless clan was originally one of them, but now their vitality was greatly damaged. Therefore, the other 2 overlords reigned supreme. Chapter 3470. At this moment, the other 2 overlords attacked together. No one dared to resist. They thought that they had no hope. However, to everyone's surprise, the other 2 overlords didn't directly attack the Shadowless clan. Instead, they sent a message. Half a month later, the Shadowless meeting would be held to discuss this matter. The world was in an uproar when the news came out. They originally thought that the 2 overlords would directly attack and divide the Shadowless clan. Unexpectedly, that wasn't the case. Instead, they were going to hold a Shadowless meeting. What was going on? No one could understand. However, the Tianhe clan and the other 4 first-rate clans were ecstatic. They knew that only the 5 first-rate clans and the 2 overlords would hold this meeting. It seemed that they were going to divide and conquer the Shadowless clan. Although they were also surprised by this action, they couldn't care less. As long as they could strengthen their clans, they had to participate in this meeting. Patriarch, this is bad. The Shadowless clan. The warriors of the Shadowless clan had ugly faces. In half a month, would their Shadowless clan be swallowed up? Hua Feiyu's expression was also extremely grave. She knew that there was no other way. She could only ask Lin Xian for help. Therefore, she took out the formation disc that Lin Xian had left behind and sent a message. The Gu clan. At this moment, there was also an uproar. The things that had happened recently were too shocking. They didn't expect that the mountain in their hearts would collapse like this. Now, it was facing the danger of being destroyed. In a secret chamber of the Gu clan, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The black flames in his eyes quickly disappeared. These days, he had been studying Yama's fire. Yama's fire was the fire of hell. Its power was terrifying. His heavenly secret divine eye was related to the Rinnegan. Therefore, he could control Yama's fire. Lin Xian still couldn't release too much Yama's fire. Otherwise, it would be a great burden to his eyes. However, he could already control it stably. In other words, it could be used as a trump card. Currently, he could use Yama's fire to burn a 3rd heaven saint. As he gained more control in the future, he could even burn a 4th or 5th heaven saint. Thinking of this, he was very satisfied. This time, it was definitely a great harvest. Kid, the Shadowless clan has news for you. Heishan said. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the disc array that was placed to the side. Was there some movement already? Could it be that some living fossil had come back to life? Lin Xian had stayed behind to consolidate his strength. Furthermore, he wanted to take a look at the Shadowless tribe and see if there were any other abnormalities. He didn't expect that he would be able to wait for it. He took out a disc array and released a message. There was an anxious voice inside. Young master, this is bad. My shadowless clan is in danger of being exterminated. Please save us. The danger of extermination? Lin Xian was stunned. He had originally thought that Hua Feiyu's personal safety was in danger, such as being suppressed by some living fossil elder. That was why he asked for help. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. It was not Hua Feiyu's personal safety, but the safety of the entire shadowless clan. What's going on? He thought about it for a moment, and understood. It seemed that other clans and forces wanted to swallow the shadowless clan. Lin Xian had seen such things many times. He stood up and walked out. After going out and asking around, Lin Xian immediately sneered. As he had guessed, the entire Great Yen planet was surging with undercurrents. He had obtained more accurate information from Gu Santong. 2 overlords and 5 first-rate clans were going to convene a shadowless meeting to discuss the fate of the shadowless clan. Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart. How dare they have designs on the shadowless clan? Now that the shadowless clan was already in Lin Xian's hands, how could he allow others to interfere? Shadowless meeting? Fine, he would see who dared to touch his things. Lin Xian thought in his heart and had an idea. Based on the current situation, the shadowless clan definitely had some hidden resources, but they definitely couldn't use them. Moreover, Hua Feiyu was a smart woman. She didn't use her remaining resources, but asked him for help. It seemed that this time he had to properly intimidate the other overlords and then completely seal off their resources. However, this wasn't enough. After all, too many saints had died in the shadowless clan. Hua Feiyu alone wouldn't be able to support it. It seemed that he had to find someone for the shadowless clan to rely on. Lin Xian wouldn't consider the other overlords, and he couldn't stay here for too long. Therefore, after much thought, he thought of Gu Santong and the Gu clan. It seemed that Gu Santong's clan had settled down here for the time being. Although they weren't the top clans, they had remarkable abilities and methods. As long as they were given enough resources, they could rapidly grow. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to let Gu Santong's clan join forces with the Shadowless clan to form a new force. Gu Santong was his friend. This way, he could help Gu Santong and the resources he would obtain wouldn't be reduced. Moreover, it would be enough for the Shadowless clan to survive for a long time. Lin Xian gradually formed this plan in his heart, but all of this had to be arranged properly. Now, he had to make a trip to the Shadowless clan. He had to comfort Hua Feiyu first. Then, Lin Xian set off for the Shadowless clan. The Shadowless clan was very uneasy, and Hua Feiyu was even more anxious. However, when she saw Lin Xian arrive, she sighed in relief. She knew that there was still hope. Lin Xian told her not to worry, and that everything would proceed as normal. When the Shadowless conference began, he would accompany her. After receiving Lin Xian's answer, Hua Feiyu completely calmed down. She began to strengthen the clan. Lin Xian once again came to the ancestral land. It had been reduced to ruins, but he still wanted to investigate. The Shadowless ancestor's resurrection was too strange. However, after searching for a while, he didn't find anything. The Yama's fire had burned everything. Even if there were traces, they would have been burned into nothingness. It seemed that if he wanted to know the secret of the Shadowless ancestor's resurrection, he would have to start with the reincarnation pearl or the Yama's fire. He didn't know either of these. It seemed that when he returned, he would use the information he had on the Langya star to investigate. After that, Lin Xian went back and found Gu Santong and the other elders of the Gu clan. He told them about his plan. Gu Santong and the elders of the Gu family sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at Lin Xian in shock. "Sir Lin, did you really do this to the Shadowless clan?" They were too shocked. They had guessed this before, but they quickly rejected it, because they felt that it wasn't very likely. However, now that they saw Lin Xian's plan, it was very likely that Lin Xian had done it. Chapter 3471. As expected, Lin Xian nodded. "That's right, I did it. But I didn't expect the situation to change like this." Hua Feiyu can't support the entire Shadowless clan with her current strength. So I think it's better for the two clans to merge and create a new force. This way, we can maintain our position as the overlord. Why are you helping the Gu clan? The elders of the Gu clan were bewildered. Don't worry too much. Firstly, Santong is my good friend. I'll help him. Secondly, you know that the resources needed to reach the Sage Realm are huge. So I need a top clan to provide me with resources. When the time comes, I only need to take my share. The rest can be distributed by the Gu clan. Hearing this, the elders of the Gu clan's eyes lit up. Lin Xian was right. This was indeed a good opportunity. Given the relationship between young Master Santong and Lin Xian wouldn't cheat them. In this way, they could gain a firm foothold. It would be convenient for young Master Santong to step on the ancient road of the stars again. All right, let's take a gamble. The elders of the Gu clan's eyes lit up. Gu Santong also said, Brother Lin, I really have to thank you this time. Lin Xian smiled. Brother Gu, don't be so courteous with me. Let's drink. Since the plan had been made, they just had to wait for the meeting to start. The following days were quite leisurely. Soon, half a month passed. The Shadowless meeting was also starting today. The meeting was held at the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. It was an ancient land. The aura here was very unusual. At this moment, many people had gathered at the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. The two overlords, the 5 first-rate clans, and the other martial artists were all outside to watch. They couldn't enter the depths of the ancient land. In the sky, several spirit boats rushed over and shuttled through the sky. Soon, they arrived near the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. Then, the spirit boats all stopped. From inside, figures walked down one after another. Their expressions were solemn as they quickly descended from the sky. They were from the Shadowless clan. The martial artists outside exclaimed in shock. They were originally here to watch the show. Now that they saw the Shadowless clan, they were instantly interested. The Shadowless clan really dared to come. That's right, he was too reckless. If I were the patriarch of the Shadowless family, I would have given up long ago to seek survival. Don't worry, even if they came, it would be useless. They would definitely be wiped out this time. Even if they didn't die, their forces and territories would definitely be annexed. Many of them were from big clans, even though they weren't qualified to enter the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. However, they were all famous and domineering figures. In fact, several clans had already received orders to humiliate the Shadowless clan before the Shadowless clan entered the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. He wanted to give them a show of strength. These people were from the Shadowless clan. Hua Feiyu had brought the remaining elite materials over. Even though they were elites, they were still lacking compared to before. Luckily, Hua Feiyu was still confident this time because Lin Xian was here. Not only had Lin Xian come, Gu Santong had also brought along the elites of the Gu clan. Young master. After landing, Hua Feiyu looked at Lin Xian, as if seeking his opinion. Lin Xian said lightly, Next, you can make your own decisions. You don't have to ask me for anything. Remember, you are now the patriarch of the Shadowless clan. Bring out your previous aura. Also, let me tell you a bottom line. You are not allowed to give them a share, nor are you allowed to annex them. You know this bottom line, you can do whatever you want. If anything happens, I will take care of it for you. As soon as these words came out, Hua Feiyu regained her confidence. She took a deep breath and once again regained her cold demeanor of a queen. Originally, she was a high and mighty fairy and was very famous in the entire Great Yen Star. So at this moment, after she regained her aura, it really made the people around her tremble. Was the legendary cold and elegant little princess back again? But soon they sneered. The current Shadowless clan was no longer the same, so they were not afraid at all. Oh, isn't this Hua Feiyu? Princess Hua? Why did she come so late? Yes, shouldn't she have come early to ask for forgiveness? Someone sneered. Princess Hua, your Shadowless clan is about to be destroyed. Why don't you marry me? Don't worry, I can definitely protect your life here. The surrounding people all laughed. These people were also experts, and they were here to cause trouble. They were here to show Hua Feiyu who was in charge. Acting recklessly. Slap them. Hua Feiyu's face darkened. But someone beside her rushed forward like a ghost and instantly shrouded the front. How dare you attack? You are really reckless. Do you think your shadowless clan is still the overlord now? That person sneered and directly slapped down with his palm. The terrifying palm was like a mountain, carrying a powerful force and directly blasted the person from the shadowless clan away. That person spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Hua Feiyu's face changed, and the surrounding shadowless clan members' faces also became incomparably ugly. The other martial artists, on the other hand, burst into laughter. So trash, so useless. Is this still the overlord of the past? It was really surprising. The overlord had fallen to such a state. What overlord? Now the shadowless clan is struggling at death's door, even worse than us. Hua Feiyu, you are not qualified to enter here. If you want to enter, you have to kneel under my crotch. With that person spread his legs and laughed loudly. The others also sneered and looked at this scene. If the current shadowless clan was not even qualified to enter the Thunder Mountain ancient land, then they would not have any scruples. Damn it. Damn it. The shadowless clan members were furious. If they were at their peak, these people would have to kneel down when they saw them. How dare they provoke them like this? Hua Feiyu's face also became incomparably ugly. To be honest, besides her, the most powerful person was only a sage-to-be. They could not deal with this situation at all. Unless she took action herself. But she was the leader of her clan. Unless there was no other choice, she would not personally take action. For a moment, she was stunned. Lin Xian also did not take action. He did not care to take action against such insignificant people. This time, he was here to suppress the situation. He would only take action at the most critical moment. Therefore, he looked at a handsome man beside him. Santong, it's up to you now. Gu Santong nodded, and a flash of light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 3472. How dare you block my way? You must be tired of living. As he spoke, a large palm appeared out of thin air in front of that person, and then it suddenly slammed down. Everyone, please search for the most complete version. Novel. Boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void was directly blown apart, and that person was instantly smashed into a bloody mist. What? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. There was actually another expert. They were all stunned. Who was it? Were there still other experts in the Shadowless clan? Could it be that Hua Feiyu had done it personally? One after another, gazes shot over like rainbows. Soon they found that it was not. The one who did it was not Hua Feiyu, but a man, a tall man. The aura on his body was very strange. Although he was standing there, it was as if he did not exist and had merged with the void. Was that the Shadowless secret technique? They were stunned. Could it be that there were still experts in the Shadowless clan who survived? So what if there are more experts? I don't believe that you can pass today. A person walked out. This time, it was a saint with a very terrifying aura. He held a long spear and directly stabbed it over. It bloomed with an incomparable light. This person's strength was much more terrifying than the previous one. The middle-aged man from the Gu family also snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. The void fluctuated, and a large hand strangely appeared in the sky, directly grabbing the opponent's long spear. The two of them kept shaking in the sky, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The black long spear was very terrifying, more terrifying than a mountain. After that attack, the saints of the same level would all be shocked. However, the gigantic hand of nothingness was even more bizarre. It directly guided the sound of lung into the void. It was swallowed up by countless spaces. This was a true space mystic ability. It was absolutely exquisite. Therefore, the final result was not surprising at all. The person who attacked was killed again. He died again. Another expert was easily killed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who was this person? Seeing this scene, Hua Feiyu also regained her confidence. She sneered. What, are you qualified to enter now? If you can beat me, you are qualified to enter. An old man walked out, and the others were also shocked. It was Green Lamp Saint. Clearly, this old man was a very famous saint. His name was Qing Deng. With a wave of his hand, an ancient, navy blue lamp appeared in his hand, flickering with a demonic flame. Hua Feiyu looked around and the others nodded in agreement. That's right. As long as you can defeat Green Lamp Saint, you'll be able to enter. The middle-aged man from the Gu family strode forward. He was a powerhouse from the Gu family. At this moment, he was extremely domineering. He snatched the spear from the man's hand and strode forward. Then, his body suddenly disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he was already standing behind the Green Lamp Sage. The long spear in his hand pressed down like a mountain. Boom! With one strike, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. What a strange movement technique. Green Lamp Saint's expression changed as well. He didn't even see how the man had appeared. Could it be that the Shadowless clan really had such a terrifying person? How could he have known that these people were not from the Shadowless clan, but from the Gu clan? This was the spatial divine ability of the Gu clan. However, he was also extremely powerful. Therefore, even though he was panicking, he wasn't too afraid. With a wave of his hand, the ancient green lamp in his hand flickered. Instantly, the surrounding wind howled and countless ghostly shadows swayed. It shrouded him directly. The aura of the entire space changed. Under the influence of the green lamp, it seemed to have become extremely strange. The surrounding people also retreated continuously. Their eyes were filled with cold sneers. The faces of the Gu clan changed as well. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Hua Feiyu said, "Young master, the Green Lamp Sage is not ordinary. Legend has it that his lamp has an extraordinary origin." Lin Xian nodded slightly. He also saw a gigantic creature emerging from the countless gusts of wind. It was a demonic beast. It only had a single green eye. As it spun, it brought with it countless gusts of wind that sent chills down one's spine. "Brother Lin, don't worry. The saint of our Gu clan will be able to handle it." "Indeed." The middle-aged man from the Gu clan snorted coldly. Then he struck out a series of large spatial cracks and charged forward. It was as if he was going to devour the monster. The monster roared angrily and retaliated. The green claws stretched out, sending chills down everyone's spine. They realized that the green claws were covered with green hair. It looked extremely terrifying. What kind of demonic beast is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. Countless people retreated frantically. The cyan claws were truly too bizarre. Each strike was like a vast ocean wave. Furthermore, terrifying roars could be heard from the claws. In an instant, the middle-aged man from the Gu clan was shrouded. The surrounding people sneered. "That guy is dead meat." Yes, surrounded by the demonic beasts summoned by the Green Lamp Sage, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had 10 lives. Attack him. He's overestimating himself. The Green Lamp Sage also revealed a disdainful smile. However, in the next moment, his body trembled and he was sent flying. A figure appeared behind him. A single move landed on his body and sent him flying. How is this possible? The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw this scene. Wasn't the other party devoured by the demonic beasts? How did he appear behind the Green Lamp Sage? Damn it, what's wrong with you? The Green Lamp Sage was also shocked. The palm strike had smashed half of his body. He turned his head and looked at the scene in disbelief. "You're not from the Shadowless clan?" he asked with a frown. The middle-aged man from the Gu clan snorted. "You don't need to know that. Do you still want to continue the fight?" Hua Feiyu also walked out and asked in a deep voice. She could tell that the Gu clan's divine power was too powerful. No wonder their clan was so determined to form a marriage alliance. They even obtained this divine power of space. Only the Shadowless clan was one of the 3 overlords. They had many saints, and even had an old ancestor. Otherwise, other clans wouldn't have dared to have designs on the Gu clan. Although the Shadowless clan was expelled, their strength was still very terrifying. "Very well, you're qualified to enter." The Green Lamp Sage didn't continue the fight. Instead, he swayed gently. The green lamp in his hand disappeared, and so did the terrifying demonic beast. The terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth in the surroundings quickly disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. It was hard to believe that the Shadowless clan still had such strength. Previously, they had investigated and found that the Shadowless clan had suffered serious injuries. Chapter 3473. They even speculated that the other party might not even be able to get through the door. Of course, they would not let the other party enter. They would just torture and humiliate the other party to show their strength. But now they found that they were wrong. Such a huge overlord, even if weakened, was not someone they could provoke. It was better to let the other two overlords and the 5 first-rate clans inside fight against them. They might be able to reap the benefits from outside. Everyone retreated. Hua Feiyu led the crowd and walked in aggressively. However, their mood was even more solemn, because they knew that the people outside were just small fries. Inside the Thunder Mountain ancient land, there was a terrifying existence. They would be facing the other 2 overlords and the 5 first-rate clans. At that time, if they were weak, they would be devoured without leaving any bones behind. Thunder Mountain ancient land. At this moment, the 2 overlords were sitting in the north and south, Liuhua Palace and Devouring Sky Palace. The remaining 5 first-rate clans were standing in the east and west. Although they were weaker than the 2 overlords, their strength was still very terrifying. When the 5 first-rate clans were together, even the 2 overlords had to treat them seriously. At this moment, they were all talking and laughing because they knew that the Shadowless clan had arrived. And they were just outside, but they were blocked. An elder of the Tianhe clan said with a smile, wondering when the Shadowless clan would arrive. One of the people from the 4 Directions pavilion sneered. They were already here. They were outside, but they were blocked by someone. They would probably be tortured. Those people outside would not be merciful. Who would have thought that a dignified overlord would be reduced to such a state? He could not even enter the Thunder Mountain ancient land. Then, there is no need for us to be merciful. Everyone laughed. In their opinion, the Shadowless clan was already in their pocket. Next, how would they distribute it? The Shadowless clan had arrived. At this moment, a loud and clear voice came from outside. Oh, they're here? So fast. The top clans and experts in the Thunder Mountain ancient land were stunned. They did not expect the Shadowless clan to come in so quickly. It was really beyond their expectations. Sure enough, in the next moment, they saw a team coming from afar. Soon, they arrived at the ancient land of the Thunder Mountains. At that instant, the people of the 2 dominators and the 5 first-rate clans all glanced forward. Only the members of the Shadowless clan sneered. Although the number of people who came was not small, there were only a few who had the strength to enter their eyes. It seemed that the Shadowless clan had truly declined. Since they were able to enter, they must have some strength, but there was nothing to be afraid of. So it's a fellow Taoist from the Shadowless race. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Come, take a seat. One of the elders of the Devouring Sky Hall chuckled as he sat there. Hua Feiyu frowned. Gu Santong and Lin Xian also narrowed their eyes. Where should he sit? The place in the valley had already been divided up by the 5 great families. There was no place left for them at all. In other words, the other party had never intended to invite them to take a seat. Saying such words now was purely to provoke and humiliate them. Hua Feiyu's face turned pale in an instant. She clenched her fists and trembled in anger. Damn it, if their clan was at its peak, these people would definitely not have dared to treat them with such an attitude. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was beside her, said indifferently, "There's nothing to be angry about. Who did the Shadowless clan not deal with in the past and who wanted to swallow you up the most?" She walked directly in his direction. Since there were no seats, she would fight for one. As soon as she heard this, Hua Feiyu's body trembled. Then, a look of determination appeared in her eyes. She took a deep breath and looked in a direction. That direction was the Tianhe clan. Previously, the Shadowless clan and the Tianhe clan had a conflict. 2 days ago, the Tianhe clan was the first to act. Moreover, the conflict was the most intense. Therefore now, she had to find a clan to attack. Then she chose the Tianhe clan. Hua Feiyu took the lead and led the crowd forward. The people around her had a mocking expression. Suddenly, they were stunned. They did not expect Hua Feiyu to really dare to move. Instantly, their expressions became even more interesting. They all wanted to see who the Shadowless clan would choose. No matter who they chose, it would be the same. They would be courting death. Oh, it was the Tianhe clan. The 2 overlords and the people of the 5 first-rate clans were all stunned. The faces of the people of the Tianhe clan darkened. Damn it, she actually dared to choose their direction. Was she looking down on the Tianhe clan? Tianhe clan, give up this place. Hua Feiyu sneered. The people of the Tianhe clan were so angry that they vomited blood. They were actually being looked down on. One of the elders snorted coldly. You want us to give up this place? Sorry, this place is ours. You'd better find another place. The people of the Tianhe clan sat there and sneered. They had no intention of leaving. What, you won't give up? Then don't blame us for using some tricks. Hua Feiyu's face darkened. The people of the Tianhe clan laughed loudly. Using tricks? What tricks do you dare to use? The Shadowless clan is really reckless. Do you really think you're still an overlord? If you want us to give up our seats, sure, but you have to show us your strength. If you can beat us, we'll give it to you. Otherwise, you can just stand there obediently. The others also laughed. This was the scene they wanted. Only by ruthlessly suppressing the Shadowless clan and completely shattering their last bit of confidence. Then, the next division would be much smoother. It seemed that there was only one battle left. Hua Feiyu's figure took a breath. She sent out a few experts of the Shadowless clan, but they were quickly beaten back. An elder of the Tianhe clan laughed loudly. The Shadowless clan is really trash. Is there no one else left? The others also shook their heads one after another. It was really disappointing. They really didn't know how these people came in previously. Could it be that those people outside went easy on them? At this moment, a voice sounded. I'm here. The middle-aged man of the Gu clan who attacked previously walked out again. The moment he attacked, he directly defeated an elder of the Tianhe clan, causing countless people to cry out in surprise. Who was this person? Their gazes were fixed on that figure. At this moment, another expert of the Tianhe clan attacked. However, he was still defeated. This scene was enough to move people. Did the Shadowless clan have such a terrifying saint? However, at this moment, an expert of the Devourer Palace frowned. You're not from the Shadowless clan. What you used was not a useless clan's ability. Chapter 3474. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. It wasn't someone from the Shadowless family. Damn it, did the Shadowless family ally with other forces? Who was it? Which force dared to ally with them? One had to know that in the entire Great Yen planet, they represented the peak forces. The other families and sects didn't dare to play tricks in front of them. But now, a mysterious powerhouse had appeared. Could it be a powerhouse from another world? At this time, a sage from the Liuhua Palace also spoke. Spatial magic, if I'm not wrong, what you used was a spatial magic, right? What? The powerhouses of the Thunder Mountain ancient land all burst into an uproar. Their eyes were wide open. Spatial magic? It was actually a spatial magic. That was a more terrifying magic than the Shadowless family's secret technique. Moreover, it could make countless people jealous. Since ancient times, there had been legends of space being king. Therefore, those who mastered space were the kings of their peers. They could even fight those who were stronger than them without a problem. They didn't expect that there would be someone who could master a spatial magic now. Who was this person? They were all guessing. At this time, the sage from the Liuhua Palace spoke again. I heard that an amazing family came to our Great Yen planet. It's a lineage of the remote antiquity family. It should be you, right? Gu family. What? Gu family. Remote Antiquity Family. Those people sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they were also overlords, compared to the Gu family, the difference was too great. The Remote Antiquity family had produced a great emperor. How terrifying was their background? It wasn't something they could imagine at all. Damn it, when did the Shadowless family ally with the Remote Antiquity family? They couldn't believe it. One had to know that although the Shadowless family was the royal family of the Remote Antiquity family, it shouldn't be able to enter the eyes of the Remote Antiquity family. After all, the Remote Antiquity family was an emperor family. Only the royal family of the ancient 10,000 races could be compared to them. Therefore, they couldn't understand why such a scene would appear. But at this time, the sage from the Liohua Palace spoke again. Everyone, don't worry. Although they are indeed from the Remote Antiquity family, as far as I know, their lineage was driven out. So, there's nothing to be afraid of. What? Driven out? They were stunned for a moment before they heaved a sigh of relief. So that was it. The real clan of the ancients disdained to join hands with the Shadowless clan. But if it was someone who had been chased out, then it was a different story. When they thought of this, they sneered again. Amongst them, someone from the Tianhe clan snorted coldly. Hua Feiyu, you're too unruly. We didn't invite the Gu clan to this Shadowless convention. You actually dared to bring them in without permission. Do you believe that I won't suppress you right now? That's not right. Who doesn't know that I'm already married to the Gu family? Therefore, my Shadowless clan and the Gu clan naturally joined forces and became one family. Why can't I bring the Gu clan here? As soon as these words were said, everyone frowned. They had indeed heard of such news, but they did not pay too much attention to it before. Now, they did not expect it to become a problem. Someone sneered. No matter. He was just a mere abandoned disciple of the Gu clan. There was no need to put him in his eyes. The person who spoke was a member of the Black Wolf race. They were also a royal race of the 10,000 ancient races. However, they didn't show any mercy to the Shadowless family. Instead, they stood up and said loudly, "This Shadowless convention is probably to discuss how to divide the Shadowless family. I don't think there's a need to talk nonsense. Let's discuss it directly." Among the 7 of us, the 2 overlords will take the majority. The remaining 5 of us will divide and completely eliminate the Shadowless family. What do you all think? Sure. Those families nodded. At this moment, an expert from the Devouring Sky Palace said, "We don't want the Shadowless family's territory and resources. We only want one thing. We only want the ancestral land of the Shadowless family." As soon as these words were said, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the Devouring Sky Palace to only want the ancestral land. They thought that there must be some secret there. However, they didn't care so much. With a few simple words, the 5 families were divided. Hua Feiyu and the other members of the Shadowless family were so angry that they trembled all over. At this moment, Hua Feiyu recalled what Lin Xian had told her. He would not give up any benefits, nor would he cede any land. Therefore she sneered. Who dares to take the Shadowless family's things? Aren't you afraid that you won't be alive to take it? Hua Feiyu, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can show off just because you brought these people? The Gu family is powerful, but we don't take them seriously. A member of the Black Wolf clan stood up. He stared at the middle-aged man and said coldly, "You're from the Gu family? I'd like to see how magical the Gu family's remarkable powers are." The expert from the Black Wolf clan was also a middle-aged man. He had black hair on his body. He walked upright, but his wolf head was shining with a terrifying murderous intent. The next moment he instantly attacked. His black claws were like mountains, full of murderous intent, and rushed directly toward the middle-aged man from the Gu family. This attack, it could shatter millions of miles of the starry sky. The middle-aged man sneered. His figure flickered, and he tore open the void. He instantly disappeared. The terrifying palm shattered the void, but it didn't hurt him at all. The next moment, he appeared beside the middle-aged man and pointed at the void. With a terrifying aura, he passed through the void like a meteor. Get lost. The Black Wolf clan expert roared and quickly counterattacked. His palm hit the void, and a sonorous sound was heard. Countless voids were shattered again. The Black Wolf clan expert was forced back, and a bloody hole was pierced through his palm. Die! He roared, and the surrounding mountains shook. Everyone else was shocked. It seemed that he was really angry. Sure enough, the saint of the Black Wolf clan displayed an extremely terrifying, remarkable powers. He relied on his powerful physique and unparalleled speed to fight directly. However, the man from the Gu family was not to be trifled with. He appeared and disappeared mysteriously, constantly jumping through the void and dodging all the attacks. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. In the end, the man from the Gu family won and directly banished the Black Wolf clan into the void. This scene shocked everyone. Banishment into the void, what kind of method was that? One had to know that the Black Wolf clan was also a terrifying saint. It wouldn't be a problem for them to come out of the void. But now, the other party didn't come out. This meant that that person had been banished to an extremely terrifying starry sky. Chapter 3475. Now, it was no longer just a matter of the Shadowless clan, but also the rise of the Gu clan. Therefore, he would not hold back. Next, the people of the Tianhe clan and the 4 pavilions attacked one after another. But in the end, they were all swallowed up by the space, and their whereabouts were unknown. This scene made the people of the Gu clan laugh. The people of the Shadowless clan were also excited. Great, there was finally hope for their side. However, the people of the 5 great clans frowned. Damn it, how could this person from the Gu clan be so strong? Don't panic, he should be the strongest one this time. Defeating him should not be a problem. In that case, let me do it. A person from the 10,000 Snake Valley walked out. He was also an expert from the 5 great clans, but when he stood out, he did not immediately attack. Instead, he looked in all directions. This was a strong enemy who had defeated many experts. If I can defeat him, then when the Shadowless clan's benefits are distributed, the 10,000 Snake Valley will get a bigger share. When these words came out, the expressions of the other 4 great clans changed, but the 2 overlords nodded. Then many thanks to the 2 overlords. The expert from the 10,000 Snake Valley laughed. The faces of the other great clans were gloomy, but there was nothing they could do. Because the other party's space ability was really too terrifying. It came and went like a ghost, and they were not a match at all. They did not know what this old man from the 10,000 Snake Valley had to be so confident. Could it be that he could block the space ability? Would third uncle have a problem? Gu Santong's eyes flickered, and he was a little worried. Because the other party was too confident. Hua Feiyu became nervous, and Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. A second heaven sage? No wonder he was so confident. Although the middle-aged man from the Gu clan was strong, he was only a first heaven sage. The difference in cultivation between the 2 sides was a little too big. Would he be able to win? Lin Xian thought in his heart, but he did not care too much. Because he knew that the final trump card was not the Gu clan's third uncle, but him. He was the biggest trump card. The Gu clan's third uncle felt the terrifying aura from the other party, as well as the terrifying Dao patterns between heaven and earth. He was also incomparably fierce. His entire being had completely merged with the void. It's useless. My cultivation level is 1 heaven above yours. You're not my match at all. Although your spatial divine ability is very terrifying, it can't do anything to me. The sage of the 10,000 Snake Valley was very confident. On the other side, the third uncle of the Gu family had made his move. The void finger brought with it an extremely strange aura. It merged into the void and charged over quickly. The 10,000 Snake Valley saint sneered. At the same time, the lower half of his body turned into a snake's tail, which swept out. There were countless Dao runes on it that could pierce through the void. Boom, boom. Another earth-shattering battle erupted, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. Heavens, are they from the remote antiquity families? It was too scary. A first heaven saint was actually able to contend with a second heaven saint. The surrounding people were all stunned. One had to know that the gap between the sage level was extremely huge. A second heaven sage could easily crush a first heaven sage. But now, this saint of the Gu family was actually able to fight against those of a higher level. This was truly beyond everyone's expectations. As expected of a spatial divine ability. If it wasn't for those spatial techniques, this Gu family member would have been defeated long ago. Many people were discussing it. Their expressions were extremely solemn. That was indeed the case. The old man from the Thousand Snake Valley was a second heaven saint. Even a casual attack from him was incomparably terrifying. However, the countless black holes and large cracks in the sky were able to devour these attacks. Great Void Exile. After 100 moves, the third uncle of the Gu family suddenly shouted and activated his bloodline power. He tore with both hands, and an extremely terrifying spatial crack appeared. In an instant, it swallowed the sage of the 10,000 Snake Valley. Up above, the large spatial crack slowly disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Heavens, even the second heaven saint was banished? They couldn't believe it. Especially those from the 10,000 Snake Valley, whose expressions were extremely ugly. Damn it, how did this happen? They roared. Boom. At this moment, the void shattered, and a figure escaped. It was the elder of the 10,000 Snake Valley. Great, he's out. The surrounding people heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, those from the Gu family revealed extremely solemn expressions. The same went for the third uncle of the Gu family. He frowned. Did he escape? The difference between our realms is indeed too great. However, he wasn't afraid. Do you still want to fight? If I can banish you once, I can do it a second time, a third time, until I don't have the strength to return. The third uncle of the Gu family was extremely domineering. Hearing this, the sage of the 10,000 Snake Valley had an extremely ugly expression. Damn it, this is infuriating. There had never been a first heaven saint who stood in front of them so arrogantly. However, the other party's methods had indeed frightened him. If it wasn't for his powerful cultivation, he really wouldn't have been able to return. Therefore, for a moment, he hesitated and didn't immediately make a move. Alright, you guys from the 10,000 Snake Valley, back off. I'll do it myself. At this moment, a sage of the Devouring Sky Palace stood up. He was also a second heaven saint, but his strength was slightly stronger than the sage of the 10,000 Snake Valley. Seeing this, the 10,000 Snake Valley's sage retreated. The other first-rate families all sucked in a breath of cold air. Is the Devouring Sky Palace going to do it themselves? The faces of the Gu family and the Shadowless family all changed. The Devouring Sky Palace was one of the top families. This time, they would definitely be even more terrifying. The sage of the Devouring Sky Palace walked out and looked at the third uncle of the Gu family. The four families of the ancients aren't bad and are very strong. However, your cultivation is too low and you're no match for me. I'll give you a chance. Take your Gu family and leave immediately. I can let bygones be bygones. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you continue to tangle with the Shadowless family, don't blame the Devouring Sky Palace for being impolite. I'll wipe out your entire family. At this point, an extremely terrifying killing intent emitted from his body, causing the 9 heavens and 10 lands to tremble. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. They knew that if the Gu family didn't know what was good for them, they would be completely finished. Umph. The third uncle of the Gu family snorted coldly. His figure stood tall and straight. His body flickered as if he didn't exist. However, his eyes suddenly shone with an incomparable radiance. As a sage of the Ancients family, he had never backed down before. But, do you want to continue fighting me? You don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. The sage of the Devouring Sky Palace had an extremely terrifying killing intent in his eyes. He stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. His palm was incomparably black and instantly turned into a black hole. The black Dao runes within it were extremely terrifying. It made people's scalps go numb. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.